Well, I screwed up that transition. Oh, well, it is what it is. But hey, we're already 30 minutes late. So, yeah. Hey, everyone. This is Logan59XP here for a... What is this, the first stream in, like, I think a couple of months? We haven't done a stream in a while. But we are here today because this is a very historic day. Today is April 8th, 2024, and this day is notable for a couple of reasons. In fact, I actually had something planned for today that had nothing to do with any of this. But this was like a few months ago before we knew what the cutoff date was, so obviously that has since changed. But today is notable for 3 reasons. The first reason is why we're here, which of course is this is the final day of Wii U and 3DS Online. The second reason is this is the day that the first Super Smash Bros. Direct, the original Smash Direct from April 2014 premiered, which is one of my favorite Nintendo Directs of all time. This is a Direct I want to revisit at some point. I was going to do it today, and we were going to do a special stream, but obviously this is taking priority, and it would be weird to do 2 streams in the same day, so I'm not going to bother. We'll probably save our retrospective of that Direct for whenever I do, like, because obviously this is it's going to be because Smash 4 is going to be 10 years old this year, as well as Mario Kart 8. Yes, Mario Kart 8 is 10 years old, or it's going to be in like a month. We'll get to that later. So we can save the Smash Direct stuff for when we do like 10th anniversary stuff for Smash Wii U and 3DS later this year, so that's not a big deal. And the third reason why today's notable is, of course, because there's the eclipse going on, which we don't get to experience because I'm over here on the West Coast, so... Basically, nothing changes as far as I know, but I don't know, I haven't really been paying attention to the eclipse stuff too much, but I know I've seen the map of the path, and obviously we're way off of it, but apparently it's supposed to be at least a little visible in all the states or something, I don't know, but that's happening today, and obviously people care about that. But today we're here to ride into the sunset on the online of Nintendo's least successful, least popular console of all time. And today we're going to be playing 3 games. Now, the original plan was we were going to spend 1 hour on each of the 3 big Wii U online games. Now, technically Mario Maker you could throw in here as well, but I didn't play too much of Mario Maker, and also, like, I don't really consider that an online multiplayer game. I mean, it's an online game, but it's not an online multiplayer game. Whereas these 3 games, the ones in the thumbnail, are very much the trio of the Wii U in terms of online multiplayer and just kind of multiplayer in general. And that, of course, is the original release of Mario Kart 8 from 2014. Then we have Smash Wii U from November of 2014. And then we have Splatoon 1 from May of 2015. All 3 games are games that I got day 1, have put hundreds of hours in over the years. Obviously, like most people nowadays, I don't play the Wii U anymore. It's still hooked up, but it's mainly just there for the sake of being there. I'm never going to get rid of it, that's for sure. I'm not getting rid of any of my, like, Nintendo consoles, ever. You know, I still have my childhood GameCube and Wii. I'm never going to get rid of those. But point being, I haven't played the Wii U on a regular basis since 2018. Once Smash Ultimate came out, that was kind of the last gasp of the Wii U for me and for a lot of people. So I basically stopped playing it outside of some tinkering here or there with homebrew. But anyways, I'm wasting time here. There's literally every second counts, and yet I'm sitting here talking because I can't help myself. It's what I like to do at the beginning of these streams. I like to go on a little bit of a talk, then we actually do the thing we're here for. But for what it's worth, I'm not too worried about losing out on time because the first game we're going to be playing is Mario Kart 8, and obviously I really don't have to play Mario Kart 8. I really don't have to, because Deluxe exists and it's better than the original in literally every single way, and it has double the content now, the booster course pack. There's no reason for me to play vanilla Mario Kart 8 other than just for the heck of it, but hey, this is the send-off to Wii U Online, so we're gonna go ahead and play it now. I wanted to get a couple of people in on this. Unfortunately, that isn't really gonna happen, so we're gonna be doing this solo. Don't tell Nintendo that I have Homebrew Launcher on this thing. Okay, but in all seriousness here, let's go ahead and boot up the OG software update. Oh, I know why there's a software update, because they put out that patch like a year or 2 ago to fix some random bug. Like, they patched Mario Kart 7. Mario Kart 7 like a year or two ago because of some random. It was like really weird, and they patched a bunch of old Wii U games. Not all of them. Like I think Smash Wii U didn't get a patch, but Splatoon got a patch, and Vanilla Mario Kart 8 got a patch, and a bunch of old 3DS games got a patch. Basically, if the game ran on the Launch Pack engine, which is Nintendo's internal engine, then it got the patch. Whereas like Smash Wii U didn't run on that engine. Hey! Alrighty, here we are, Vanilla OG Mario Kart 8. Haven't seen this screen in a hot minute. Yeah, so... So we're basically just gonna play some online for a bit. Again, I wanted to have this be more of an elaborate thing, but it's not really gonna happen at this point. But hey, it is what it is. Just out of so yeah, we're just gonna do some online matches. We're not gonna do battle mode, of course, because battle mode in the original Wii U version sucks. It barely is a battle mode. Yeah, oh man, I haven't played this version in a while. Oh man, look at this roster. This was the original, well, not the original roster. That would be without the DLC characters at the bottom here, but like, man, the roster is so much bigger now. Man, but anyways, so, what are we gonna do here? Well, I guess let's go ahead and, I guess we'll go ahead and use the Mii. We'll use my Mii. Yeah, that's my old Mii from like a really, really long time ago. And then this is my current Mii that I made using the Wii. For those of you that had a Wii U, all 2 of you, yeah, Wii U fans rejoice. There are dozens of us. Okay, but in all seriousness, if you remember on Mii Maker on the Wii U, there was that feature where you could use the gamepad to scan your face and it would make a Mii based off of your face. That's what my current Mii that I have on the Wii U and I had on the 3DS when I still had a 3DS. I don't have a 3DS anymore. And I have that Mii on the Switch as well, and that was with the Wii U gamepad, and I thought it did a pretty good job. And this Mii is like 10 years old now. I could probably update it if I really want to, but honestly, I think it's perfectly fine as is. So yeah, here's all the Mii costumes I have. Not many. I have a couple. The only Miis I actually own, the only Mii costumes that I actually have that are from amiibos I own are the Link and Kirby amiibos, because I got those amiibos on November 21st, 2014, the day Smash Wii U launched. But these amiibos, the Mario, Luigi, Peach, those amiibos I got from a friend way back in the day when he let me borrow the amiibos just so I could get the skins. But yeah, so we don't get any of the newer skins from Deluxe or any of the ones that came in the most recent update, like for Wave 6, where they included a bunch of new costumes. So we don't get that many costumes to work with, so I don't know. We'll go with the Kirby one, just because I used to use the Kirby one a lot back then, so we'll go with the Kirby one. So yeah, no Zero Cycle. Is it Zero Cycle? Whatever, you know, the Breath of the Wild cycle from the DLC, that's not in here, obviously. So again, bone stock parts, well, with the exception of the Mercedes-Benz. Man, I remember when the Mercedes-Benz DLC was first announced, and it was like this really weird thing, and then they had that like really weird commercial. If you guys remember like that live action like Japanese commercial with like the hyper-realistic Mario on like Mushroomy Kingdom from Brawl or whatever, it was like kind of weird. Okay, I guess we're gonna go with this. So yeah, we're not gonna play this for too long, if I'm being honest. I mean, we'll play it a little bit, but the real games I want to play here are Smash Wii U and... Oh, hold on, the volume is all wrong for the capture card. Apologies, you might not have been able to hear me that well. Okay, so now the volume should be better. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and yeah, we're just gonna do some matches on Mario Kart 8, not for too long. We're really just doing this as a ceremonial thing because hey, this is the original version of Mario Kart 8, so we may as well give it one last real play here. Actually, one thing that is on the Wii U version that the Switch version doesn't have is, you notice how it told you like all the different countries and stuff? That's not on the Switch version, I think. I could be wrong. I was never really into Mario Kart 8's online, if I'm being completely honest. I played Mario Kart Wii online a lot, but not 8. I mostly played 8 by myself, if I'm being honest. Yeah. Oh man, playing the Wii U version after all this time is just strange. Not just because of the Switch version, but also because of Ryujinx. Most of my time playing Mario Kart 8 the last few years have been on Ryujinx, honestly. So going from 4K back to 720p on the Wii U version is kind of weird. But hey, we're doing it because this is the OG, right? And I will still stand by that Mario Kart 8 is still one of the best looking games Nintendo's ever put out. It still holds up very well, even at 720p. You know, with no anti-aliasing, I think it holds up pretty well for the most part. Obviously, it looks a lot better at higher resolutions, but even at 720p on the Wii U, it's still a looker, you know? Now, one problem of the Wii U version is the fact that it has a frame pacing bug that was never fixed. You Digital Foundry fans will be familiar with this from back in the day, where like it runs at like 59.9 FPS or something. It's not really 60, and because of that, the frame pacing isn't quite right, so it's not really a correct... It's like a weird bug that they like never fixed. Now, it's fixed in Deluxe. In Deluxe, it's butter smooth, but in the original game, it's like ever so slightly juddery. You may or may not be able to see it on stream, I don't know, but I can see it. It is kind of distracting, but yeah. Also, I'm doing terrible right now. Also, I'm using the Wii U Pro controller. Just saying, not that it really matters, but that's what I'm using at the moment. There's no rumble for some reason. I'm pretty sure there's rumble on the Wii U Pro controller. It'd be really weird if it didn't have it. Maybe it's just really weak. It could be that too, I don't know. Now, I will say another thing that might be hampering the image right now is that we are playing online, so I know there's been some lag already. That's not the game itself. I'm pretty sure that's just the online. Although, funny enough, whenever I've played Deluxe online, I don't think I've ever had any issues. I don't know. But again, I never really played vanilla Mario Kart 8 online too much. Never mind Deluxe. But yeah, so... Yeah, so I should probably... Oh yeah, so one thing I have not done yet, I should probably go ahead and do now, is I do have a countdown timer set up. Now, I originally had it set up for 3 hours. Obviously, that time no longer makes sense. So we're going to change that to something different. So right now, it is 1:46 here on the West Coast, and the online shuts down at 4. So, whoops. So, let's see. So that would be 02... 45 or 44 actually now. Okay, so there's our countdown timer. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure it's set up so it doesn't like weird out at the end. Okay, so that countdown is probably not 100% accurate, but it's what we have to work with for right now. So it's what we're gonna have. It's better than nothing, you know? We gotta have a countdown timer for this, so we're gonna have a countdown timer. But again, it's probably not 100% accurate. Once we get to like the 2 p.m. mark, I might reset it again and try and have it line up as best as humanly possible. Because I would like to have it line up. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to like sync it to like the regular clock or anything. I'm using an application called Snaz to do the countdown. There's probably a way I could do it with something else, but that's the only way I really know how to use countdowns in OBS, so we're just gonna have the countdown timer be there for the time being. So one downside to the Wii U in general is the Wii U only supports limited RGB, whereas the Switch supports full RGB, and because of that, the games are gonna look more washed out than they would otherwise. That's another improvement to playing like the Switch versions of games as opposed to the Wii U versions, is not only do they just run better, but they also just look better simply because they have full RGB as opposed to limited. Now, if you're playing on a TV, that doesn't matter as much. If you're playing on a monitor like I do, then it does matter, and I can already tell that it's not as vibrant as it would be otherwise because of that. Now, I have tried workarounds to try and force full RGB onto the Wii U before, and they've never really worked. So I think I just reverted. I think I reverted it to limited a long time ago, and you know, this is just how the game is gonna look. You know. But yeah, I think the flags are still in Deluxe, but they don't tell you, like, the specific region. Because, like, notice how, like, for me, it said, like, United States, California, because, shocker, I'm in California. But, like, for that other guy that's in, like, in Argentina, I think it said he was in, like, Buenos Aires or whatever. Like, that's not in Deluxe, I think. I could be wrong. Maybe it's an option you can disable, and it's just disabled by default, and you can turn it back on. I don't remember. But that is a feature I thought was, like, really cool in Mario Kart 8 when it first came out in 2014. It's like, oh, it not only tells you the region they're from, but it tells you the country, but it also tells you the region. And it has their little flag and everything, and that's cool. But I don't think it's it's not that in-depth in Deluxe, though, I think. I think they scaled back on that. But again, my experience with Mario Kart 8 Online in general, no matter what version, is not a lot. Man, it feels weird not being able to blow past everyone. I'm so used to just being able to blow past everyone, and right now I'm not doing super great. Now, one thing I was debating doing is I was debating streaming this on Twitch as well and doing a multi-stream of some kind. And I probably should have done that, but it's kind of too late to do that now, unfortunately. Because no one's really here yet. Maybe people will show up later, but I was thinking that maybe if I had done it, Gay Bowser. So long, Gay Bowser. But, yeah, like Germany, Lower Saxony, Germany, Hamburg, Mexico. That's kind of weird. Maybe there's a region, like, in Mexico that's called Mexico? I don't know. What's up with that, but, I think Cheeseland is actually one of the best looking tracks in the game. I mean, again, like I said, Mario Kart 8 has held up very well visually. Again, you take this sucker and you throw it in like Simu or Yuzu, rip Yuzu, Suyu would be the successor, or Ryujinx. I personally use Ryujinx, for my Switch emulation needs. But you know, you put this sucker in an emulator and you crank it up to 4K, and it looks fantastic. Like, this track especially holds up insanely well at 4K, like, genuinely. It's really cool how well this game has aged, which is the reason why the Booster Course Fast was so controversial at first, because we went from one of the best looking first-party games to not that. And it was very noticeable. It got better as time went along, and at this point I don't really mind it. And at this point it's kind of like water under the bridge. But, yeah. But hey, at least Mario Kart 9 is gonna look better than that. I mean, what's Mario Kart 9 gonna look like? Mario Kart 9 I think is a high bar to clear, you know? Because Mario Kart 8 already looked so good that, like, how much better can a Mario Kart 9 look like? But one advantage we're gonna have is that we're gonna be getting a bigger jump than we otherwise would be, because of course Mario Kart 9 didn't happen on the Switch. So that means we're gonna be going from a Wii U game to a Switch 2 game. So that's going to be a bigger jump than we would have otherwise have gotten. And that's going to be really cool to see, you know? Yeah, I am not doing good right now, but that's fine. It's not a big deal. We're just here to, you know, ride into the sunset. Who cares if I lose all these matches and I'm in 9th place, 10th place, 11th place? It is what it is, you know? Yeah, I can definitely feel the online lag. I mean, I know there was that frame pacing thing I mentioned earlier, but I think most of the lag right now is just from the online, not the frame pacing. So actually, fun fact about the online. So I was going to plug in my Ethernet adapter that I use on the Switch into the Wii U for this, but it doesn't work. I have an Amazon Basics like USB 3 adapter. It works on the Switch just fine. It does not work on the Wii U. I tried all the USB ports. It would not detect no matter what I tried, so I just kind of gave up on it, and it's like, oh, well, it is what it is. It would have been cool, because I've never used a LAN adapter on the Wii U, ever. In fact, it took me years to get a LAN adapter for the Switch. I should have got that a lot earlier, but I just kept putting it off. I didn't get a LAN adapter, I think, until like 2020. Maybe 2019, but like 2020 for sure. Took me years to get one. But hey, we have it now, and I'll be able to carry it forward. Well, actually, no, I won't be able to carry it forward onto the Switch 2, because the Switch 2 is most certainly going to actually have an Ethernet port on it, because the OLED had an Ethernet port on it, which, yeah, we can sit here and talk about how really it took them 4 years or 5 years, however long it was, to put an Ethernet port on the dock when it should have been there in the first place. And it should have. Everyone agrees it should have been. It should have been on the Wii U, arguably, but it definitely should have been there on the Switch. But hey, at least it's there now, and once we move to the Switch 2, we won't need to worry about an Ethernet adapter anymore. Oh, we got someone from Japan and Hokkaido. Got someone from France, Spain. Yeah, so everyone, you know, from across the world are hopping online to give their farewells to online here for the last time. I mean, I have not played on Baby Park in forever. I haven't played on the base game tracks really in a long time in general, because ever since the Booster Course Pass came out, those are the only tracks I've played, because I've played the base game tracks, like, to death. Again, the game is 10 years old, you know, I've kind of played them all, you know, I've played them for hundreds of hours across 2 consoles for the last 10 years. So even though they're the better looking tracks, you know, I've played them enough that I kind of wanted to like not play them for a while. So one thing you may have noticed from the beginning of the stream is I've finally changed the opening background finally. So I've been using the same like background from my opening and ending and Be Right Back screens for like the last 3 years. And it served me well, but I feel like it's time for a change. Now you'll notice I didn't change the music. The music is still the Persona 5 menu music. I'm gonna change that to something else. But the ending is different. You're gonna see a new ending song. I'm not gonna tell you what the song is. It's not Persona though. I think we're gonna give the Persona music a break. I didn't change all the music in time for this stream, but I've been using the Persona music in these streams for like the last couple of years, and I think it's time we give it a break and try something else. Hence why I'm also switching up the background, you know, kind of trying to refresh the streams a little bit to some extent. But yes, but we do have a new closing song for the end screen. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but you're probably going to get some, but I definitely think some of you are going to get some, it's going to kick in real quick what the song is, and it's going to probably, and the nostalgia is probably going to come rushing back into you when you hear it. That's all I'm going to say. And spoiler alert, I plan on using more music from that for like the streams going forward. At least that's the plan, but again, we'll see. Venezuela, I got Venezuela in here. So this is probably going to be our last match on Mario Kart 8, and then we're going to hop over to Smash Wii U and do some For Fun and For Glory. And again, maybe I'll try and see if I can get Dylan on this. I'm not sure if he's busy. He might be at work, but I would like to get, you know, some people in on this. But again, I tried, I asked if a couple of people were available, and one of them lost his power adapter for his Wii U, and the other person doesn't have the Wii U hooked up right now. So, but I'd like to see if I can get someone else in on here. That'd be really cool. I don't think Ethan has a Wii U anymore. This is a pretty fitting track, I think, for the final one here, Big Blue. It's a pretty fitting final track for me, for Wii U Online, I'd say. pretty dang good remix. Okay, so I'm gonna make a Mario Kart 9 video at some point. It's inevitable. It's like, you know, it's one of those videos that I am like going to make at some point. I'm not making it anytime soon, obviously, but the inevitable stuff I want to see in Mario Kart 9 video is gonna happen at some point. It's gonna happen at some point, and when that happens, I can tell you right now that Captain Falcon is going to be in that, because it is honestly really baffling that he's not in this game. He has 2 tracks and his vehicle, the Blue Falcon, and a Mii costume, but he himself doesn't get to be in the game. I think that's kind of ridiculous. Like, why? Like, they had so many opportunities to add him, and they just never added him to this game. You know, he could have been in the Wii U DLC alongside his tracks. They didn't do it then. He could have been... Oh, the Wii Wheel! The Wii Wheel! Oh, for those of you that remember those ads. The Wii Wheel! Stop right down to the Mario Kart Emporium. They probably just gave some people some flashbacks right there. Alrighty then, so that's gonna be it for Mario Kart 8. I know that wasn't very long, but again, that's not really the focus of today anyway. I just wanted to do Mario Kart 8 for the sake of completion more than anything else. But now we're gonna hop over to the 2 games that really matter here. Because again, Mario Kart 8, it's on the Switch. It's better on the Switch in every single way. So the Wii U version, well, it's the original version and all, but that's not super important. What's really important are the 2 games that are not on the Switch. Hold on a second. Oh, wow. That was really strange that just happened right there. My leg just completely decided to be weird there for a second. Oh, man. Okay, I'm good now. That was weird. I haven't felt that in a while. Alrighty then, so on to Smash Wii U we go. So yeah, we're gonna do probably for just some for fun or for glory. We'll see. I might try and see if I can get someone else on this, but I think we're gonna be just soloing most of this. Is this gonna load? I forgot how long the load times on Smash Wii U could be. I feel like it's not supposed to be this long, though. Has it really been that long since I've played this game on actual hardware? Okay, there we go. Because I have played this game in Cemu many times in the last few years. And this game loads instantly, basically, in a Cemu. It's really, really fast load times. Also, why the heck is there... okay, that was weird. Okay, notice how it was like March 2018 in like Spanish, and then now it's... What? It keeps changing. What? Now, there was one time where I set the language to French when an update came out, and because of that, this update is in French. But all the other ones are in English. Oh god, these like old sound effects. The Brawl sound effects. Yeah, they got rid of those in Ultimate. They have a brand new sound effect. Yeah, all of these notifications. Yeah, the Miiverse, when Miiverse ended in 2017. I should have streamed that back then. I did put up that video of like the Miiverse stage way back then, but I should have streamed the Miiverse shutdown. But yeah, end of Conquest service. I'm surprised there's not a notification for online. Maybe I just haven't got it yet. Or maybe they just didn't bother. I mean, it is Smash Wii U after all. Also, right now, it's playing the wrong music. I don't know why it's playing this music. Well, I didn't set it to that. There we go. You know, it might be set to that from a really long time ago when we just wanted to hear something different. Oh god, hearing these brawl sound effects is really throwing me off. I'm so not used to hearing them. Come on, load. I'm so used to it being instant in Simu. This is really throwing me off. And Ultimate's way faster load times than this is. But then again, Ultimate's on a cartridge. Alrighty, here we go. The theme. I really like this theme. I know I've said this before, I think a couple of times, but Smash 4 is a game that really does mean a lot to me. The game itself may be basically obsolete. There's not many reasons to go back and play Smash 4, especially the Wii U version. I'll admit that, but that doesn't change the fact that for a time, it was a really, really, really big deal to me. And I can't really explain how in any good capacity, like, right now, anyway. Oh god, I forgot about these. Yeah, this is from, like, way back in the day. Yeah, my body is Reggie. Cry. Yeah. Remember when you could put in your own custom messages? Remember when that was a thing you could do? And then they got rid of that in Ultimate. So yeah, my icon was Cloud from... Obviously, when Cloud came out, I never changed it. Yeah, those were some old taunts from way back in the day. Oh yeah, the mic. The Wii U microphone! Oh, man. Oh, that's a throwback. The 50-pack extravaganza. We're gonna have to rewatch that at some... We're gonna rewatch, like, all of those Smash 4 events whenever the anniversary happens later this year. But yeah. So Conquest died a long time ago. I forget when the last one was. Oh, the last one was in, So yeah, the last Conquest was in 2018. Basically, right around the time Ultimate came out. Because it makes sense that they would kill it back then. Okay, enough sitting around. Now again, I'd play some other... Maybe I might try, but we're just gonna do some good old for glory, for fun stuff for now. One-on-one! Oh man, it's been a hot minute. Oh wait, I'm using the Pro Controller still. Ah, why not? There's nothing wrong with the Pro Controller. We'll do Cloud, for the sake of it. So yeah, I do not have the LAN adapter hooked up because it doesn't work, like I said earlier. So we're just going to be playing this game off the raw Wi-Fi, baby. 3, 2, 1, go! Now, I have not played Smash 4 in any real capacity since Ultimate has came out. I've played it a couple of times, but mostly just to mess with in Simu and to build up shader cache by running a bunch of, like, 8-player CPU battles just to get the cache loaded up in the event that I did want to actually play it in a serious capacity. Now, ironically, that will probably come into use later this year, because now here was my plan before the online stuff happened. My plan was I was going to do an entire stream dedicated to both Mario Kart 8 and Smash Wii U for their anniversaries, and we were going to play online during that. Obviously, that's not going to be possible now, hence why we're doing this stream. But, yeah, but you know what we might do? I probably won't do it for Mario Kart, but for Smash Wii U and even 3DS, I might do some, like, Simu/Citra, or whatever the Citra successor is. It still hasn't really been decided on what that is yet. Yeah, I should do a whole video on that whole thing, but at this point, it's kind of like water under the bridge. Yeah, the whole thing from last month about how Yuzu, and by extension Citra, got shut down. That was a huge deal. There is a successor to Yuzu, for those of you that have been holding on to Yuzu and haven't moved over to Ryujinx. It's called Suyu. Yes, the name is on purpose, and I do think it's a pretty funny name. It's kind of the premier Yuzu successor, the premier Yuzu fork at the moment. But for Citra, there's not really a distinct fork just yet. There are a couple. There's Lime 3DS and Lemonade. I have messed with them a little bit, but like I'm kind of waiting for like the one fork to emerge as the winner, and everyone moves on to that. kind of before I really move away from Citra proper. So I'm personally just sticking to the last version of Citra for the time being, but obviously I'll move on to one of the forks eventually once there's enough updates and there's enough support and, you know, kind of, again, it's been kind of pseudo-decided who, like, the victor is between the two. Not that there's anything wrong with having multiple Citra forks, it's just, I don't know, I kind of like having that one option, you know? It's like how Dolphin, right? It's only Dolphin. There's no... You don't have to worry about, oh, should I use Dolphin or should I use this? No, it's just Dolphin. Dolphin is the one and only GameCube Wii emulator that matters. Same for Cemu, for Wii U. But, of course, the Switch is different because the Switch always has had two emulators, right? It was either Yuzu. Yuzu was the mainstream one that most people used. And then Ryujinx was kind of like the underground secondary one that didn't really gain traction until a few years ago. I mean, I used to use Yuzu, but then like 2 years ago, I transitioned over to Ryujinx and I haven't looked back. The main thing that was holding me back from using Ryujinx was it didn't have a resolution scaler option, but eventually it got one, and then they eventually added anti-aliasing options, so now basically there's no downside, and it's pretty solid. All the games I've played on Ryujinx run just as well on Ryujinx as they do on Yuzu, but I also haven't used Yuzu on a regular basis like in a few years, so not that I ever really used it that much. I personally didn't really mess with Switch emulation until the Pro was like solidly dead, because I didn't want emulation to like spoil my experience and make the Pro not feel like it mattered as much, you know? Like, wow, I got really used to 4K. Oh, now we're only getting 1440p on the Switch. Like, I didn't want to, like, you know, kind of ruin my experience with the Switch Pro because I've experienced like emulation. So I deliberately ignored emulating like Switch games for a while, specifically because I was waiting on the Pro. But once it was obvious that the Pro wasn't happening when the OLED got announced, that's kind of where it's like, well, hey, if Nintendo's not going to give us a Switch Pro, then I'll go for the next best thing. Emulation. So, you know, I've kind of been, you know, messing with that. First it was Yuzu, but I didn't really start getting into it until Ryujinx, until I started using Ryujinx, and that's been my main Switch emulator for the last few years. Then will probably remain that way for the foreseeable future, because there's really nothing that Ryujinx complains about in terms of the games I've played on it. It's mostly just been Mario Kart and some Smash, and messing with one or other games here and there, but I don't know. Oh god, I forgot about how bad that move is in this game. Like, Marth and Roy and all the Fire Emblem characters, they're like, that move in this game is like way worse in this game than it is in, it's way better in Ultimate than it is in this game. I mean, I'm not... You would think that there wouldn't be that much of a difference between Ultimate and Smash 4. And if we're comparing one game to another game, it's the most similar. Like, obviously, Melee and Brawl are very different. Brawl and Smash 4 are fairly different. But 4 and Ultimate are probably the closest in terms of, like, how it feels. But it's still... Like, if you've played Ultimate, obviously, for the last, like, 5 or so years, like all of us have, and you go back to this game, it's like, wow, this game feels a lot different than it used to. Yeah, I could plug in the GameCube controller, but I don't really feel like it, honestly. I'm perfectly fine just using the Pro controller. But obviously, the more and more I'm playing this, the more I'm getting kind of getting back into the groove of how Smash 4 plays. But most of my time playing Smash 4 was with a GameCube controller. In fact, I still have that GameCube controller. The GameCube controller that I use to this day is actually imported. It's the white Smash 4 controller that was only available in Japan. They never sold it over here. I imported it on Amazon back in like 2015. It's still in I still use it to this day. It's in great shape. It hasn't like worn away or anything like that. Like the rubber, like insert, like the rubber domes are still good inside. Like everything feels nice and like it's still good. Like I haven't had to replace it, which is awesome. Paul Wall, hi, welcome to the stream. You're the first person to kind of join in here. That's a nice controller. Yeah, it is definitely a nice controller. Again, I'm not using it right now, but it's a really nice controller. I'm very happy with it, and I have no intention of replacing it until it, like, actually starts having issues. Or, like, if it gets, like, really worn out. That hasn't happened yet, and I feel like if I've been using it for 8 years, and it still hasn't... It probably is going to be fine for years to come. I didn't mean to pick Zero Suit. I just didn't pick a character in time, But yeah, it's pretty solid, though. But again, I'm not using it right now. I might plug it in later just for the heck of it, but I'm actually perfectly okay playing with the Pro Controller. Yeah, I never play Zero Suit. I played her probably the most in this game of the 3 games she appears in, but even then, never really played as her that much. And again, I'm kind of rusty on Smash 4, like I imagine. I bet a lot of the people playing Smash 4 right now are people that haven't played it since, like, 2018. Like, ever since Ultimate came out, they haven't touched this game, probably, like, ever. And now everyone's like, oh, yeah, Smash 4, how I play Smash 4. Like, it's not that weird. Like, if I went back and played Melee, like, I am terrible at Melee. I'm terrible at Melee. Like... But I can play this, like I can play this because this game is still similar enough to Ultimate that like I can make it. That like I can make it. Whereas like Melee is a completely different feeling game than like Ultimate or Smash 4. You know, there's a reason why it's still being played. You know, 20 plus years later. I mean, it's not my favorite game. It's a great game, obviously. It's not my favorite game in the series. I don't think it's the pinnacle of Smash, but there's a reason why people are still playing it 20 plus years later. It has a distinct feel. It plays differently than all the games after it. So yeah, you can see right there, yeah, Pro Controller right there. And we're just gonna, yeah, probably stick with that. Oh wait, the timer is wrong. Because it's 12... Wait, is the timer wrong? I think the timer is wrong. Hold on, I think it's off by like a lot. Or is it? Oh god, now... Wait, no. Because it's 2:16 and the server's shut down at 4. So, the timer is off. I think it's off anyway. We'll fix it in a sec. Oh, dang, I didn't... dang, I gotta remember, you have to pick your character fast enough. If you don't pick your character fast enough, they'll pick it for you.
3, 2,
I guess we're playing as Dark Pit.
go!
So yeah, we're gonna play some Smash 4 here, basically until 3. And then once it hits 3, then we're gonna hop over to Splatoon for the final hour, and we're just gonna ride into the sunset, and we're gonna play until the servers kick us out. Now, it'd be awesome if we could pull off a like Halo 2 style feat. Like, for those of you that don't know the story of like when Halo 2's online got shut down in 2010, there was a group of people that just held on to the bitter end. They refused to leave until they were kicked out. It's this really interesting story. There's probably tons of videos on it. You can look it up. But as cool as it would be if we could like do one of those things, realistically, I think they're just gonna flick the switch. It's gonna hit 4. Maybe we'll get like one more match in. But basically, once it hits 4, then that's gonna be it. That's my prediction, at least, is that it's gonna hit 4, and then the servers are just gonna immediately get cut off. No extra, like, 30 minutes or an hour or anything like that. It's just gonna die instantly. That's my guess. Obviously, we're gonna see, and if it keeps working, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going for as long as it works. But I think it's going to die very fast. I think it's just gonna get... They're gonna flick the switch, just like those old, well, not, it probably isn't literally flicking the switch, but those of you that have seen like those old analog sign-offs from 2009 where they show like the guy in the control room and he literally presses a button on the transmitter and then it immediately turns off and the screen goes static on like one of the viewing monitors. Like, it'll be like that. You know, some guy at Nintendo, you know, flicks the switch or presses the button on the computer, or however they control the servers or the online. They'll click the thing, they'll press the button, they'll flip the switch, and then immediately, that's the end of it. So long, that's all, folks. That's my prediction for basically how this is going to go down. But again, we're gonna have to wait and see. Yeah, I think the time is off. We'll go with Lucas. I remember being really hyped for Lucas coming back in the day. Like, when they had that tease of Lucas in April of 2015 during the so-called April Fool's Direct, because it was on April 1st. Yeah, that's when we got our first look at Mewtwo that wasn't just the wireframe. And then that's when they revealed Lucas for the first time. It was also the last character revealed by Iwata. That was the final character he revealed, was Lucas. Yeah, we have something to show you today. Please take a look. And all of his classic sayings and all that. But that is a video that will definitely exist at some point. Wow, whoa, the online's really falling apart right now. What? Smash Online? Being unstable? Surely never. But I haven't experienced Smash 4's online in a long time. For what it's worth, those last couple of matches were mostly okay. They weren't great, but like they were playable. This one, not so much. Ah! Yeah, this person's connection is not great. You know, I haven't done a Smash stream in a long time. This is technically the first Smash stream I've done in, like, a really long time. The last Smash stream I did was in December of 2022. And even that was kind of a one-off. Ever since I moved back to streaming on YouTube as opposed to Twitch, I really haven't streamed Smash barely at all. A part of that is just because I haven't really felt like it. You know, the game is kind of, you know, I mean, it's been, you know, the game has kind of been, you know, I've kind of reached a point with it where, like, I've kind of, you know, I've kind of played it enough, if that, you know? It's been out for a long time, there's no more DLC coming out. So it's kind of like, you know, I don't feel that need to stream it all the time anymore. I'm not saying we'll never stream it again, obviously we will, but it's definitely something that's like every once in a while, if that at this point. Yeah, this connection is not... Oh, this connection. You want to know something that really should be a thing in, like, these games? A connection bar. Like, being able to see, like, what connection level they're at. That was a thing in Brawl, if I remember correctly, but that's not in Smash 4, and it's definitely not in Ultimate. That would be really helpful to know, like, how good or bad the connection is with someone. And also, like, are they on Wi-Fi? Are they on LAN? That would also be kind of neat to know. Again, I'm not using LAN right now. I want to, but my Switch Ethernet adapter, which is an Amazon Basics adapter, as I mentioned earlier on in the stream, does not work. I tried. It will not detect it, so we're just on Wi-Fi. But for what it's worth, I've never used the Ethernet adapter on the Wii U in the first place, because I didn't get an Ethernet adapter until, like, long after the Wii U era was over. So I'm not really missing out on anything in comparison to what I used to do on the Wii U. But, yeah. Yeah, that connection was, that was a pretty bad connection. The last couple of matches were okay. That connection was pretty bad. Yeah, we gotta change this countdown timer. The countdown timer is not accurate. At least I don't think it's accurate. Yeah, Again, if I could synchronize it to the clock or something, that'd be really cool. I don't think you can do that though. So I just have to like could I? Okay, hold on. I have an idea. Wait, current PC time. Day. Countdown to specific time. Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. I might be able to make an actually accurate countdown timer that goes to the second, basically. Let's see. 04 8 2024 at 4. Yeah, 4. Dang it. Well, we'll figure it out. We're gonna get an accurate timer on the screen. We're gonna get one on the screen. I do want to have an actually accurate timer that is specifically timed to go to 4 p.m. I used to play Little Mac a good amount in Wii U. I haven't played him that much in Ultimate, though. But then again, you can say that about most of the Smash 4 newcomers. Haven't played them as much in Ultimate, obviously, because they're not shiny and new anymore. Yeah, I completely bungled that. And I completely walked into that. I'm really feeling it. This is the Monado's power. I haven't heard those lines in a long time. Obviously, they're still in Ultimate, but people don't play Shulk as much in Ultimate as they did in Wii U, obviously, so I don't hear those lines as much. Actually, it's kind of reminding me of in that April 2014 Direct when Sakurai said, like, in Little Mac's recovery is just terrible. I remember that. Technically, that was the localizer saying it. Maybe he didn't quite say that in Japanese, but that's what they said in the English Direct when they were doing the voiceover. So, like, it was kind of funny. He's like, it's just terrible. On purpose, obviously. It was just, like, funny in retrospect. This is the Monado's power. I'm really feeling it. Yeah, okay. So let me go ahead and I'm gonna back out for a second and I'm gonna change the clock so it's actually accurate. Because right now it's off by like, I think, by like a good amount. I need to fix that. So hold on, I'm gonna back out for a second. I'm gonna change the clock so it's actually correct. Because it is not correct right now, and I want to fix that. So yeah, 0400 PM. Change it so that it's let's see. Okay, so copy path to clipboard. Actually, wait, isn't it already there? So can I just start it and it'll just work? Or do I have to stop the other one? Okay, hold on, let's stop the other one. Oh god, I don't know what I'm doing right now. I've never used this option before, so I don't... Oh, countdown TXT. Hold on. Countdown TXT. What? Okay, no, that's not right. Oh god, I've never used this before. This is really not the time for me to be figuring out how to use this. Okay, 04 0000 countdown. There we go. Now it's accurate. Okay. Now let me remove those double digits. Can I remove that too? How I want it to look. Oh, man. Okay, that. I think we'll leave it at that. Okay, that. I'm gonna make it so that's 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 when it ends. Okay, so now the countdown clock is 100% accurate. I never have used the countdown, that specific countdown function in SNAS before. I was using the Chronos option, Chronos down. I haven't had to use this countdown stuff in a long time, so yeah. But there you go. Now it is 100%. Wait a second. Is it even accurate? Hold on. Is it set to where it's the other way around? Hold on. No, that's accurate. That's accurate. I don't have to change it. Okay, so we'll just head back in. One-on-one. I think the clock is lined up correctly. I don't know 100% if it actually is. Like, I don't know if it's slightly off. When I say off, I don't mean the time. I mean, like, literally its placement on the screen. Like, is it I'm trying to have it perfectly centered. It should be perfectly centered, but I don't actually... But, I don't know. It's probably fine. Again, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I played Mega Man quite a bit in Smash 4, but not that much in Ultimate. Again, you could really copy-paste that statement for like every Smash 4 character that was in Smash 4 and is also, well, all of them are in Ultimate. Everyone's in Ultimate, obviously, right? Everyone is here, right? But yeah, like, I guarantee you can probably apply the same thing to like the next game, right? Like any of the Ultimate characters that come back in the next game, I probably will not play as much as I did in Ultimate because they're not going to be new anymore, you know? It's just kind of how it works, you know? That's another video that's basically gonna happen at some point, like the inevitable who's gonna get cut video, because someone's gonna get cut. We all know dang well they're not bringing back the roster again, plus all the new characters that came with Ultimate. So there's going to be cuts of some kind, and that's a video waiting to happen. But I'm not really ready to dive into Smash 6 speculation just yet, because, I mean, the Switch 2 hasn't even been announced yet. Like, I'm not gonna do a Mario Kart 9 or Smash 6 video until, like, the console that it's gonna be on is announced first, right? Like, right now, we are knee-deep in Switch 2 speculation and rumors. Let's deal with that first, then we can talk about the games that'll be on it, right? Like, let's wait for them to actually announce the console. Then we will talk about Mario Kart 9 or Mario Kart 10 or whatever they call it. I know there's been debate over, like, should they call it 10 because they kind of consider Tour to be the 9th game, even though it isn't, but it is. Mario Kart Tour kind of has the same issue that, like, that like, some of the Pokemon games have, where, like, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, Legends Arceus, they're mainline games, but they're not full mainline, if that makes any sense, you know, because they're like kind of their own thing, especially Arceus, where it's like its own spin-off series, but it's also like a mainline thing, and it's made by Game Freak, and it's like clearly mainline, and it's considered mainline by everyone under the sun, but it's also not the same. That's a whole other conversation right there. But what was I gonna say? There was a point to be made with all that, and I don't remember what that point was. Yeah. So it's kind of like how, so it's like Legends Arceus is a mainline game, and everyone considers it mainline, but it's obviously not the same thing as a, quote, full mainline game like Sword and Shield or Scarlet and Violet, right? It's its own thing, but it's also mainline. So it's what I like to call, like, so it's like Legends Arceus is mainline, but Scarlet and Violet is full mainline. Mario Kart Tour, even though it's not nearly as mainline as something that, like, even though it's a mobile game, and mobile games by default aren't mainline, no matter what the series, because it's a mobile game, but it's the closest thing to be considered a main series, but that's only because they put tracks from it in Deluxe for the Booster Course Pass. If they didn't do that, no one would be considering it main series anything. And I still don't consider it main series, but it's more than just a mobile game now, because they put pretty much all the tracks in the Booster Course Pass. Not all of them. There's like one track they didn't put in, but most of the tour tracks are in the Booster Course Pass, which is cool for preservation's sake. Even though they missed one of them, which is like the Piranha Plant pipe track that they put in Tour. Not to be confused with Piranha Plant Slide from Mario Kart 7. That's a different course entirely. But anyways, the idea being, well, you know, if they consider Tour to be a mainline game, then it's the unofficial Mario Kart 9, even though it isn't, but it is, but it isn't, whatever. Again, that's a whole conversation. So would that make the next game really 10? You know, are they going to pull Microsoft, right? Microsoft famously skipped Windows 9, and they went from 7, 8, 8.1, 10, 11. They skipped 9, right? So, like, will Nintendo do the same thing? Will they skip 9 and go straight to 10? Here's what I think they should do. If they call the next game 10, they should totally do what Apple did for the iPhone 10 and call it like Mario Kart X, and have it be an X on the logo and everything. You know, X equals 10, Roman numerals, all that stuff. They should totally do that, right? If they're gonna call it 10, don't have it be an actual 10. Have it be X, because as Elon Musk has told us, X is cool. But like, in all seriousness, I really do think that using X would be a lot better than using 10. There's a reason why Apple used it on the iPhone 10, because X is cool, right? there is for as much as people have memed on Elon for the whole X thing he has, going back like 2 decades even to like when he used to run PayPal or whatever. There is a fundamental coolness to X that I think is undeniable. Like, that letter is just fundamentally cool. There's a reason why it's popular. There's a reason why Apple called the iPhone 10 the iPhone X on the marketing and on the box and everything. Even though it's the 10, not the X, they used X because X looks cool, right? So it would make sense. You know, if Apple did it, I don't see why Nintendo can't call Mario Kart 10 Mario Kart X, even though X equals 10. But again, that's under the assumption that the next game is called 10 and they don't just call it 9. I mean, it really doesn't matter what they call it, obviously. I mean, whether they call it, you know, 9 or 10. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a new... Maybe they call it a completely original name. Maybe they go back to the days of actually having real names for the games. And we haven't had a real, like, name for a Mario Kart game since Double Dash. Like, yeah, Mario Kart Wii was technically a name, but that was just, you know, calling it Wii. You know, like New Super Mario Bros. Wii. You know, Wii Sports. Wii, you know, Wii Fit. You know, Wii Play. You know, it was just adding Wii to the end of things because that's what they did back then. Kind of like how in the N64 era, you know, Mario Kart 64, Super Mario 64, you know, Pilot Wings 64, you know, the Kirby 64, the Crystal Shard. You know, that was back in the days when they called, like, a bunch of their games 64 because it was on the N64. And then, of course, you know, with the Super Nintendo, they had Super on a bunch of their games, you know, because it was the Super Nintendo, you know, or the Super Famicom in Japan. So I don't know. Heck, they even did Switch Sports. I mean, of course, they weren't going to call it Wii Sports because it's not on the Wii or the Wii U. I don't know. They're probably just gonna stick with the numbering system. You know, Mario Kart 7, Mario Kart 8, Mario Kart 9, 10, 11, etc. I see no reason why they'd change that. But then again, Mario Party ditched the numbering scheme a while ago, right? It was Mario Party, 1 through 10, and then they did Super Mario Party, and then Mario Party Superstars. So, I mean, Mario Party didn't do 11, 12, 13. They ditched the numbers, so... If they wanted to call the next Mario Kart, whatever, they totally can. I mean, obviously they can. There's nothing stopping them. It's just, I think they're going to stick with the I kind of think they're just going to stick with the numbering system, personally. Same thing applies to Microsoft. I don't know if we're going to get another version of Windows that isn't Windows number ever again. Now, to be fair, the vast majority of Windows versions were Windows number. Windows 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 3.1, NT 3.1, NT 3.5, NT 3.51, NT4, Windows 95, Windows 98, Windows 98 SE, Windows ME, okay, that was an exception, Windows 2000, Windows XP, another exception, Windows Vista, the biggest, most obvious exception, then Windows 7, 8, 8.1, 10, 11. So, like, with the exception of XP, ME, and Vista, all of them have been numbers based. And even then, like, Vista is the only one that's, like, solidly a real word, right? Well, okay, ME as well, I guess. But, XP, like, that wasn't a word, that, Vista's a word. Me is a word. And I know it's really Windows Me, but no one calls it Windows Me. They just call it Windows ME. But, anyways, my main point with that entire tangent is just that, it's going to be Mario Kart 9 or 10. The next version of Windows is going to be Windows 12. It's not going to be Windows, Crystal or whatever. Crystal. They're just going to stick with the numbering scheme because it's simple, it's easy, bigger number better, or whatever. It's easy for them to market and everything. It's not as memorable. I mean, obviously, like, XP and Vista are, like, memorable names, for two different reasons, of course, but still.
One-on-one. Mr. Game & Watch.
Alright, so we got 20 minutes left here on Smash Wii U, and then we're gonna hop over to Splatoon 1 and ride this sucker into the sunset. Now, of course, for those of you that do not know, this is not really the end of online for these consoles. It's the end of official online, but it's not the end of online full stop, because there is a service in the works right now called Pretendo, and it's basically the unofficial successor. It's been getting a lot of talk recently, obviously, as you can imagine, with the shutdown, so it's getting a lot more attention than it used to. There's been videos about it, articles about it. There's a Discord, there's a website. I definitely recommend, if you want to be able to play these games online, especially Splatoon 1, that's the big one for me. Like, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe exists, Smash Wii U Ultimate exists, and pretty much obsoletes Wii U in every way. But Splatoon 1 is still something that has never been replicated. Like, I like Splatoon 2 and 3, but Splatoon 1 is just something special. It's different, There's just something, for those of you that played the first game during its original life cycle in 2015, 2016, you will know that there's just something about that game that's just different. I definitely think it has the best maps in the series. That's definitely half of it. But even beyond the maps, I think there's just something about the first game that the second and third games just don't quite have. So being able to play that, and of course that game is basically an online game, right? Like, you don't need online to play Smash Wii U and Mario Kart 8 to its fullest. Those are basically optional extras. Splatoon is an online game. I mean, obviously there's the single player, but aside from the single player, the game is online. There is no local multiplayer. There's local multiplayer in 2 and 3. 2 and 3 have LAN, both over wireless and with actual proper LAN, but that's only in the second and third game. The first game is just online. It's either you play the campaign or you play the online. There's no local anything in the first game, so it's going to be the most affected by the online shutdown. But again, Pretendo is going to be a thing. I don't think they have Splatoon working just yet. They have a checklist on their website for, like, how much stuff they've gotten working or whatever. And there's not that much stuff yet. I know they're working on Smash Wii U, Mario Kart 8, and Splatoon 1, but it's still not there yet. It's still in its early days. But in time, you'll be able to resurrect online on all those old games, including Mario Maker. Mario Maker 1 is one that a lot of people care about. I never was really into Mario Maker. I mean, I have both Mario Maker 1 and 2, but I never really played them that much. So losing Mario Maker 1 isn't like a big deal to me, but I know it's been a big deal. I know there's been that whole movement in the Mario Maker community to like play every single level, and I believe they've done that now. I think just recently they cleared like the final like level. There was like an impossible level they had to do some tool assisted thing on to beat it or something. I don't know. I don't follow the Mario Maker community at all, but I know I've heard about like their quest over the last like 6 months to like, ever since the online was announced to be going away, to like, you know, play every single, you know, Mario Maker stage, you know. So that means they've probably played some of my old stages from back in the day, which aren't very good, but if you've somehow been, if anyone's been going back and they've somehow stumbled upon any of my old stages, then thanks for playing them, I guess, but they're not very good. From a long time ago. I never really did, I did work on stages in Mario Maker 2, but I never finished any of them, because my biggest problem with Mario Maker 2 is that it doesn't have the convenience of the Wii U original, because the Wii U original, you can have the gamepad, right? Mario Maker was designed around the gamepad, but of course on the Switch, you have two options. Either build with the controller, which is infinitely worse than using the touchscreen, in my opinion, or you use the touchscreen, but now you have to play in handheld mode. You can't play on the TV and use the touchscreen at the same time. So building levels in the second game was never really worth it to me, because I couldn't have that dual screen experience. So I didn't play it that much, which is a shame, because Mario Maker 2 adds a lot of cool new things, and there's a bunch of new styles, but yeah, I never played Mario Maker 2 for very long. Maybe I should go back and play it again. You know, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more people playing it now that the first game is going to basically be going away. So there's probably going to be a new rush to, like, you know, make new levels and port old levels, and, you know, port old levels over, you know, recreate levels from the original and the newer one, you know, and stuff. Yeah, Mario Maker 2 is a very odd game to me, because they ditched that game too soon. You got like 2 or 3 updates, and that was it, and I thought that was really strange. That game did not get as much support as it should have. That was a very weird case of, like, they abandoned that game like way too quickly. That game should have gotten at least like an extra year of updates before they canned it. I mean, obviously the game didn't go away, but like, you know, before they stopped like adding new stuff to it, it was like really weird the way they did that. Because I feel like, because Mario Maker 1 also got new stuff and updates, but I feel like it was more common. It was more like, happened more like every other month or every month or something for a while. But with Mario Maker 2, there was like 3 updates, and they were spread like months apart. It was like really weird. Because I know there was that Zelda update, and there was like the World update. I think there might have been 1 or 2 other minor updates. Like, I'm not saying that they didn't add anything in updates, but there wasn't as many as there was with the first game, which was kind of disappointing. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll remedy that when they inevitably make the 3rd game, because there's probably going to be a Mario Maker 3 on the Switch too, even though we really don't need another one. Like, we needed a Mario Maker 2, because there had to be a Mario Maker on a system that wasn't the Wii U, but do we need a Mario Maker 3? I mean, if they... Okay, you want to know what would be really cool, actually? I would love a Mario Maker that is a 3D Mario Maker. Like, you can make, like, you know, like Mario 64 and Mario Sunshine and Mario Galaxy levels. That'd be really cool. That'd be a lot more complex. That'd be a lot more work, obviously. But that would be, like, I would love to be able to play, like, custom Galaxy levels, especially. Now, obviously, that already exists. There's ROM hacks. It's not the right word, because it's an ISO, not a ROM. ROM hacks would be like something like Pokemon, but like, I have played a couple of Galaxy like mods. Like years ago, I streamed Neo Mario Galaxy. I know there's a bunch of others as well. I should probably play those, but it'd be cool to have like an official way to have like custom levels for like those early 3D games. Even though obviously unofficial ones exist. Because yeah, I played Neo Mario Galaxy, and I played Super Mario Sunshine, Sunshine Arcade 2, and that one was brutal. I remember that, like, I got stuck on, like, the Gelato Beach stage for, like, hours in that mod. But it was cool, though. It was cool to play something new in Sunshine. Even though it wasn't really, like, a proper, like, new world or anything. It was, like, a glorified challenge kind of pack. Based on existing assets, but it was still cool, though. Oh yeah, Twilight Princess Zelda. Yeah, that felt dated even in 2014. Obviously they fixed that with Ultimate. But, yeah, those old Brawl sound effects, yeah. In Ultimate, they, like, redid, like, a bunch of the sound effects. They're not all new, but a lot of them are, so, like, hearing, like, the Brawl sound effects is, like, kind of, like, but specifically in the menu. Like, I don't play Peach ever in any of the games, but, like, hearing that, like, that sound effect that I know is from Brawl is like, wow, it's a bit of a throwback. They probably still use that sound effect now, but I most associate that with Brawl more than any other game. You want to think, actually, it's going to be kind of interesting to see in the next Smash game and Mario Kart, and, like, all those big new Mario games are going to be getting next generation. What's going to happen with the voice? Because, of course, Charles Martinet has retired, and now we have Kevin Afghani as the new voice of Mario and Luigi and whatnot. But so far, he's only had one appearance, that being in Wonder, and I still haven't played Wonder. I have Wonder. I got it months ago. It's literally sitting on my desk. In fact, I'm holding the cartridge right now, and I still haven't played it. I've been really slow to play through my back catalog. I still have to play Wonder and Mario RPG. I started Spider-Man 2 a few weeks ago, but I haven't played it since. And we have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. We actually have that. It's sitting on the shelf. I haven't played that either. And then there's Persona 3 Reload, which is on Game Pass. I'm meaning to play that, but now we have the answer coming finally after, and it's free on Game Pass. So like maybe I should just wait until the answer comes out to play Reload. And it's just like I got plenty of games to play. I don't need to buy any new games right now. I have like 4 or 5 games I still need to play, and yet I'm not playing them. For some weird reason.
2, 1, go!
And despite that, next month, another game is going to be added to that backlog, because of course next month the Thousand Year Door remake comes out, and that is an obvious instant day one buy because it's the Thousand Year Door. It's one of my favorite games of all time. People have been wanting to see it come back for a very long time. And it's coming back with a full remake. Now I am worried that the original soundtrack is not going to be included. I really hope the original soundtrack is an option, because the original soundtrack is an absolute classic, and they didn't need to do a new soundtrack. They really didn't need to do a new soundtrack, but they did anyway, and I'm sure it'll be good. But the original soundtrack is always going to be the Thousand Year Door for me, so like I really hope, like Mario RPG, that they include the original soundtrack as an option. But unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like we're about like a month or so away. I feel like if it was in the game, we would know by now, but maybe they're just waiting until the last second, or maybe they won't even tell us, and we'll just find out in the previews that like, oh yeah, it's in the game. Because that's my only real worry with the game. The game graphically looks great. I'm not worried about that. Yeah, it's 30 FPS, that sucks, but I'm not surprised, because the other Paper Mario games of the last couple of generations have also, like, all of the games that use, like, the Color Splash engine are 30 FPS. Obviously, that is a bit of a downgrade. Yeah, that sucks, but hey, you can always play it on Ryujinx and play, like, a 60 FPS mod. But, yeah, but I'm not too worried about that, because it is a turn-based game. Although, it's a turn-based game in the same way that, like, the older Final Fantasies are turn-based, where, like, it's not literally press the button and you do the move. There's also like you know, live input stuff in the like the early Paper Mario games, right? Like when you gotta time your jumps and stuff, right? So that might be affected by the frame rate. So that is going to be a downgrade. I will definitely not deny that. I wish it was 60 FPS, but I also don't think that's going to kill the game. The main thing I'm concerned about is the soundtrack. Like, I can survive playing that game at 30 FPS, but not having the original soundtrack... I mean, I'm going to play it one way or another. I'm sure the new soundtrack will be cool, but it's never going to replace the original for me. It just never will. The original soundtrack is always going to be the soundtrack to that game. So I really hope that it's an option, but I worry it's not going to be there and we're going to have to mod it in. And obviously people are going to mod it in. Like, I guarantee you, on Game Banana, one of the first things people are going to ask for is, when is someone going to make the OG soundtrack mod? You know that someone is going to make that. So it's not like if you don't... So it's not like it won't be possible. It absolutely will. There will be mods for it, but there shouldn't have to be a mod for the original soundtrack, for at least in my opinion. Mario RPG had it. Why can't this game? I get it, that game was Yoko Shimomura. That's a bigger name and a bigger deal to people, but like no one knows or cares about any of the people that made the Thousand Year Door soundtrack, but everyone knows the Thousand Year Door soundtrack is awesome. And I know I'm definitely biased in saying that, but I stand by it. That soundtrack still holds up. I still listen to it every now and then. And that's why I want to be able to use that soundtrack in the remake. But again, I think it might not be there. And again, mods will exist. And for what it's worth, even if the soundtrack is there, I'm still going to play with the new soundtrack first. Obviously, I mean, it's a remake. I'm going to play with the new soundtrack just to see what the new soundtrack is like. But I really still hope it's an option, the original soundtrack. But anyway, that's a whole other thing. But anyway, so yeah, like... Yeah, my plan is to, like, clear out some of the backlog before the Thousand Year Door comes out, you know? So this is gonna probably be our last match here in Smash 4. Alrighty then, so we ended on a high note. Actually, we might be able to do one more match. We might do one more match, actually. It's still 257. We can cram in probably one more match. So we'll do one more match, and then we'll hop over to Splatoon 1 for the final hour. So who's going to be our final character? Who's going to be the final character? I guess we'll go ahead and go back to Cloud, but this time we'll do the Advent Children version. So here we go. Final match in Smash Wii U Online. For me, at least.
3, 2, 1, go!
Fighting up against the same Charizard again. not doing well right now. Okay, that was not... So... You want to know something that I don't know if this is a hot take or not. I don't think people care enough about this for this to be a hot take. But you want to know something about Smash 4 I honestly prefer over Ultimate? I like the way the Omega forms look in this game better than the way they do in Ultimate. Now, I get why they look the way they do in Ultimate, because they're consistent with FD. That's the entire point. I get that. I understand why they all look the same. I get that. But personally, I much preferred it in this game where it wasn't just like a floating platform. They like actually had it like blend to the stage in a way that made it feel like natural and not just like they took FD or Battlefield and had it and they just changed the background, you know? If that makes any sense? I don't know. I get why they did it the way they did. And I get that for competitive play, having a consistent Omega or Battlefield form is better or whatever, but personally I preferred it when all of the Omega forms were like slightly different. Like some of them were longer, some of them were shorter, some of them were taller, some of them were... Yeah, I liked that. I liked the variety, how they all looked like different. They weren't all copy-paste with a different background. I personally preferred that more. Even if I get why they didn't do that for Ultimate, especially because they had the Battlefield forms. So, like, that would have made it more complicated. So, I get it. I get why they did it the way they did, but I personally preferred the Smash 4 way of doing Omega forms. But, yeah, that's just me, obviously. But I get why they did it the way they did in Ultimate. Okay, that's the end. It's now 3 p.m. We are now in the final gambit, and now the time is slightly off. I need to add the extra zeros in there, probably. Alrighty then, so we're going to hop over to Splatoon 1 for the final gambit here. Why can't I... What? Okay. Here we go. And this is the big one. Again, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe exists. Is better than the original in literally every single way. There's no reason to go back to the original, especially now that the online is going away. Because before you could have been like, oh yeah, but free online, because of course NSO is paid. Well, now that that's going away, at least officially, again, Pretendo and all that stuff, but officially it's going away. So, yeah, so, but now we're going to switch over to the gamepad, of course. Software update. Again, they did like a random like security update like a year or two ago for a bunch of old Wii U and 3DS games that I obviously never installed. Oh man, yeah, this gamepad is dusty. Oh yeah, this boot screen, man, this boot screen is nostalgic, especially that little tune they're playing right now. Oh man, I haven't seen this screen in a long time. Yeah, the good old days of Splatoon 1. Again, I like 2 and 3. I still play 3, actually. I haven't abandoned it. I still play it. But there's something about the first game. There's just if you were there when it came out, you will understand how it was. There's just something about the first game that the second and third just don't quite capture. So this is going to be the biggest loss by far of the 3 big online of the games. I think this is the biggest loss personally, because there's just something about this game that plays in a way that just is so good that the other game again isn't quite the same. Yeah, it's the last time you're going to see patch notes for this game. Bluefin Depot, that's in Splatoon 3 now. Walleye Warehouse, it's a classic. Now, one thing that is annoying, and this is something that I used to not really mind all that much. Oh, wow. Here it is. Now, granted, I could say, wow, look, Inkopolis Plaza. But the thing is, Inkopolis Plaza is in Splatoon 3 now, so it's not like it's been forever since people have seen it. It really hasn't been that long. Oh wow, there's stuff I still haven't bought yet? Well, I better buy it now while I still can, because it's about to not... I won't be able to buy it anymore after this. Yeah, what's gonna happen? Like, what will I even be able to do in this game after this point? I don't even know. Oh man, it's been so long. Oh boy. This game is very jagged. This game is 720p and with no anti-aliasing, and it shows. Oh, this absolute classic menu theme. Best menu theme of the games by far. Again, I know I'm biased in saying that. I know I've been kind of gushing about Splatoon 1 here, but Splatoon 1 really is something special. At least to me. And I know I'm not the only one. I've definitely seen people out there that are like, yeah, you know, I like 2 and 3, but like 1 is... There's just something about 1. Something about that first game where everything just kind of lined up for it. I think the music is definitely a part of that. The gameplay is a big part of it, but the music, like, I think Splatoon 1 has the best, like, the Splatoon soundtrack is something that it definitely is, like, you either like it or you don't. The style of soundtrack is one that I think a lot of people do not like, and I totally get that. And I'm not the biggest fan of it all the time either, but when the Splatoon soundtrack is good, it's pretty good, and I think the first game has the best soundtrack by far. There's not a single track in this game I don't like. I like every single track. The menu themes, the lobby themes, the music in the actual game itself, the final battle theme, you know, Calamari is of course an absolute classic. It's still talked about to this day. And I think for our final bout here on what I think is the most important game on the Wii U that's going to be effectively obsolete after this, we're going to go with what was my main for so many years, the 52 Gal Deco. That was my main during Splatoon 1. Now, unfortunately, this is a problem that didn't bug me back then, and it didn't really bug me until Splatoon 3, but it really is annoying how, like, you're stuck with only a couple of stages every couple of hours. That didn't used to bother me, but the more time has gone on, the more that's, like, really bugged me, because... Like, there have been times where I've played Splatoon, but, like, I don't want to play the same 2 or 4 maps for, like, 2 hours. Like, why can't it just rotate through all the maps like any other game would? The classic intro right there. I need to line up that countdown clock. It's not correct. It's got... Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, wow. I'm so not used to the sensitivity. Now, one of the things that makes Splatoon 1, like, the best feeling game in the series, in my opinion, is the gamepad. Now, obviously, this game is designed around the gamepad. In fact, you literally cannot play this game without the gamepad, at least not really. There is that pseudo-local multiplayer mode that's not really a local multiplayer mode. It's like a tacked-on side feature, basically. But aside from that, you need to use the gamepad. And the motion controls in this game are the best of any game in the series, because for some reason, I genuinely don't know if it's a limitation or something they did on purpose, but this game is super responsive. You turn the gamepad, it moves instantly. It's amazing. But in 2 and 3, even on a Switch Pro controller, there's like this slight delay to turning that just like, I mean, you get used to it after a while and it doesn't really matter anymore. But when you go back to this game, it's like, wow, this game is like, the motion controls in this game are just more responsive for some reason. I don't know why they're less responsive in 2 and 3. I really don't get it. There's no way that it's a pro controller limitation. I feel like it's got to be something on purpose. And yes, I've tried messing with the like settings to try and get it closer to what I'd want. I've never really been able to get it there. So as far as I know, yeah, it's just like slower. The motion controls are less responsive in 2 and 3 for some reason, but in this game they're super smooth, super responsive. You can turn instantly, no lag whatsoever. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, the classic soundtrack. It might be weird to some people that I'm calling the Splatoon 1 soundtrack classic, but to those of us that have been with this series since day one, this is now very much a classic soundtrack. Like, every time we hear it, it's like, oh yeah, the good old days of Splatoon 1. You know? Oh yeah, the days of the gamepad where you had to like click on the gamepad for the ink. Yeah. I remember there was a time, like, for like, I think half of Splatoon 2, for like half of Splatoon 2's life cycle, I didn't even bother to like use like the mini map because it wasn't as easy as it was. Because on the Wii U, right, you just look down on the screen and press the button, or you look down on the screen and you press the person you want to teleport to. But on the Switch games, you have to like open up that menu, and it's not like it's hard to use or anything. It's totally fine. And obviously there's no gamepad, so it's not like they had a choice, but, I don't know, I used to prefer the way, the gamepad method as being faster for a while, although I've gotten used to it, obviously. But ironically, now I'm so used to bringing up that menu in 2 and 3 that now going back to this, it's throwing me off. I have to look at the gamepad. 50 minutes, let me try, why is that on? That's a lot of zeros. That's a lot of zeros. Dang it. I don't think I can line it up correctly. Maybe we just leave it like that. That feels really, like, unnecessary to have all those zeros in there. That's a lot of unnecessary zeros. But I might not have a choice there. The OG lobby music, man. There were a lot of Japanese players on Splatoon 1. In 2 and 3, they weren't nearly as common, but I remember in Splatoon 1, there were so many Japanese players, like, in this game, especially in ranked mode, and, like, if you were, like, okay, like, I'm sure everyone's seen, like, those memes that have been around for a long time now, like, you know, like, everything's going great until, like, you know, it's, like, some, like, Chinese, like, character name enters the game or whatever, like, that's... Like, that is unironically what it was in Splatoon 1. If you went up against a Japanese lobby, you basically just lost. At least that's how it was for me. Like, there would be so many times where it would be, like, a bunch of, like, Western people, and then it would be against a Japanese team, and we would get destroyed in ranked mode, no matter the mode, almost every time. At least that's how I remember it. Also, it's kind of funny how we're actually using the Splatoon 2 colors right now. Although this stage is in Splatoon 2. You know what? I don't follow the Splatoon community whatsoever. I never have. Don't have any interest in it. But the impression I've gotten is that people don't like Moray Towers. And, like, I kind of get why, but, like, I don't know. I kind of disagree. I like Moray Towers. I'm not saying it's the best... It's not the best map in Splatoon 1 or 2, but, like, I like this. I've always liked this, this stage, because this map stage. I keep calling things stages because I'm so used to Smash, but, like, it's map, not stage. Or maybe it is stage in Splatoon, I don't know. It's been a long time. Oh, dang it. But I like this stage because it has a unique layout, right? Like, no other stage in the entire series is like this, right? You know, climbing up and down both sides the way that you do is something that's just not in any of the other games. I mean, obviously, this map is in Splatoon 2, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's no other map in the series like this. And I think I appreciate a Splatoon map being unique a lot more than I used to, because, I mean, again, I don't follow the Splatoon community, like, at all, but one thing I definitely have heard, at least when the game first came out, and I'm sure it's probably still the case now, is that, like, a lot of the maps in Splatoon 3 kind of have the same layout, or as the stereotype has kind of been, a Tetris block, which, funny enough, I basically deduced myself long before I saw people talk about it. Like, I remember when I played the Splatoon 3 Global Test Fire, or the Splatfest Premiere, or whatever it was called, and we played on the remade version of My Resort. And for those of you that don't know, My Resort is my favorite map in the entire series. I absolutely love My Resort. So, of course, I was thrilled that they brought it back in 3. The problem is they completely changed the layout. Well, maybe not completely, but they changed it substantially to the point that it's basically a new stage. And for what it's worth, I still think it's good. I still think that it's good, which might be a bit of a hot take. I still think it's good in Splatoon 3, but it's definitely not as good as it was in the first game. I think in the first game, it's like an S-tier stage. Again, there's some bias in that, I'll admit. It's probably realistically more of an A tier, but it's my favorite, so it kind of gets S by default. It probably isn't really as good as I make it out to be, but I just really like that stage. And they took what in my mind was like an S A tier stage and they knocked it down to like a B minus. I still think it's good. And they have improved it over time, because I know they did an because like one thing that the Splatoon games have always done, even in the first game, is that they would update some levels and tracks to like make them, to like change their layouts. And I remember when they first did that with Urchin Underpass, like you can still play the original version of Urchin Underpass from day one in that local multiplayer thing that's not really local multiplayer. Obviously if you play the online, well, then you'll get the newer version that they did like a few months later. Oh yeah, the Squid Girl skin. I remember that being a big deal when that came out. I'm kind of surprised they never brought that one back. I know people to this day that still want them to bring back. I know I've seen people that to this day are like, yeah, they should bring back the Squid Girl outfit. Because that was like a crossover they did with like the anime at the time or whatever. And of course, you know, Splatoon is squids, so they had that whole thing. At first it was a Japan exclusive, but they put it out in the West later, I remember. Now, one thing that, again, this is something that, like, kind of baffles me, that, like, but, how is Urchin Underpass not in a newer game yet? Urchin Underpass is the OG Splatoon stage. It's the most, at least to us Splatoon 1 players, it's the most iconic stage in the franchise. Because it's the first stage we ever saw. Way back when they first announced the game at E3 2014, that was the first stage we ever saw, was Urchin Underpass. And it was a very iconic, memorable stage. They used it in a lot of marketing and promo material. And it's you know, it's the OG. It's the original Splatoon map. And even though they put it in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe in the battle mode, they didn't put it in Splatoon 2. Or 3. Now, of course, 3 isn't over yet. There's still a few more updates to go until we hit September, which is the 2-year anniversary. And they said they were gonna do 2 years of updates, at least 2 years of like content updates. I mean, they'll keep doing balance patches, because they were doing balance patches for Splatoon 2 long after they stopped doing new content for that game. In fact, the last update that like changed balance stuff for Splatoon 2 happened in 2021, so they'll probably still patch Splatoon 3 up until the new game, up until the inevitable 4 comes out on the Switch 2 at some point. They'll probably keep doing like balance patches up until that point at least, but content updates, we don't have that many content updates left. I mean, obviously Side Order came out not too long ago, which I did beat, by the way. I did a stream on it when it came out, but it wasn't really working out, so I decided to can it, and I unlisted it and whatever, and I deleted it. And I rarely delete stuff. I very rarely delete stuff. But that was a stream that... Actually, no, I didn't delete it. I don't think I deleted it. I think I just unlisted it. But yeah, I unlisted it because I wasn't really happy with how it turned out. So I just played it on my own, and I got through it. I just played it on my own, yeah, you know, Side Order is out. You know, we are at a point now where, like, there's probably only going to be a couple more stages added at this point. I hope that Urchin Underpass is one of them. I don't think it will at this point. I think that they're not doing that. I think if they were going to do it, they would have done it by now. I mean, maybe they can do it as, like, a farewell. Like, maybe that could be, like, the final stage. Just kind of like, you know, that can be the end of an era. Like, hey, we're going to end Splatoon 3 on the stage that started it all. And they'll probably change the layout. Maybe. So here's the thing about the Splatoon 1 maps. Oh wow, yeah, everyone has the exact same. Yeah, I'm so used to Splatoon 3 where like you have like the custom emotes. But in the first game, everyone has the same emote. Okay, so let's go ahead and Rainmaker. Okay, I really like Rainmaker in the first game. I don't like Rainmaker as much in the other two. I've definitely, it's definitely grown on me, but Rainmaker in the first game I like because you just get a giant tornado of ink as opposed to like the ball that they have in the newer ones. Man, watch me rank down. That'd be really awkward if I rank down to like B+. I remember ranking up in this game was like brutal. Like in the other two games, it's like a lot easier, but like in this game, like you really had to earn like your rank and you could get shot down very quickly. But that, again, that may just be, you know, my rose-tinted glasses talking there, remembering it being harder than it actually was. Here, so... But, yeah. Yeah, I really liked Rainmaker in this game, at least. It's grown on me on the newer ones, but I definitely like it the most in this game. Oh man, I'm gonna be so out of my element because I haven't played Splatoon 1, you know, like on a regular basis in such a long time. I'm probably like come on, teleport, teleport, teleport. You know, I remember years ago, people talking about what if they ported Splatoon 1 to the Switch. And at the time, I was like, that'd be cool, but like, that's kind of unnecessary. They could just port all of the Splatoon 1 stages to 2 and 3, and then we'd be like, fine. But honestly, obviously now with the online going away, I'm kind of like, you know, maybe having a Splatoon 1 port isn't insane. I still don't think we need it, because again, Pretendo exists. There's gonna be a way to play this game online in the future. But it would be cool to have, like, an official way to play it again, and at a higher resolution. I doubt they're ever gonna port Splatoon 1, though. At least not for a long time. Because Splatoon is an online multiplayer game, basically, and those games don't tend to get remastered nearly as much as single-player games do. And this applies across the industry, whether it's, you know, it could be Nintendo or Sony or Microsoft or Activision or whatever, right? I feel like the multiplayer games don't get remastered nearly as much as the single-player ones do. I mean, Nintendo has never remastered or re-released any of the Smash games. They've never re-released any of the Mario Kart games outside of Deluxe. Deluxe is the obvious exception, but that's because, you know, the Wii U was a failure. So that was an obvious exception. And what's funny is I do remember the days where people were debating, does Mario Kart 8 Deluxe existing mean that we're not going to get a real Mario Kart on the Switch? And I think at the time I was like, nah, we'll probably still get one. We'll just have to wait a few more years. Well, obviously that aged insanely poorly. I think by the time we got to like 2020, 2021, we were at a point where it was like, okay, we're not only not getting any real DLC, that also aged poorly, by the way. We're not getting anything. Like, Deluxe is it. That is the Switch game. Which, to all the people that, you know, didn't have a Wii U, you know, which is most people, that may not have been a big deal. But to those of us that had a Wii U in 2014 and bought Mario Kart 8 when it first came out, and played it for years, you know, it's kind of like, okay, now basically we have to wait until next generation. And we've seen that pan out. I mean, it's 2024. Next month, Mario Kart 8 turns 10 years old. 10 years old. That is how old the game is now. Now, granted, we got the Booster Course Pass, and that did a lot of help to, like, satiate our desires for new Mario Kart stuff. I'll admit, I'm not dying for new Mario Kart content as much as I used to, because the Booster Course Pass did exactly what it set out to do. In 2022, when it was first announced, I said the reason why the Booster Course Pass exists is to hold us over, to give us something. Obviously, the Booster Course Pass wasn't perfect. It obviously is it's a graphical downgrade, and we all know it. But it was something. It was something to. It was something to satiate our Mario Kart desires for something new that wasn't a mobile game. And you know what? The graphics were not as good as they should have been. Even later on, they still weren't as good as they should have been. But it did its job. It was more Mario Kart content, and you know what? It did its job. But because of that, now I'm not dying for Mario Kart 9 as much. Now, obviously, do I want Mario Kart? Of course I do. Everyone wants Mario Kart 9. Again, Mario Kart 8's 10 years old, even with the Booster Course Pass stuff. So, we want a new game. It's time for a new game. That's been very established at this point. Mario Kart 8 is Nintendo's GTA 5, or it's been around for so long that people have just gotten to the point where it's like, can we please have a new game already? You want to know what's kind of insane? GTA 6 got announced before a new Mario Kart. And GTA 5 is older than Mario Kart 8. Not by a ton. GTA 5 came out in September of 2013 on the 360 and PS3. And Mario Kart 8 came out in May of 2014 on the Wii U. So it's not a gargantuan difference. It's, it's a couple of months. It's like, 6-7 months. That's not nothing. That's a noticeable amount of time, but it's not like years. Wow, we just got absolutely destroyed immediately. Okay, I'm gonna try and recenter that. Only one loss? Well, that's good. I'm gonna try and line this up. Not that anyone's complaining about it, but I want it lined up, dang it. 665. Trying to line this up is really hard because the numbers keep changing. Not that it really matters that much, but... yeah, Walleye Warehouse is not one of the original maps. The original Splatoon maps are Urchin Underpass, Walleye Warehouse, Arowana Mall, Splat Spray Rig, and... what's the other one? There's one other one I'm forgetting. Blackbelly Skate Park. Those are the 5 OG launch maps from May of 2015. Urchin Underpass, as I've said, is only in this game. It is still yet to be released from the prison that is the Wii U hardware. Then we have Arowana Mall, that's in Splatoon 2. Blackbelly Skate Park, that's in Splatoon 2. Salt Spray Rig, only in Splatoon 1. And Walleye Warehouse is in Splatoon 2. So, like, 3 out of the 5 are in Splatoon 2. So that's better than nothing, but they definitely need to get those 2 stages in one of the newer games. Like, they really should. Like, no one really talks about no one really talks about I can't say the name. No one really talks about that stage all that much. It's a classic. It has nostalgia value, so I want to see it come back for that reason. I think Urchin Underpass is a better stage than Salt Spray Rig probably is, but, like, I still want both of them back because they're classics, right? They're OGs. They deserve to be in a modern game that people can actually play. Because, 2 and 3 are on the Switch, and everyone on planet Earth, well, not everyone, but, the Switch, obviously, I mean, I don't have to tell you how much more insanely successful the Switch has been compared to the Wii U, right? The Wii U, all 12 of us that bought a Wii U, right? 13 million units. The Switch is like 133 million units, or whatever insane number it's up to now. There's been talk of, like, will it beat the PS2? I'm not sure it will, because Switch sales, while they're not falling off a cliff by any means, the Switch is still selling. it's not selling as well as it used to. Shocker, a 7-year-old console is not selling as well as it used to. I know, you're all surprised. But it's still selling okay. You know, the Switch is still selling okay. People are still buying Switches, even though at this point, I kind of feel like, you know, if you haven't bought a Switch at this point, you're not gonna buy one. So like everyone that wanted a Switch has a Switch at this point. So the only people buying Switches at this point are probably like people that are buying extra Switches, like, hey, maybe they got a kid, maybe they got a brother or a sister, maybe they want to have a Switch for home and a Switch on the go, you know, even though the Switch is already an on-the-go console, but like maybe they want to have two for some, you know, those are probably the reasons why the Switch is still selling at this point. It's not people buying their first Switch, it's people buying their second or third Switches for siblings or you know, or gifts for other people, or you know, or just to have it, or, you know, stuff like that. That's probably most of the people buying Switches at this stage in the game. Because again, we're 7 years in. If you haven't bought a Switch for yourself at this point, you're not buying one. Nothing is going to convince you to buy one at this point if you haven't bought one. The console is on its way out. I mean, we don't know that officially, but we all know that the Switch's days are numbered. It has like a year in front of it left. Now, of course, this gets into the conversation of, is the Switch 2 coming out in November, or is the Switch 2 coming out in March of 2025? Personally, I think 2024 is still possible. I will admit, it's more unlikely than it was a while ago, but I think it's still possible, because you have to remember, Sony announced, well, okay, Sony didn't announce it, but you know, Sony had their big PlayStation 5 event in June of 2020, and it came out in November. And Nintendo revealed the original Switch in October of 2016, and it came out in March. That's like a 5-month gap. So what's stopping them from announcing the console in like June and having it come out in November? They can totally do that. There is nothing stopping them, and that's a totally reasonable time frame. But I get it. The longer the year goes by and nothing happens, it makes, like, obviously the longer time goes by and nothing happens, people are just naturally going to assume that it's not happening. Now, I know Ethan, he believes that it's 2025 at this point. He feels like if they're going to announce it for this year, they would have already. And fair enough. I still think it's possible. It's less likely than it was a month or two ago. But I still think it's possible for them to announce the console in like June or July and have it come out in November. I think that's totally something they can do. They can have the reveal trailer with all their fancy marketing shots and whatever with people walking around. You know, probably, you know, like a successor to the original reveal trailer of the Switch. They can have that like little 2-minute trailer. They can have that be in June, and then they can have like their big Switch 2 event in like July or August, and then the console can come out in like November, October. They can totally do that. They can totally do that. I don't see why they can't do that still. They totally can. It's just a matter of will they. And it's kind of like, well, I could see them waiting until May. Not May, March. March, not May. And obviously there have been rumors that they've pushed back, the rumors, and of course rumors are rumors, but the rumors were that the Switch 2 was planned for a September or November launch this year, but they pushed it back because they wanted to polish their launch lineup some more. And you know what? That's a fair enough reason in my opinion, because let's be real here. There is absolutely no point whatsoever launching a Nintendo console if there is not at least one first-party title. Right? Like, people complained about the Series X not launching with any first-party games, but a Nintendo system launching without a first-party game is suicide, because there is no reason to buy the hardware if there's not a first-party game, because Nintendo hardware lives and dies by first-party. That's the only thing that matters. Everyone that bought a Wii U, like myself, bought one because we wanted to play first-party games, and that was it. If there was anything else, that was a bonus, but that we bought it for the first party. Same for the Switch. Now, the Switch has way more third-party support than the Wii U did, but it still doesn't have all the big games, of course, because it's really underpowered. Especially now. You know, it was already underpowered in 2017, but now with the Steam Deck and the ROG Ally and, of course, the PS5 and the Series X, I mean, again, it's time for a replacement. Everyone pretty much agrees that it's time for a replacement. It's just a matter of when the replacement is going to happen. Got 25 minutes left on the clock there. Yeah, we all just died right here. But, so here's what I will say, and again, I'll talk about this whenever I get around to finally putting up the obligatory Switch 2 video that I am legally mandated as a de facto Nintendo channel to make. I have been working on it. I do have a script, I do have bullet points, but it's been slow working, and I'm kind of worried at this point that I'm going to be so slow to make it that by the time I'm ready to make it, they'll just announce the dang thing, and then it won't even matter anymore. Or maybe it can just be a discussion. I don't know. I'd like it to be a real video, because I haven't done a real video in like 2 years. We are long overdue for a properly edited video that's not just a discussion or a stream or a video highlight. We are long overdue for that, and I need to do more of those. But the problem is it's scripting. That's the main holdup. It's not the editing. Editing those videos is easy. It's getting the script. Getting the scripts where I want them to be for videos like that, like, takes a long time. But I've tried doing them without scripts, and it just doesn't work as well. So it's like I have to script them, but making scripts is also kind of annoying. So it's like, I don't know. There's gonna be a Switch 2 video of some kind at some point, though. I can say that pretty definitively. Whether it's a properly edited video or a discussion video or whatever, we're gonna talk about the Switch 2 at some point. We have to. Again, as a de facto Nintendo channel, I basically am legally required by YouTube law to do at least a couple of videos on the Switch 2, right? It's just, you're a Nintendo channel. You have to talk about the Switch 2. You're mandated by law. It's not that I don't want to do one. I do. It's just that, like... At the same time, I'm kind of running into the problem of, like, what can I possibly add that hasn't already been said? If you're wondering one of the reasons I haven't done as many videos in the last few years, it's because one of the reasons why, aside from just laziness is the main reason. I'm not going to make two bones about that. The main reason there hasn't been that many videos lately is because I'm just lazy. There, I said it. I said the quiet part out loud. I mean that, though. Like, I seriously, like, I'll mess with Vegas. I'll mess with editing. It's not that I don't ever not think about that stuff or mess with that stuff, but actually, like, making those videos, I'm just like, I don't really feel like making it. I don't feel like finishing the script. I don't feel like recording the voiceovers. And it's like, that's why it hasn't happened. I need to change that, obviously. I need to actually work on that stuff some more. But for what it's worth, there hasn't been that much stuff for me to talk about to justify a video like that. But obviously that's about to change with the Switch 2 and speculation for upcoming games, because at this point all of the upcoming games are going to be on the Switch 2. Again, we have the Thousand Year Door, we have the Luigi's Mansion port, and Prime 4 is supposedly still coming out on the Switch. But aside from that, the Switch is basically done as far as major tentpole releases. I think Tears of the Kingdom was the last, like, big tentpole release. maybe Mario Wonder. But Mario Wonder is a 2D game, so it doesn't have the same pedigree as like an Odyssey would, in my opinion. Hence why I didn't get Odyssey day one, because I'm like, oh, I'll get this later. And I did. I did get it a few months later anyway, but I wasn't dying to play that game day one. You know, I mean, I wanted to play it. I still want to play it, despite the fact that I've had it sitting on my front desk here for 4 months, and I still haven't played it. But I do want to play it eventually, and I will. But it's just 2D Mario is not as important to me as 3D Mario. Even though Wonder kind of breaks away from the New Super Mario Bros. Style and all that, but anyways. 21 minutes left. It's a shame we're not going to be able to play on Urchin Underpass. Would have been really cool if we could play on that, but oh well. Now, one thing about Splatoon 1 that is definitely not better than 2 and 3 is the frame rate. So obviously this game targets 60 FPS. As you have probably seen, and I'm sure the stream is not helping with this, but as you have probably noticed, it does not hit 60 FPS all the time. It's 60 FPS most of the time, but there are definitely noticeable dips that happen when there's a lot of stuff on screen. By comparison, Splatoon 2 is rock solid. Splatoon 2 has been rock solid 60 FPS, never wavers no matter how much is on the screen. And then Splatoon 3 is kind of in the middle, where it's not as solid as Splatoon 2, but it's still a lot more solid than Splatoon 1 is. Now, it probably also helps that I run my Switch overclocked. So that probably helps smooth out the frame rate a little bit more in Splatoon 3. So for the most part, it runs at 60. But there are times in Splatoon 3 even where it will dip a little bit, but it's nowhere near as obvious as it is in this game. Where in this game, you can tell that the Wii U struggles sometimes. It dips to like, of course I don't have frame rate metrics. I'm not Digital Foundry with their like real-time analyzer or whatever. Actually, is it real-time or is it recorded? I don't know, it's been a long time. I know that Digital Foundry a long time ago put out a video that's like how we analyze game footage, but it's from like 2015, so I don't know how accurate it is anymore. But you know, Digital Foundry has their like custom software, and there's other like software that like imitates it that other channels use as well. I mean, maybe try some of that. That'd be kind of cool. Like if I could have a frame rate counter in the corner and like streams and stuff. Although I'm not sure if it's possible in real time or if it has to be recorded footage, but I think for Digital Foundry at least, it's all recorded footage that they analyze, not a real-time counter. Okay, this is a bit of a throwback, but remember the Project Scorpio dev kits, which is the original name for the Xbox One X? Remember how those dev kits had a frame rate counter on them? And people were like asking for them to like keep the frame rate counter in the final version? That would have been kind of neat, but would have probably been a bad idea. That is something that would be really cool for the consoles to add, though. Like, just like a frame rate counter. You know, if PC can have a frame rate counter in the corner, why not consoles? Like, obviously, it wouldn't be a game-specific thing. It'd be like a OS-specific thing, like in the PlayStation or Xbox settings. You have a thing that's like, you know, turn on the frame rate counter, and they throw it in the corner, and, you know, that'd be cool, right? I think that'd be cool to have a frame rate counter on consoles. And like, you know, you can throw it in the corner like you do on PC. They're never gonna do it, probably, but it'd be cool. It would make analyzing console games easier, you know? I mean, I'm sure Digital Foundry would still use their tools for a more accurate readout. But it'd be cool for, like, casual users if, you know, we wanted to, like, you know, measure the frame rate ourselves and not have to go off of, like, what we feel, you know, to be able to have a real live frame rate counter. Now, the closest thing to a real live frame rate counter on consoles would be if you have a VRR display. Some VRR displays, you can actually look at a frame rate counter, which is cool, but that doesn't really help for most people. And there are a couple of console games that do have a frame rate counter. Like, for example, Fortnite on PS5 and Xbox, you can turn on a frame rate counter, which is cool. It's like the only game I know of that has it, but it does have it. 16 minutes. 16 minutes till the end. Yeah, honestly, Splatoon 1 on Switch or Switch 2 actually would be pretty neat. I still don't think we need it, but obviously, especially now with the online going away, yeah. It'd be cool. I wouldn't say no to it. I mean, would I get it? I mean, yes, of course I'd get it. Even though it would probably be full price as usual, of course. One of the classic issues that Nintendo has had. I wouldn't even say forever, but I mean, okay, I'm sure for a long time, but like, I feel like the whole everything staying $60 for everything forever, I think that was a problem that I feel like really became obvious with the Wii U. Sorry, with the, not the Wii U, the Switch. I feel like starting with the Switch era, that's really when the games stay full price forever for no good reason. That's when that started. Case in point. You can buy Horizon Zero Dawn on PS4 and PS5 right now with all the DLC for like 20 bucks. I think. Maybe that's changed, but I think that's the case. Breath of the Wild came out around the same time. Also has DLC. And the game is still $60. It should have been a Nintendo Select years ago, but it isn't. Which brings us to another problem that the Switch has that isn't talked about too much. That has nothing to do with the hardware itself or even software features. The lack of Nintendo Selects, I think, have been felt a lot this generation, because there have been a lot of games that people might be interested in, but are not gonna pay full price for. Like, would I pay 20 bucks to play Kirby Star Allies? Yeah. Am I gonna pay 60 bucks for it? Heck no. Like, those, like, lower-tier games that even at the time people didn't think were worth full price, if those were $20 Nintendo Selects now, I'd be all over them. I'd totally buy a bunch of those, but not at full price. That is a problem that I think they need to, that, like, Nintendo has had for the entire generation, is they've been under this assumption that, like, every single game they put out is worth full price. And look, as a big Nintendo fan, they are not all worth full price. They really aren't. The big games are, you know, your Mario Karts, your Smashes, your Splatoons, your 3D Zeldas, 3D Marios, you know, your Xenoblades, you know, your big tentpole titles or titles that are like, or your RPG titles, you know, like your Xenoblades. Like, those games are obviously worth full price. But your Mario Sports, your Switch Sports, your Yoshi's Crafted World, your Kirby Star Allies, your ARMS, those are games that are almost universally considered to not be worth $60. Maybe even $40, depending on who you ask. But definitely not $60. If they were like half the price they are, I think that a lot more people would give them a shot. But they're not. They're full price a lot of the time. Not all the time. I think there is a bit of a stereotype that they literally never do sales. They do sales. But the reason why people say they don't do sales is because the sales aren't discounted by enough for people to care. Like, most of the sales I've seen go down as low as like 45, 40 bucks. Sometimes they go as low as 50, but so like 30 bucks for a game. But that's rare. They tend to never dip below 40 bucks. They never approach, like, there's never been a deep sale. There's never been a, hey, go buy Breath of the Wild for like 20, 25 bucks. That's never happened. Even though at this stage in the game, it really should have happened by now. And it hasn't. Especially because most of the people that want Breath of the Wild at this point have already bought it. So, like, what's the point of keeping it full price? I don't know. They need to bring back Nintendo Selects. We should have had Nintendo Selects a few years ago. In fact, one thing that I've been saying for years, and I will keep saying it till the end of time, they had a perfectly good opportunity with Min Min to put out ARMS as a Nintendo Select, and they didn't. Because ARMS is a game that came out early on in the generation. Most people didn't play it because it wasn't considered worth full price. And as someone that does own the game, it's not worth full price. At least in my opinion, it isn't. It's a neat little game, but it's definitely a 30 bucks at most experience, in my opinion. And for what it's worth, I actually got it, ironically, on a sale many years ago for I think maybe like 35, 40 bucks. And for what it's worth at the time, I thought that was okay. But now, I definitely think it should be. That game is prime $20 Nintendo Select material. And they could have totally taken advantage of that when Min Min came out. Because people basically forgot about ARMS until Min Min happened in Smash. So they totally could have taken advantage of that opportunity. And totally could have been like, hey, you can play the game Min Min is from right now for 20 bucks. I think a lot of people would have jumped on that. They would have been like, hey, 20 bucks? Sure, why not? But they didn't. Missed opportunity right there. Ooh, 10 minutes left. It's almost over. Oh man, are we about to drop below? Are we about to drop below A in our last minutes here? That would be really awkward. I really hope we don't. I really don't want to dip below in our final minute. If we lose this next match, I might legitimately go back to Turf War. I don't want to dip below A. I want to stay A. I want to end this era. I want to end the 9-year legacy of this game on A. I don't want to dip below A, but we'll see. We only have a couple of matches left. We have probably like 3 or 4 matches left. I'm not trying to retreat! Oh, dang it. And I haven't seen that don't retreat message in probably like 5+ years. Oh god, they're all cramming through in this one spot. They're at 22. I wasn't even paying attention to the distance. Oh, man. You can see the frame rate drop right there. I know I mentioned that this game, you know, is not stable all the time. Like, right now it's 60, but the second we get over there, it's probably going to drop. At least I shot that off in time. I'm probably gonna switch over to Turf War after this. I want to stay on A until the very end. Thank you very much. And that clock, man, it's getting there. We might legit only... I think we're only gonna get one more match out of this. Because the timers... Yeah, we got one... So we're gonna get one more match. So yeah, we're gonna move over to Turf War, I think, for our final one. We are in the lead, though. Distance 18, so as long as we can keep him over here, we should win this one. But even still, I kind of want to go back to Turf War, just because I don't want to take the risk. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, we won that match. We have one more. We have one more match. Until it's all over. Only one more. Until it all goes away. Officially, again, Pretendo is gonna be a thing. And that's awesome. And you will be able to use it on Wii U, by the way. Okay. You know what? Now that we've gone back up, screw it. Now, even if we lose this next match, I'm not gonna go down. Like all the way. I'm not gonna go. Now that we won that match, even if we lose, we're not gonna go all the way down to. Okay, so we're going for it. Final match. I'm hoping it's Walleye Warehouse. We can end on an OG stage, but yeah. So this is gonna be it. So unless they don't cut it off immediately, this is going to be our final match. Who knows if we'll even get through it? I think they'll probably let you finish the match. I don't think they're gonna kick you out in the middle of it. But yeah, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be our final match here. So yeah, again, this is the game that's going to be the biggest loss. Again, Mario Kart 8, better version exists. Wii U is not Ultimate, or Ultimate's not Wii U, I should say, but it basically replaces it in every way, so not a big deal. This game, though, is something that will be lost. At least, again, officially, again, alternative means are going to exist. But this is the big one. So here we are, Kelp Dome. So we're going to Kelp Dome for the final time. This is our final match of Splatoon 1 ever on official online services. The journey that began all the way back in May of 2015 when this game launched comes to a close in this final match. But now that brings up the question of, will we win this final match? I sure hope we do. Okay, what the heck is going on? Why am I just waltzing through this? What? How did I just waltz through that? They didn't stop me until I got, like, right up to... I mean, awesome. I mean, look, we got the 15. We'll probably win by default, basically, just because we got that far now. But, yeah. Yeah, I really hope we can win this, though. That final match. Obviously, the more I've been playing this, the more I've been getting back into the groove of how the controls work. we're probably gonna win. I got all the way up to 15. We're probably gonna win by default, as long as they don't get any further. But still, obviously. Oh, dang it. Oh boy, we're down to the seconds. Now again, it's gonna let us finish the match. It's not gonna kick us out instantly. At least I don't think it's going to. I don't think it's gonna kick us out instantly. I think it's gonna let us finish the match. But we are literally in the last 30 seconds, officially at least. Even though it'll probably let us keep going for the rest of the match. Oh god, now I'm just looking at the timer. Oh man. Here it is. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is now 4 p.m., which means that it's it. This is it. Like, once this match is over, it's gonna kick us out, most likely. I mean, it's possible that it doesn't, and we can cram in maybe one more match. But I think this is it. I think this is it. I think this really is it. We've hit 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We've officially hit the deadline, people. This is it. So can we get one last victory? Can we end Splatoon 1 on a high note? Come on. Oh no, dang it. Come on, get out of the way. No! Come on, come on, come on. Dang it, he died. He died literally the second I clicked on him. Okay, that one was kind of my fault. I kind of walked for it. I mean, we're gonna win this match, probably. But, oh no. I'm gonna go around. Don't retreat. Don't retreat. I'm just going around. Chill out. 1 minute left. Oh, you better believe there's 1 minute left. Ah, go back! Get back! Oh god. The pressure is real right now. Okay, we're gonna win this. But I want to make it to the end. We're not gonna make it to the end at this point. It's pretty obvious. We just have to get them to stay away from our side for just 30 more seconds. But man, I really want to make it officially 100% here. Ah, yeah, no, we're not gonna make it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, there's overtime, but that overtime is just and there it is. That's it. That's it. That's all, folks. That was our final match. Assuming it doesn't let us do one more. Maybe it will. Maybe it's not a hard cutoff. Maybe it'll shut off at like 4:30 or something, or 4:15. But that was probably it, and we won. We didn't win all the way, technically, but we did win. So, are you ready to watch us get the screen of death? This software no longer has support screen. Are you ready for it? I'm ready for it. You're ready for it? It's gonna kick us out at some point. Is it gonna let us do one more? I'm gonna turn off the timer now that we've officially reached 4 p.m. Okay. We can keep going. We can get one more match in. Okay. So that maybe this will be the final match. I don't know. Like I said earlier, we're gonna keep playing until it kicks us out. That's the plan. We're gonna keep going until it just dies. But we're not leaving this mode at this point, because if we go back to the lobby, it will probably flash the online. There's no. It will probably kick us out if we go back to the lobby. So for better or for worse, we're stuck in ranked mode for the rest of this. Because if we leave, it might not let us do any more matches, even if it lets us keep doing matches as long as we stay in. But again, I don't know. We'll have to see. And again, maybe after this match, it'll kick us out. But I don't know that. Oh, hey, Ethan. Yeah, I thought you were supposed to, like, kind of be a part of this, but oh well, it is what it is. I would have joined in by passing out on my way to CC, yeah. Oh well, it is what it is, but as you can see, it is now 4:05. The servers, at least officially, should be going down now. But it's still working, but here's my theory. Either one, as long as you stay in the lobby, it doesn't kick you out. Or two, it's not a hard cutoff. So like maybe they'll shut it down at 4:15 or 4:30. It's not really actually 100% 4, but it's still working. And like I said, we're gonna keep playing this until it kicks us out. We're gonna follow in the footsteps of those Halo 2 guys that just played the game until they got kicked out. That is what we're gonna do. Now, I don't think it's gonna last nearly as long as that did. We're probably only going to get a couple more matches at best before it kicks us out. But we're going to go. We are going to go and just keep playing until it kicks us out. That's the plan. But that also means sticking in ranked mode. Because I think what's going to happen is if I leave and go back to the lobby and try to do Turf War, it's probably going to flash this software is no longer supported online screen at us. Because we went back to the lobby. So we're going to have to stay in this mode. We're going to be in ranked mode for the rest of this to be absolutely safe. Maybe I can go back to the lobby. Maybe it will be fine, but I'm not taking that chance now that we've crossed the line of no return. We've officially crossed into what is supposed to be unsupported territory here. So that means we're staying in this mode. And that's how it's going to be. Yeah, how much? Well, the prices of Splatoon drop. Because, yeah, I've never really thought about Wii U game prices. People talk about like GameCube game prices and how ridiculous those are, but Wii U game prices. But yeah, this game, how valuable is this game now? Because this game, it's not an online-only game. It has a single player that you don't need online for, but this is an online game. The Splatoon games are online-first games. They're not online only, but they're online first. That's their entire appeal. So, what is the point in buying this game after this point? Now, obviously, again, Pretendo is going to be a thing. Unofficial servers are going to be a thing. But most people are not going to go through the hassle of hacking their Wii U and setting that up, or using Cemu and setting that up there. To most people, if the official online goes away, that's the same thing as it going away forever. So, to most people, this game is not going to have much value anymore, unless they really want to play the single player. And I mean, I like the single player, but like, it's nothing like crazy, you know? So, yeah. So it's still going. But yeah, this game is not going to be as valuable on the second-hand market for sure, though, because now it's basically you just buy it to play the single player. That's probably not going to be worth it to most people, unless, like, the only people I imagine that's going to appeal to are the people that got into Splatoon with 2 and 3 on the Switch, and they want to play the single player the first game, so they, like, buy an old Wii U on eBay or GameStop or wherever, right? They buy an old cheap Wii U that someone doesn't want anymore, and then they buy a cheap copy of Splatoon just to play the campaign, just for the sake of completeness. But that's going to be a very small group of people. Outside of collectors and, like, people that got into Splatoon later on, there's not going to be much of a reason officially to own the game. But again, Pretendo exists, so the online will eventually return in some form anyway, but again, if it's not available officially, to most people it may as well not exist. That's one of the flaws of unofficial online and unofficial services in general. It's awesome that it exists. It's awesome that Pretendo is going to be a thing. That's awesome. But, you know, how many people are going to actually go through the effort of doing that, you know? Some people will. I mean, I will. I'll definitely be setting up Pretendo once that becomes a thing. For sure. I'll definitely be messing with it. But I imagine a lot of people are just not going to bother. But obviously, we'll see. I'm pretty sure they said 4 p.m. is the cutoff. Pretty sure it's 4 p.m. So yeah, every single match we get is literally just gravy. It's just a bonus. But they're gonna kick us out eventually. It's gonna happen. Oh, well, yeah, you saw the frame rate really dip right there. Yeah, the ink strikes definitely are some of the big performance murderers in this game. So, I know I say this every single stream. It's like, it might as well just be like a pre-recorded track at this point of how often I say it. I literally say it every single stream, but I think we have reached that point in the stream where I've run out of things to talk about. But for once, that's actually okay, because this stream is a special occasion. This is a stream that exists for a reason, right? This isn't just, oh yeah, I feel like streaming Smash or whatever. Like, no. This is a big deal. This is a monumental moment might be overselling it a bit. But you know, this is a day, right? This is a day in gaming and Nintendo history that people are going to remember. The day that Wii U and 3DS, I know I've been focusing on the Wii U a lot because that's what we're playing, but Wii U and 3DS, the 3DS exists as well, online shutting down, that's obviously a big deal. But, so, and again, we're at the point now where, like, the online should stop working. Like, the online should be kicking us out anytime. So we're not going to be streaming for that much longer anyway, but yeah, I definitely say, like, yeah, 2:33 hours is kind of like the mark I like to hit with streams, where, like, once we get to, like, the 2 hour, 30 minute mark, 3 hour mark, that tends to be like, okay, I think it's time for us to call it quits, you know? Obviously, I've done streams longer than that. Heck, I've done streams that are 8 hours long, but those are rare. Those are exceptions that happen because of weird reasons. That I never start a stream intending it to be like 5, 6, 8 hours. That just happens by happenstance because I get engaged in the chat and stuff. That's a lot of fun. I'm not saying I regret doing like those 8-hour, 5-hour, like really long streams. It's just they don't start that way. They start as just normal 2-3 hour streams, and they just become longer over time because I get engaged in chat and get engaged in talking about what we're talking about or playing what we're playing or whatever. But, it is 4:14, just hit 4:14. We're about 15 minutes after the cutoff. So far, it's still working. For how much longer, though? That's the question. Okay, so we lost that match, but we're not going to drop by a noticeable amount. And again, at this point, we're in for the long haul. If we lose like 5 matches in a row, assuming we even get that far, then, you know, it is what it is. You know, if we drop to rank B, so be it. I'm not leaving this mode because I'm worried if I leave this mode, it's going to kick us out. So we're just going to keep going and going and going until it kicks us out. I can't even take a break either. So like I literally have to sit here. I can't leave. Well, maybe I could leave for like a second, but like you know, inactivity and stuff. You know, I'm worried that would probably kick me out. Because I mean, my water could use some refilling right now, but I can't get up to do it because then inactivity will kick me out or something, or the lobby will load way too fast. Yeah. 4 p.m. It is definitely 4 p.m. That was definitely the cutoff. But clearly it was not a hard cutoff because it's still working. You know, speaking of online services shutting down, a few years ago when 343 shut off the online to the old 360 Halos, I actually recorded footage of both Halo 3 and Halo Reach, the original 360 versions, but being played on the Series X. I actually had footage of those. Unfortunately, the Halo 3 footage I accidentally deleted at some point, but I still have the Halo Reach footage from, like, the final day in, like, January of 2022. I should upload that to, like, the secondary channel, just as, like, a piece of, like, history of, like, you know, hey, this is gameplay from, you know, the final day of online vanilla Halo Reach. Now, of course, Halo 3 and Halo Reach 360 going away didn't really matter because the MCC exists, and the MCC is better in basically every way, at least from a casual perspective. I'm sure that there's nitty-gritty stuff that people could debate about, oh, the original was better because of balancing or something, but to the casual Halo player like myself, there's no reason to play anything other than the MCC. The MCC is just the best version of, like, every game. And I still play it. I still play MCC. You know, MCC would be a cool concept for Splatoon to do. Like, what if we got, like, way down the line, like Splatoon, like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 at that point, and you have the Splatoon collection, and it works literally the exact same way, where it's all, like, one game, you know, like with a unified UI, but you can play on all the different stages and maps and different engines and stuff. You know, that'd be cool, you know. I don't know how much demand for that there would be, but like, that'd be, like, obviously that wouldn't happen anytime soon. This would be like 5, 10, 15 years from now when all 3 of those games are very much legacy. Or getting the original theme. I just realized, I think this is the first time we've gotten the original theme. The classic Splatoon. The theme that started it all. I think this might be the first time we've heard it, or at least it's the first time I've noticed it the whole stream. Absolute classic of a track. Absolute classic. It's cool they did a remix of it for Splatoon 3, but nothing will ever beat the original. The game or the music? Yes. It's just so nice to hear the original theme song one last time in the game that it originally came from. Yeah. It's right there. I mean, we're close enough that we're gonna win this match anyway, but still. So this is a bit of a heads up for like many, many, many years from now, but we're gonna do this for every console going forward. Like when Switch Online shuts down in like 7, 8, 9, 10 years, whatever, we're gonna do a stream for that. And for the console after that, and for the console after that, and for the console after that, for as long, like I mean, that's the plan anyway. Now, Switch Online obviously isn't going anywhere anytime soon, but it's gonna go away eventually. Obviously. The question is when. I think it will stick around longer than Wii U and 3DS did. Because, obviously, again, the Wii U is not successful. Now, granted, the 3DS was, but the Wii U wasn't, so I can understand shutting off the online for that. Plus, the 3DS is older, but, not by a ton. 2011, 2012, but, like, Wii U and 3DS 2011, 2012. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Obviously, you guys can't see this, but on the gamepad, those old mini-games, like there's the squid jump one, that was like the default, that was built in, and then the amiibos would give you like other ones. I only had the one amiibo for Splatoon 1, so I never had the others. Guess I might as well play this little mini-game for probably the last time. Can you play the arcade games on their own? I don't remember if you can or not. I want to say you can, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, that was a cool little feature that only the first game... Oh, the gamepad battery. Okay, hold on. I'm plugging it in. Hold on. I'm gonna plug it in. know I said it already, but I've kind of run out of things to talk about. So now we're just waiting for the online to cut off at this point. I mean, there are other things I could talk about, but we kind of ran out of all the stuff I really had any intention of talking about today at this point. We're really just waiting for it to cut off. Waiting for the moment where it flashes this software no longer supports online. Thank you for your support, whatever they're gonna flash. We're just waiting for that. It's all we're waiting on now. You want to know what would be really fun? Oh, wait, no. I know what's going to cut us off. You want to know what's going to cut us off? When the map selection changes. Because like I said, Splatoon, famously, infamously, depending on how you look at it, it's annoying me more than it used to. But like, Splatoon has a system where the maps rotate every 2 to 3 hours. If we make it to 5, we'll probably be at the point where the maps rotate again. And that's going to be when it cuts us off, because then it's going to have to reload and take us back to the lobby. So we might make it all the way to 5 before it cuts us off completely. Because when it refreshes the maps, then it's going to kick us out. That's my guess, at least, as to when it will actually kick us out. It's going to be when it refreshes the maps. Which means we might have a half an hour in front of us before it kicks us out. Let me look. There's a website out there that I've barely used, but I do have bookmarked that's like, yeah, Jalonzo bot from Oatmeal Dome. Oatmeal Dome is someone in the Switch and like Nintendo modding community and kind of hacking community. Like, you know, that kind of group that people probably know of. I've known him for a long time. Servers shutting down in 34 minutes. So, according to the Oatmeal Dome website, at least in Splatoon, in Smash Wii U and Mario Kart probably don't work at this point, but at least because of the way Splatoon works, where again, it's like every couple of hours they swap it, at least according to Jalonzo bot, there's still another 30-something minutes. Once we hit 5 p.m., then it will shut down completely. That's at least what it sounds like. So maybe I could hop back over the turf war. I could, probably. I'm still kind of resistant to do it. But in theory, I could. But we're probably just going to stick with this till the very end at this point. So since we now know, based on Jalonzo bot, that we got 30 minutes in front of us until it dies completely, we gotta talk about something. We gotta talk about something. We can't just sit here for 30 minutes and just kind of be silent and not really say anything. So what are we gonna talk about? Well, we already talked about the Switch 2 a little bit, but at this point, I mean, again, there's Switch 2 video at some point, I don't know, but I have nothing really to add, at least right now, when it comes to Switch 2 anything. At this point, we're just waiting for the thing to get revealed. The thing is, the Switch 2 is not as interesting to discuss and speculate about as the NX was, because the NX was this like, it was like this completely clean break. There was all these like weird concepts, like there was that one controller that everyone probably remembers from like April 2016. It's the one that's like an oval shape with the 2 thumbsticks, and like Etika had like someone built like a fake version of that, and apparently he got it at one point, I think, if I remember correctly. I don't know. It's been a very long time since I've had to think about that. But like, you know, those old fake prototypes and all the speculation of, is it going to be a handheld? Is it going to be a console? Is it going to be AMD? Is it going to be NVIDIA? You know, is it going to be as powerful as the PS4 and Xbox One? There's all this talk. But with the Switch 2, I mean, it's the Switch 2. It's going to be the Switch, but better. You know, there's not much to say about it. There really isn't. It's going to have a cartridge slot. It's going to have a dock. It's going to have Pro Controllers. It's going to have Joy-Cons. It's going to have it's going to have the rail. Like it's going to just be the Switch we already have but better specs. It's basically going to be the Switch Pro, except it's the Switch 2. That's pretty much what it's going to be. Like, from at least from a general concept perspective. Now, obviously, the Switch 2 will be more powerful than the Switch Pro would have been if it had actually happened in 2021 when it was supposed to. But it's not an exciting console because to talk about, because it's just the console we already have, but better, you know? Whereas, like, going from the Wii U to the Switch, and we went from a regular home console to a hybrid, and that was, like, a big, exciting change, but... You know, that's another problem with talking about the Switch 2, is that there's just not that much to talk about. It's really just speculating about the specs more than anything else. Like, again, I'm gonna do a video at some point of some kind, because I can't not talk about it, but there's not a ton to really say about it. Kind of everything that there is to say about it has kind of already been said, you know? It's gonna support 4K, it's gonna have DLSS, it's gonna have backwards compatibility. Yes, it will. There's no way it won't. It 100% will have full backwards compatibility in every game that matters. You know, it's gonna have better Joy-Cons, hopefully, probably. We'll see about that. But man, it'd be really awkward if Joy-Con drift persisted into the next generation, but who knows? You know, it'll have more storage. Again, there's really not... Most of the excitement for the Switch 2 comes from the games that will be on the console as opposed to the console itself. And I know that's generally how it works for consoles these days, because consoles are more, you know, homogenous than they used to. I mean, ever since the PS4 and Xbox One, you know, the big two of PlayStation and, you know, Xbox, right? Sony and Microsoft, their consoles have just been the same AMD thing, except this one is maybe slightly better in this way, and this one is slightly worse in another way, right? Like, the PS4 had a better GPU, and the Xbox One had a better CPU, but they were pretty similar otherwise. The PS5 and the Series X are both 8-core Zen 2. They're basically 3700Xs. You know, they both have 16 gigs of RAM. They both have an RDNA 2 graphics card. You know, it's like... You know, like they're both very similar. Obviously, in some games the PS5 runs better, in some games the Series X runs better, but generally speaking, they're pretty dang similar. Like, more similar than the PS4 and Xbox One were, even, in my opinion. But, like... So the hardware isn't, like, super exciting, you know, kind of at this point, even on the Nintendo side, because again, Switch 2. If they were doing a brand new concept, that'd be different, but they're most likely not. I mean, it's totally possible that all this Switch 2 stuff is complete nonsense and it's actually something completely different. But, like, it's obviously going to be the Switch 2. They're not going to call it that. They're not going to call it the Switch 2. They're going to call it something else. Switch. I know there was that Switch attach thing. They're not going to call it that. That's just a made-up thing that Google made so they could have something to put on the screen, but they're not going to call it Switch 2. In the same way that the Switch Pro, had it actually happened, was never going to be called the Switch Pro. Because the only reason we called it the Switch Pro is because the PS4 Pro existed, and we needed an easy way to be like, better Switch. How do we communicate better Switch to people? Oh, call it the Switch Pro. Because people immediately understand Switch Pro means better Switch. Same thing goes for Switch 2. Switch 2 is the successor to the Switch. That's why we call it Switch 2, but it's not going to actually be called that. They're going to call it Switch something else. Switch Swap, Switch Attach, Switch whatever the heck they call it, but it's not going to be 2. They have never done 2 before. Never have done 2 before. Why would they start now? So whether it's Switch Attach, Switch Swap, Super Switch, whatever, it'll be that, but it will not be Switch 2. In the same way that if the Switch Pro had come out, it would have probably been called the Switch Plus, or the Switch Max, or the Switch XL, or something like that. They wouldn't have called it Switch Pro. what else can we talk about? What else can we talk about? I know I mentioned way earlier on in the stream how, like, you know, Windows 12 is going to be called Windows 12. They're just going to stick with that naming convention at this point. But speaking of Windows 12, there were rumors, again, rumors are rumors are rumors, but there were rumors earlier this year that Windows 12 was slated to be coming out first in June of 2024, which I thought was very strange. Like, really, June of 2024? That feels a bit early. And then it was just 2024 in general. But obviously, that June 2024 date, that's clearly not happening because it's April. So that's obviously not happening. But again, like I said with the Switch 2, way earlier on we were playing Smash, they could still announce it in June and have it come out in October. It's literally what they did with Windows 11. Windows 11 was announced in June 2020, or sorry, 2021, and then it came out in October of 2021. They could do that again. There's nothing that's stopping them from doing that. But at the same time, do we really need a Windows 12? I mean, people already aren't very happy with Windows 11. I mean, I myself am still running Windows 10. Because Windows 10 for me is just faster and, like, it's just faster. That's the main reason above all else. I mean, yeah, the start menu and all that stuff, but the main reason I use Windows 10 still is because it's faster. It's more responsive, at least for me. And I'm not running like some old hardware. I'm on like a 5950X and 64 gigs of RAM. Like, it's not a spec issue. I have the specs. Windows 11 just runs, it's just less responsive to me. Like, Windows don't open as fast. Task Manager is laggy still in like that newer version. I don't know. I'm not opposed to Windows 11. I'm not going to be one of those people that runs Windows 10 completely and totally into the ground. I'm not going to stick on Windows 10 forever, like the people that held on to XP or 7. But I might stick to Windows 10 until the deadline. And I did not think I'd be saying that. When Windows 11 first came out, I thought, okay, I'll stick on Windows 10 for maybe a year or two, and then I'll move to 11. Well, here we are, 2.5 years later, and I have no intention of moving to 11 yet. Now, I have messed with 11, to be clear. I have messed with 11 every once in a while. And every time they put out a big update, I've always installed it and I've always given it a shot. And to their credit, it has improved. It has improved. It just hasn't improved by enough for me to want to switch right now when Windows 10 still works and does everything I need it to. One of the flaws of Windows 11, ironically, is the fact that it doesn't have any big selling points. Windows 10 had DirectX 12. Now, that didn't matter for a long time, but it had DirectX 12 as an immediate starting point. Windows 11 doesn't have DirectX 13. It doesn't have some new killer app. It doesn't have any exclusive games. Like, Microsoft is still releasing all their games on Windows 10 still. Like, there's no feature that Windows 11 has that Windows 10 doesn't also have. And that's good if you want to stick on Windows 10, but that's also a problem for Microsoft if they want people to get into 11, because Windows 10, whether you liked 10 or not, had DirectX 12. That was a big selling point. Also, newer processors only worked on Windows 10. You know, if you wanted to use Kaby Lake or the first generation of Ryzen, they officially only supported Windows 10 or later. Now, there were workarounds to get the updates to work on Windows 7 and 8, but officially it only supported 10. Sound like a familiar thing? The Windows 10 and system requirements? Or now, oh yeah. Then there's also that whole can of worms everyone's talked about to death, and I have nothing to really add to it. But of course, the biggest actual thing holding Windows 11 back is not responsiveness. It's not lack of new features. It's the fact that there is a substantial amount of people out there that literally cannot run it officially. And like I said before, with how it's cool that we're going to have Pretendo to carry on the Wii U online legacy, to most people, if it is not officially supported, it doesn't exist. And if Windows 11 does not officially support Sandy Bridge, Ivy Bridge, Haswell, Skylake, Katy Lake, FX for the 2 people that are still holding on to FX in 2024, if you can't run it on those platforms, it basically doesn't exist. Even though there are workarounds, and they're not that hard. They're not that hard. All you gotta do is go into Rufus, and then there's an option in Rufus when you're building your ISO to a flash drive or DVD to, like, disable the TPM requirement and disable all that stuff. It's not hard to get Windows 11 running on a Sandy Bridge, but it won't be officially supported. And there have been reports of updates being cut off from those older systems because they're not supported, so... yeah. Now, for what it's worth, in terms of market share, Windows 10, as of, if you go on marketshare.net, I think is the name of the website. I don't know. It's like one of those websites that everyone probably knows about when it comes to market share stuff. They have a market share graph of all the versions of Windows from 2009 onward. And you can see that once Windows 11 came out, Windows 10 did take a bit of a dip in market share at first, but then it stabilized. And it hasn't really gone down since. It's maintained its market share almost 3 years later. By comparison, when Windows 10 first came out, Windows 7 market share dropped immediately and never recovered. The instant Windows 10 was out, the decline began. But with Windows 11, people are still genuinely holding on to Windows 10. That hasn't changed, and that's because we're currently on the every other Microsoft Windows cycle that everyone has been talking about for forever. The whole, you know, XP good, Vista bad, 7 good, 8 bad, 10 good, 11 bad. That whole thing people have been talking about forever. We're kind of on that right now. I mean, whether or not you agree with that ranking, that's kind of the predominant, like, you know, stereotypical ranking of Windows, right? You know, XP was good, Vista was bad, 7 was good, 8, 8.1 were bad, 10 was good, or at least good enough. Again, I know 10 is still controversial to some people, but I think 10, in my opinion, 10 has earned itself the good badge in the good-bad dynamic of Windows at this point. It's not as solid of a good as XP or 7, but it's closer to being on the good side than the bad side, in my opinion. If you put all of the privacy and if you put all of that stuff to the side and just focus on the OS itself, it falls into the good category for the most part. So, in my opinion, Windows 10 has earned the good designation in the good-bad dynamic. Again, it's not as solid of a good as XP or 7, because everyone universally agrees that XP and 7 were good. 10 is more controversial, but definitely errs on the side of being good more than bad, as opposed to like Vista or 8, where people didn't like Vista or 8 at the time. They're more popular now, because now they're like old and nostalgic, and also like there's been like mods and stuff, but like Windows 11. Windows 11 is odd, because Windows 11 is not fundamentally that different from Windows 10. I mean, when Windows 11 first came out, right? Everyone said it was just, a lot of people just said Windows 11 is Windows 10 with a new coat of paint. Windows 11 is just Windows 10, but it looks like Mac OS. And yet, despite the fact that it's really, that at least at first, it was really just a facelift, people really did not like that facelift. Or at least the downsides that came with it. Like the taskbar limitations, or the start menu, or the context menus, how there's 2 context menus, which are still a problem like 2.5 years later. It's gotten better. More and more apps are supporting the newer context menu, and the newer context menu is nice. The problem is not that there's a new context menu, the problem is that you have to use the old context menu to get everything. And obviously there will become a day where everything works in the new context menu and then it's fine. But the problem is, by the time that happens, we're probably going to be on Windows 12 or Windows 13 anyway. And then it won't really matter. But then again, Windows 12 is probably going to carry over the new context menu from 11 anyway, assuming that 12 even happens. I think 12 is unnecessary. Just keep updating 11. Now, they're not going to update 11 forever, obviously, like they didn't update Windows 10 forever. But, or, well, I mean, Windows 10 is still updated and supported, but you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they're not... I know I think that the whole Windows 10 is the last version of Windows thing got completely and totally run into the ground. I think that people took that quote, like, way too seriously, and people like to flaunt that quote around, like, way too much. But, like, I don't know. I really feel like that's a bit overblown. I mean, yes, the guy did say that, but I don't know. I feel like it's a bit overblown at this point. The whole, they said Windows 10 is the last version of Windows, and it isn't. I don't know. It was one guy. It was never like an official statement. As far as I know, maybe there's another quote out there that's more official than that one guy at Microsoft Build 2015 or whatever it was when he said Windows 10 is the last version or whatever. But honestly, even back then, it was pretty obvious that like it was never going to be the last version. Not really. Oh man, we're losing right now. Got 15 more minutes. 15 more minutes. I'm tempted to switch over to Turf War. In theory, I can, but... yeah, going back to kind of like how I'm going to be sticking on Windows 10 for the time being. So, again, I'm going to move to 11 eventually. Like, once the October 2025 deadline happens, I'm going to move to 11. I'm going to, no matter how much Windows 11 has or hasn't improved in that time. I'm going to move. I'm not going to stay on an unsecure operating system as my main OS. Now, obviously, I have a Windows XP machine and a Windows 7 machine. Like, I have other computers laying around that, like, have those old OSs, but that's just because I have them there to mess with. Obviously, they're not serious machines anymore, but obviously I want to be on an up-to-date Windows install. So I'm going to move to 11. I'm going to move to 11, whether it's because there's a cool new feature at that point, or because DirectX 13 exists, or whatever. I'm going to move. It's not a matter of if, but when. And I'm not going to buy the ESU updates, because now they are doing ESU updates for the consumer. Now, Windows 7 got ESU updates too, but they were only for businesses. Regular consumers couldn't buy them. But Windows 10 is going to have consumer-facing ESU updates, and that's cool. It's cool that they're doing that, but we need to know what the prices are. Now, they've already revealed what the business prices are going to be, but we don't know what the consumer prices are. The consumer prices will will definitely be cheaper than the business prices, but by how much? And will it be worth it? I imagine most people aren't gonna bother. They're just gonna move to Windows 11. Except the absolute diehards that absolutely need to stay on Windows 10 for as long as possible, no matter what. They might do the ESU updates, but everyone else will just move to 11 or like they'll just run 10 unsupported until they're forced to upgrade when programs no longer support it. Like, here's my prediction as far as Windows 10's remaining lifespan. So, The OS, for most people, ends support in October of 2025, which lines up with the usual 10-year life cycle that most Microsoft OSs have had since Windows 2000. Windows 2000 was support for 10 years. XP was support for 13, but that was a rare situation because XP was just so freaking popular and dominant that people refused to move to Windows Vista. So like they had to extend the life cycle of XP just because of how insanely popular XP was. But so that was 13 years of actually, funny enough, you want to know another important thing that actually today represents? Not only is today the day that Wii U 3DS Online goes away, not only is this the day that the Smash Direct premiered 10 years ago, not only is this the day that Eclipse is happening, or has happened. Maybe it's already happened, I don't know, I'm on the West Coast, so I don't really get to experience the Eclipse. But also, 10 years ago today, Windows XP ended support officially. Not counting the POS updates. Yes, the POS updates exist, and you can install them on an XP machine very easily. I've done it many times myself. But officially, for the average consumer, April 8th of 2014 was the final day of Windows XP support. So that's another that's another thing that's notable about today, is it's the 10-year anniversary of the death of XP. It's really funny how all of these things are happening on the same day, isn't it? But yeah, anyways, yeah, Vista was supported for 10 years, 7 was supported for 10 years, plus an additional 3 with ESU updates. 8.1 was supported for 10 years, didn't have ESU updates because it was 8.1, no one cared. And then Windows 10, 10 years plus the 3 years of ESU updates if you pay for it. Except now they'll be available to the consumer, unlike just with businesses, like with Windows 7, like I already mentioned. But yeah, so it's going to go end of life in October 2025 for most people. Then the ESU updates will end in October of 2028, I think. But the last version of Windows 10 that will still be supported is actually Windows 10 IoT Enterprise 2021, which is supported all the way until 2031. And like with the POS updates for XP, I'm sure people will find a way to get them to work on a regular Windows 10. If they did it with POS, they'll do it with IoT, whatever. Like if you really, really, really want to hold on to Windows 10 until 2031, there's going to be a way to get those updates on regular Windows 10. I'm sure there will be. There probably already is. People are probably already preparing for, you know, getting those updates to work. I don't know that myself, because I know about the POS hack. It's very easy to get POS updates, the POS 2009 updates. It's very easy to get those on XP. And get XP an extra 5 years of security updates until 2019. But Windows 7 ESU updates, I'm not sure if that was ever, like, worked around, like not having to pay for the ESU updates. I'm not sure if that was ever worked around. It probably was. I just haven't seen it myself. But I'm sure people will find a way to get those Windows 10 updates working on regular Windows 10 for free. If you really want it. There's gonna be a way. This is the internet. The internet will find a way. It's the reason why Nintendo, you know, putting out patches for the 3DS and Wii U still to circumvent homebrew is just, like, dumb. Because it's like, there's no point. You're not gonna win this battle. Like, Nintendo, I mean, of course they're gonna fight against, you know, homebrew and whatnot, but, like, there's no point. They're literally wasting their time. All it does is it makes it so that, oh no, maybe the app doesn't work for a couple of days until a new version comes out, and it works again. Like, for example, when a new Switch OS update comes out, it breaks Atmosphere. Atmosphere no longer works. Okay, no big deal. I'll just wait a few days until the new Atmosphere update comes out, and then boom, it works again. Like, I don't know. Get it? They're always gonna have a problem with it. But, like, it's really just a waste of time on their part. You can't beat the internet. You just can't. If the internet wants something, they will find a way. People are going to keep homebrew alive, no matter how much you don't like it. People are going to keep this online going, whether you like it or not. Again, Pretendo is going to be a thing. That's unofficial. That's a homebrew project. It exists. It's going to continue to exist. You know? But yeah, going back to Windows 10 now. So as far as programs are concerned, the big program that matters the most to people is the web browser. And by the web browser, I mean Chrome. Because most people use Chrome. I use Edge, yes, actually. I'm actually one of the 5 people that uses Edge and Bing and OneDrive. And I use all the Microsoft services, and I have for like over a decade. I've been using Microsoft services ever since like the days of Windows Live. Like, remember Windows Live Hotmail, Windows Live Photo Gallery, like when everything Windows Live Messenger? I loved Windows Live Messenger back in the day. I really hated how they killed off Messenger in favor of Skype. I always held a grudge against Skype because they killed off Windows Live Messenger. But, I mean, at this point, obviously, who cares? But, and there's projects out there to resurrect those old Messenger versions, but anyways, so Chrome is going to support there's no official statement from Google yet because it's too soon, but I guarantee you that Chrome and by extension every other Chromium-based browser, including Edge, Brave, Vivaldi, if it's a Chromium-based browser, it all applies. Chrome and Chromium-based browsers are going to be supported, I guarantee you, until at the earliest 2028. Because Chrome still supported Windows 7 until the end of the ESU updates. So the same thing is going to happen again, I guarantee you. Which means even if you're on an unsupported system, Chrome will still be supported, and Edge will still be supported, and all the other Chromium-based browsers are still going to be supported on Windows 10 until, like, October 2028 or whatever. Now, beyond that point, they'll probably drop support. Yeah, there's the IoT Enterprise, whatever, but that's a very niche version that most people don't have. So they'll probably drop support in 2028 for Chrome, and then I'm sure at that point, you know, you'll start to see other programs slowly fall away. So even if you can run Windows 10 past 2025, there will come a day where programs don't support it. There will be a day where the program that you rely on doesn't work anymore. And it's not going to happen anytime soon. You'll probably be able to use Windows 10 for the next 3 to 4 years, no problem. But eventually, come 2028, 2029, I think that's when applications... Like, once the ESU updates are over, that's when you're going to see applications start to fall away. Because that's pretty much what happened with Windows 7. Windows 7 still was supported in a lot of applications post-regular end of life. But over the course of the ESU life cycle, 2021, 2022, 2023, you started to see programs slowly deprecate Windows 7. With the big one being Chrome and Edge in January of 2023. And what's funny is, you can tell that matters to people because if you look at Windows 7 market share, it falls off after January 2023. There's a big dip. And that's not because of businesses. That's because Chrome isn't supported anymore. Like, at least I guarantee you that fall off is just because of the browsers not supporting Windows 7 anymore. I mean, businesses are probably a part of it, but I guarantee you most of the loss in that market share at that point, again, you can go on like net market share or stat counter or whatever the website's called, and you can see it for yourself. But like, there is a dip in January 2023, and I guarantee you that's because that's when Chrome stopped being supported. I guarantee you. And the same thing is going to happen to Windows 10. When Chrome stops being supported, you're going to see Windows 10 market share fall off a cliff even more. When that happens, I guarantee you. Because that's the big thing for casual users, right? Web browser. You can't have an OS without a web browser. The second the web browser doesn't support anymore, the OS is useless. Now, of course, it's not actually useless, and there are third-party alternatives. In fact, there's a web browser that's still up to date on XP. It's called, there's a Michael MJD video about it. If you haven't subscribed to Michael MJD, go do so. He's pretty cool. He's got a lot of cool videos on like old versions of Windows and Mac OS and stuff. He's pretty cool. You know, go check out his channel. There's a lot of cool videos. He did a video not too long ago about a browser called Supremium. And Supremium is a fork of Chrome that's based on like the current versions of Chrome. And it works on XP, Vista, 7, 8, 8.1, 10. It works on all of them. And I've tried it myself. I booted up my old Windows XP machine, put Supremium on it, and it works. And it renders all the websites just fine. It doesn't complain about anything because it's the newest version of Chromium, but it runs on XP. That's pretty awesome that XP still has an up-to-date web browser in 2024. You know, before that point, the most up-to-date browser would have been MyPal, which is what I used to use on XP the last couple of years whenever I've messed with XP on that old computer. But MyPal is based on an old version of Firefox from like 5 or 6 years ago, so it's not very up-to-date. It's more up-to-date than the official Chrome and Firefox are in XP, which long have since dropped support, but MyPal was the most up-to-date one up until that point. But now with Supremium existing, I mean, yeah, if you're on XP or Vista or 7 or 8.1, just use Supremium. You get up-to-date Chromium. Boom, done. Now Firefox is still supported on Windows 7 and 8.1 for a few more months. Like with Windows XP and Vista, they are supporting it right now through the ESR release. So the last proper full release of Firefox on XP and Vista was in 2017. But after that happened, they switched XP and Vista users over to the ESR branch, which is like their extended support release that's no new features, just security updates. And that was supported all the way until September of 2018. And they're doing the exact same thing again with Windows 7 and 8.1. So the last version of Windows 7 8.1 that was natively supported came out in like March or April of 2023. And then after that point, they switched over to the ESR branch, and that's currently what is supported right now. It's still supported right now. So if you don't want to mess with Supremium or some like weird fork or whatever, and you want like an official browser, Firefox is still supported on 7, 8, and 8.1, but it will not be supported for too much longer. It's probably, it's not at the end of the line just yet, but it's got maybe like 4 or 5 more months in front of it before it goes EOL, and then you're gonna have to switch over to Supremium or some other fork that comes out that supports 7, 8, 8.1, etc. Right now, Supremium looks like the go-to because it's Chromium and most people use Chrome, and it goes as far back as XP. Never mind Windows 7 or 8, it goes as far back as XP still. That's pretty cool. Now granted, it doesn't run well. Now granted, my XP computer is a Pentium D. It has 4 gigs of RAM, so it's got the maximum amount of RAM for XP, because XP is 32-bit for the most part. But the Pentium D definitely holds it back a lot. Even Firefox doesn't run that great on it. I mean, it's an old computer, right? Running modern web stuff on a Pentium D is not a fun experience. It can do it, but it's not great. And of course, Chromium being Chrome, and you know, RAM hog, bloated, all the stuff people have been complaining about for like 5, 6, 7, 8 years, however long people have been complaining about that. Maybe Supremium is more optimized than regular Chromium. I wouldn't know, because I don't use Chrome. I haven't used Chrome ever since Microsoft switched Edge to the newer version it's based on Chromium. I've been using Edge. So I used, before that point I used Chrome, and then before that point I used Chrome, but in like 2020 when they came out with the new version of Edge, I immediately switched over and haven't looked back. I'm pretty happy with it for the most part. It's basically just Chrome, but with a Microsoft skin and with more Microsoft integration, which for me is a good thing because I use the Microsoft services. Most people don't use the Microsoft service. Most people use Gmail and Google Drive, and for them, obviously, regular Chrome makes more sense. But if you're all in on the Microsoft ecosystem, like I am, you use Outlook as your main email, you use OneDrive, you use Bing even, then obviously Edge makes more sense. So. But at the end of the day, you know, Chromium is Chromium is Chrome. I could move back to Chrome tomorrow, and it really wouldn't make that big of a difference. Once I move over all my bookmarks and stuff, obviously. Alrighty then, so I think I have not, I've been talking for a while, so I haven't been paying attention at the time, but it is now 5:03. So, this is actually the last one. Like, for real this time. This is actually the end. I actually don't even, I think I'm gonna rank, am I gonna rank down? I might rank down? Oh no. Oh, okay, good. We didn't rank down. We didn't rank down. Cool. That is gonna be it. Because this is gonna be it. Like, actually this time. Surely. Right? I mean, it has to be. Like, it's been an hour now, and according to the Jalonzo bot, like, this really should be the end. Let me check Jalonzo bot again, if it's updated at all. Yeah, now the Jalonzo bot thing just now the Splatoon 1 section is gone. Now it's just a link to the Splatoon 1 like kind of like finale video that Nintendo put up back in 2016 after the final Splatfest. So at least according to Jalonzo bot, it's over. But it's still letting us go. I mean, I know I said we were gonna keep going until it kicks us out, and we are, but like, it really should be over now. We have passed, it's been an hour since the cutoff. We've now passed the time it would but it's going. It's still going. Now, we are at the point now where if I exited, I really actually would get disconnected, I'm sure. But now we might really be at the point where as long as you don't leave the lobby, it still works. We might actually be at the point now where backing out kills it, but as long as you stay in the lobby and you keep going, it'll keep working. Yeah, I don't know. Again, we're just gonna keep going. We're gonna keep on trucking along. At this point, there really is no going back, because now we've passed the point where it really is supposed to be dead. So if we back out, it's over. Like, most assuredly. I don't know if that 100% is true, if anyone in chat could maybe they're watching other people playing the game and maybe they've been kicked out. I don't know. But I assume at this point that if I back out, that's it. I'm not getting back in. But as long as I keep staying, it'll keep working. That is at least the theory I am running right You know something? I know I talked way earlier about how like the motion controls in this game are better than in 2 and 3, and they are. But you want to know something I probably would even go as far as to say? If I could use the gamepad in Splatoon 2 and 3, I would. I don't know, it's just something about using the gamepad that just feels so right in this game. And I'm sure the motion controls are definitely a part of it, like just being more responsive. Man, if I drop below A because the game refuses to go away, that'd be kind of funny. Man, I hope I don't. Now I said this already, but I don't know what else to talk about. We've run the Windows conversation into the ground. We've talked a bit about the Switch too. We've talked about other stuff. If there's anything anyone wants to bring up in chat for me to talk about, of any kind whatsoever, I don't care what it is, by all means. I'm pretty much out of topics at this point. We're just waiting for the servers to kick us out. I've been saying that for an hour, but it really should kick us out now. It really should kick us out now. We even got a bonus. That's nice. My mouth is getting really dry. Oh man, I need more water. It's not kicking us out yet. So I did follow the Pretendo Discord recently. I don't use Discord for like anything outside of DMs for the most part, but one thing I do use it for is I follow a lot of like, you know, emulator / modding Discords. Like I have all of the big emulator Discords. I have Ryujinx Discord, Suyu Discord, Simu, Dolphin, Project 64, MGBA. I have a bunch of Smash like modding Discords. And I don't interact with them in any real way. I basically just have them for news and updates. That's all I use them for. I don't talk with anything. I don't interact in them. They're basically just there for news because I don't use Twitter. So I need some way to get news, right? And in the Pretendo Discord, they apparently have announced some new patches. That's cool. Again, I'm not gonna set up Pretendo immediately, but like once it's like maybe more of a stable, proper thing, then I'll go and try it out. Yeah, I'll definitely be trying out Pretendo at some point. I might even do a stream on it at some point down the line. Like, in fact, here's what I think we're gonna do. Way earlier, I was talking about how I was gonna do a Mario Kart 8 and Smash Wii U stream for the anniversaries on those days before we found out that the online was going away. Maybe we'll do that still, but this time we'll do it on Pretendo, assuming that Pretendo is good enough at that. It like has support and everything at that point. Now Mario Kart 8 might be a little too soon because Mario Kart 8's anniversary is next month, but Smash Wii U isn't until November. By that point, they'll surely have Smash Wii U up and running on Pretendo, no problem. Probably, we'll see. Obviously, I'll be paying attention, I'll be checking in, but we're gonna have to wait and see. It's still early days for the project. But, you know, I got the Discord there, so I'll be checking in every now and then to see, you know, what's new with it. Just like I do for all the other, you know, kind of Discords I have, mainly for news. Again, we have classic theme back. Ugh, yeah, my mouth is really starting to... Oh, man. Oh, they're at 6. They should bring back the old music. That'd be cool. I mean, the old music is in Splatoon 3 in the jukebox, but I mean, like, in the actual game. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, is that gonna kick us down? Is that gonna kick us down? It wasn't a massive loss, at least. Okay, so we can probably get like 1 or 2 more losses before it kicks us down. Ugh, man. What's it gonna be now? 6? 6 gonna be when it actually stops for real this time? the Splatoon wiki, which is Inkopedia, for those of you that don't know, they already have a whole thing about, like, yeah, Splatoon servers are apparently shutting down. What's actually cool is they actually changed the logo. So the logo for the last couple of weeks has been the side order color scheme, because side order came out, but now they've changed the color scheme back to the OG orange and blue, kind of as a send-off. So that's pretty neat. Now, according to them, the servers are closed. That is clearly not the case, though. Again, I think right now we're in a Halo 2 situation where as long as we keep going, it will keep going. That is what I think we are, because now we've reached the point where it's been an hour and 20 minutes since the official 4 p.m. shutdown. And it's been 20 minutes since the last rotation finished in Splatoon 1. Which means the only reason it's going at this point is because we haven't left yet. Again, which is, as far as I'm aware, basically is what happened with the Halo 2 thing. Where, like, they just were able to keep going. And it didn't kick them out until, like, way later. Now, obviously, I'm not going to go as far as those guys did. Like, there's going to be a point where we're just going to have to be like, okay, we've played it. You know, there's going to be a point. I'm not at that point yet, but we're going to get to that point eventually where I'm like, you know what? I know it's still working, but I kind of am like, I'm kind of like, feel like we've played for long enough, you know? But I don't want to do that, though. I feel like I'm giving up. You know, I feel like I gotta be there for when it stops, right? I gotta be there when it actually kicks us out officially. But who knows how much longer this can go at this point, you know? How about 6? We go until 6. If it still works at 6, we might call it. But we'll see. We've been streaming for almost 4 hours. 3 hours and 50 minutes according to OBS, so... We've been streaming for a while. By no means the longest stream I've ever done, but we've been streaming for a while. This is the point where I would normally call it in any other stream, but this is a special stream. This is a case where I literally cannot leave. I mean, I can, but, like, I can't, you know? I must keep going until it kicks us out. I have to. Well, on the bright side, at least I'll have some Splatoon 1 gameplay I can use in videos now. That isn't just ripped from YouTube. It's the last time I'll ever be able to do this, officially. Again, gotta have that asterisk up officially. But, yeah. How much longer is this going to work? I'm really not liking that. We might dip below. I think that this next battle is gonna be the battle that makes or breaks it. Now, something I've noticed is that basically all of the people we're playing with right now have been with us for a while. I think everyone is doing the exact same thing. They're holding on to dear life, hoping and praying that they don't get kicked out by some connection error or something. Because everyone is here for the same reason. They're holding out until the bitter end. So no one new is coming in, really. In fact, wait, look, searching. It's trying to find more people. But, like, it might not be able to find that many, because the pool is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. I don't know how many people you need. I think, do you need the full 8 people lineup? I think you do. For it to start a match. You see that timer in the corner it's counting down? I think once it counts down all the way, it boots you back to the main menu. So if it can't find anyone, then that's it. That's the game over. That might be what kills us. Not the servers saying no, 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 no more, but the fact that we'll run out of people to play because there's going to be more and more people dropping off as time goes on, whether it's because they get kicked out or because they just are like, I've had a good run, I'm done, you know? Yeah, that might be the thing that kills us. It's just the fact that, like, what if there's not enough people to fill the lobby? If that happens, then maybe it'll happen right now. I don't know. There's still a lot of time left for it to find people, but that's probably going to be the thing that kills us. Playing the little mini game on the gamepad. Again, I think you can play these mini games without having to use the actual online itself, so these might still be playable after the fact, but I'm not sure if they work with the online disabled. Oh, is this gonna be it? There's 50 seconds left and it still hasn't found another person. This might be it. This might finally be it. This might be the moment where it's all over, because it's gonna kick us back to the main menu, and then that's gonna be it. Because again, the rotation's over. So once it kicks, so if it doesn't find someone in the next 30 seconds, then that's it. That's all she wrote. That's all, folks. Oh my god, I think this is gonna be it, folks. I think this is it. For real this time. In 10 seconds, it's gonna kick us out, and then we're not gonna be able to get back in. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! And that's it. Right? Right? Okay, now I'm gonna humor it. Let's try. There's no way. No. It's not gonna work. It works still? Okay, well, now we're on turf war, because we may as well change things up. What? It doesn't kick us out still? Even after that? Why? Why doesn't it kick us out? It should totally kick us out at this point. But hold on. Now we have the same problem of how many people are left. Why does this still work? Oh, we found someone somehow. Well, I guess now we're over to, well, now we can change things up a little bit. We've been playing Rainmaker for forever, so we can at least hop over to some different stages for however long. Well, at least now we don't have to worry. But at least now we can chill out and not have to worry about our rank going down. Also, in theory, we can switch our weapon. Still kind of resistant, but it really does seem like everything still works. Yeah, it'd be kind of funny. I bet the amount of people that are playing Wii U and 3DS right now are the highest they've been in years. And I wonder if Nintendo will look at that and be like, hey, people like Splatoon 1. Maybe we should get it off the dang Wii U. I mean, probably not. Probably not. But, I don't know. Again, I don't think we need Splatoon 1 on a newer platform, but, like, I'm not going to say no to it. Obviously, I love Splatoon 1. It's my favorite game in the series, and always will be. So, if we got it on the Switch or Switch 2, I mean, yeah, I'm down for that. But I also don't think we need it. As long as there's a way to play it, that's what matters. And as far as I'm concerned, if Pretendo is how I'm gonna do it, that's good enough for me. As long as there's a way, that's what matters. Even though you probably will only be able to interact with other people that also use Pretendo, so the amount of people you're going to be able to play with is probably going to be small, at least at first. So that might be a bit of a problem. Not as big of an install base. But then again, how many people were still playing Splatoon 1 in 2024 anyway? Probably not many. Most people have long since moved on to 2 or 3. But obviously coming back from one last ride through the OG. You know what? I'm very tempted to go and refill water right. But I'm worried that if I walk away, something's gonna happen. Even if the lobby still technically works, I'm worried. I'm gonna have to, like, rush it. I know I've talked about it like 50 times already, but man, the responsiveness of the motion controls in this game are just so dang good. The game is just so... It's so nice to play because of how responsive those motion controls are. I don't know why it's not like that in the other games. They need to fix that. And if it's a hardware limitation for some bizarre reason, then, hey Nintendo, when you're making the new Pro Controller for the Switch 2, fix that. It's probably just some software design choice or whatever. I doubt it's a hardware limitation, but it's just weird that, like, the controls in this game are more responsive than the controls in the later games. It's just really weird that it's like that. Look how slow we're leveling up because I'm like level 43 already. Not that it matters at this point anyway, obviously. So apparently the Splatoon wiki has a listing of the last rotation for each of the stages. So apparently Urchin Underpass, the last rotation for it was at 7 a.m. Salt Spray Rig was also 7 a.m. Now, Walleye Warehouse mentions 3 p.m., which is the start of the current one that we're on right now. And again, that should normally have expired at like 5, I think. Or is it 3 hours? Or I don't remember. I want to say in Splatoon 1 it was like 3 hours, but in the newer games it's 2 hours. So maybe it is 6. I don't know. But it's got to end at some point. But Jalonzo Bot said it was 5, and Jalonzo Bot's like a pretty reputable site for that kind of stuff, as far as I know. So like, and they got countdowns and timers for all the games and all the different modes. If they say it ends at 5 p.m., then I believe it. But like, it clearly keeps working. So. So wait, no, it is 2 hours. According to the wiki, it's 2 hours. So, again, this should be over. But it's not. I shouldn't be complaining about that, but it's just, you know, I do want it to end eventually. I don't want to play this game for 8 hours. I love this game, but, like, I'm not playing it for 8 hours. I'm sorry. It's not happening. My thing's still going down all the steps. Is that why it took so long? Yeah, you can see it going down. I'm gonna do something I never do. I'm gonna go on Twitch. I never use Twitch. Never really have. I've only ever really used it for like 1 or 2 people. Like, in terms of people like I actually watch, I've only really watched like 1 or 2 people. I haven't used it actively as a streaming platform in 2 years, basically. But I want to see who's streaming Splatoon 1, and is it still working for them? Wow, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Splatoon 1, for the longest time, has had basically no viewers on Twitch. Shocker. There's a lot of viewers on Twitch right now for Splatoon 1. What about Smash Wii U? Smash Wii U has some, but not nearly as much as Splatoon 1. And I'm not surprised, because Splatoon 1 that's the big one for the Wii U, in my opinion. Outside of maybe Mario Maker is like that one. Oh no, we can't play Smash Wii U online anymore. Big deal. Everyone's on Ultimate, and also you can play Smash Wii U offline in its entirety anyway. But Splatoon 1 that's the loss. So, yeah, there's a bunch of people streaming Splatoon 1. So clearly it's still working. It's not just me. It really is just working still. Oatmeal Dome is streaming. Well, who's the person that made that Jalonzo bot site? Okay, so apparently the shutdown is gradual, according to, because he has a little thing on his stream right now that says, so some games don't work anymore. So I imagine that Mario Kart 8 and Splatoon I imagine Mario Kart 8 and Smash Wii U, those probably are done. Those games are probably dead at this point. But Splatoon 1 clearly is still working. Now, he doesn't say which games don't work anymore. I want to see if I can find maybe a tweet or something. I want to know, are the other games dead yet? I can't tell. Because Twitter has that whole thing now where you have to log in to see everything, so I guess I have no choice but to log into my old account that I haven't used in like 4 or 5 years. Just to see if he has said anything on which games are not working anymore. I'm guessing that Mario Kart and Smash are down. That's my guess. No, he has not said. The most recent tweet on his account is basically, hey, check me out on Twitch. I'm going to be streaming the final hours. There's going to be no commentary. It's just the gameplay. And that's what he's doing right now. So yeah, I mean, it's just going. So yeah, again, if anyone that's like paying attention like knows like which games don't work anymore, I would very much like to know. I'm guessing that Mario Kart and Smash the online no longer works, but I don't know that for sure. The only game I know for sure does work is this one. Now, another thing I did see is apparently logins are no longer accepted. Now, I don't know if by login he means, like, you can no longer join the lobby, or if by login he means you can no longer make a Nintendo Network ID or whatever. Like, I'm not entirely sure what he means by no new logins. It could be one of those. It could be something else. I'm not sure. Again, if anyone knows what he means by no new logins, by all means, let me know. But my interpretation of that is you cannot play Splatoon if you're not already playing it. So if you right now have your Wii U sitting in the corner not doing anything and you're thinking, oh, I'll fire it up, that won't work. You can't log into Splatoon online anymore, but if you're already in it, it still works. But again, I don't know that for sure. It's just my interpretation of what his thing on Twitch says. You know, I was tempted to stream this on Twitch. I think I said this way at the beginning, but I was tempted to dual stream this. I have not streamed anything on Twitch in a year and a half. And I've had no real desire to move back, at least as a main platform, anytime soon, but I have considered the idea of maybe... Okay, so those guys are just chilling out over there. I'm not gonna mess with them. They're just having fun. I think I killed a couple of them earlier. I wasn't really paying attention to the fact that they were just goofing around. I'll let them do their thing. Yeah, they're just goofing around, celebrating the end. Like all of us are, so... That's not going to stop me from keeping the splat stuff. I just won't splat them. Not that it matters if we win or lose at this point. We're on turf war. So it's not like it matters. And we lost anyway. Not by a ton, though. 6. Is 6 gonna be the cutoff? Or 7 or 8? I don't know. Personally, I'm at a point now where I am ready for it to not work anymore. I'm not ready to jump off just yet or anything, but like like if it stopped working right now, I'd be fine with that. I feel like I've had my fill. I'm gonna leave them alone. I'm gonna leave them alone. They do their thing. But I'm gonna keep playing. But I'm not gonna splat those guys. Oh, I almost fell. I screwed up right there. I should at least open my window. I've had it closed the entire stream. That's probably not helping the situation right now. Obviously, you can't see the bottom screen right now, but yeah, we're gonna win. Not that the other side's trying, obviously, they're just goofing around, but we're gonna win this easily. You'll see how much of the map is covered. It's like basically all of it. Yep, pretty much the whole map aside from a spot here or there. We're only 1 decimal point off from the number. I'm tempted to change weapon. I've been using the same weapon the whole time because of the whole I'm worried about getting kicked out thing, but maybe at this point I should just relax a little. Like, look, we've been streaming this for a few hours. If I get kicked out at this point, we did good. But again, I want to see the screen. I want to see the second they flip the switch, hit the button where it does not work anymore. I want to be there for when that happens. So I don't want to leave, even if it still works. But for all I know, this could work all day. For all I know, it won't shut down until 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Maybe it'll go all the way till midnight, even though they said it would end at 4, but I don't know. Maybe for this. But to be fair, some of the games don't work anymore. Again, I don't know which games don't work anymore. So again, if anyone out there that's paying attention, if they know which games don't work anymore, I very much would like to know. Because I don't know anything other than some of the games don't work anymore. This works, obviously, but I imagine Mario Kart doesn't work anymore. I imagine, well, obviously the games work, but the online doesn't work for those that and Smash and maybe Mario Maker, but I don't know. So if anyone knows which games onlines are shut down and which ones still work, let me know. I know I talked about this earlier on in the stream, but you know, especially with this game being sunset, it would be really cool if, like, the last couple of updates for Splatoon 3, like, add in, like, some of, like, the highly, like, requested, like, Splatoon 1 maps. Like, put Urchin Underpass in the damn game. Like, seriously. Like, it's like, it should have been in the game forever ago. That stage needs to get off the Wii U. It's the OG, it's the original. It's in Mario Kart, for crying out loud, but not in the actual 2 or 3. Like, why? Why is the most iconic stage in the series not on a newer game yet? Like, put that in 3, put in Salt Spray Rig, put in, like, what's a stage that's not in 2 or 3 yet that I would want that isn't Urchin Underpass or Salt Spray Rig? If I'm being honest, there's not that many left. I think most of the stages from 1 are in 2 and 3. Now, they're split across the 2 games, obviously, so that's not ideal, but they are both available in a modern title on the Switch that most people can play. The only 2 I can think of off the top of my head that are not are Urchin Underpass and Salt Spray Rig, but that's only because they're the launch maps, and I remember those the best. But, like, Blackbelly Skate Park, and Marijuana Mall, and, you know, like, Camp Triggerfish, and Anchovy Games, and My Resort, or at least a version of it. That's a whole other conversation right there. But the stage is in Splatoon 3. Like, there's most of the old stages from the first game are in one of the 2 newer ones. Most of them. I'd have to look on the wiki, which I probably will in a second here, to see which ones actually aren't there. So yeah, Urchin Underpass, Salt Spray Rig. Wait, is that it? I think those legit might be the only 2 stages. Huh. Well, the problem is that's not counting stages that basically aren't in the game, even though they technically are. Like, Hammerhead Bridge is in Splatoon 3, but it's a completely different stage, basically, than it was originally. Like, say what you will about My Resort, but that stage is still clearly My Resort. It has all the same mechanics, like the water going up and down and all that stuff. Hammerhead Bridge in Splatoon 3 is basically a new stage. There are some similarities to the original, but it's basically a new stage. So, I almost don't count that one. I'll count My Resort. That's close enough that I'm okay to count that. And all the other ones are just blatantly there. Like, you know, Flounder Heights is the same stage as it was in Splatoon 1 with some, like, minor changes. Same for Museum d'Alfonso. Again, it's basically the same stage. What else? Bluefin Depot. Now, Bluefin Depot is a more recent addition to Splatoon 3, so I haven't played that version of the stage that much. From what I've seen, it's not that different. It's not the exact same, but it's not that different. It's still Bluefin Depot. It's not a brand new stage like Hammerhead Bridge or a very heavily changed stage like My Resort is. Yeah, it's just Salt Spray Rig and Urchin Underpass. Those are the only 2 holdouts that aren't in a Switch-era game. Well, they should. They need to add those 2 stages and put them on the Switch. Put them on the Switch, dang it. They probably won't, but hey, a man can dream, right? Classic theme song again. It's now 6, by the way. So 2 hours after the official cutoff and an hour after the rotation ended. Wait, I shouldn't have done that. That was a bad idea. I didn't mean to do that. I forgot. I forgot. They're just goofing. I didn't mean to do that, actually. My brain forgot that everyone's just goofing now. I think those were all Japanese players, too. Yeah, I can ink turf all I want, but I'm gonna leave those guys alone. That was my fault. None of the Japanese guys are ever gonna see this stream in a billion, trillion years. But if for some reason they do, sorry about that. I didn't mean to. I kind of forgot. I was on autopilot there. So, you know, this guy is actually trying. This guy's actually trying, I think. So, like, that's fine. But the other guys I need to, like, if they're just chilling around and, like, obviously not taking it seriously, then, like, let them do their thing. I just kind of was on autopilot there. There's no one there, I think. Won that match, but they weren't exactly trying. Again, like, we've reached the point now where, like, people are just, like, goofing off, waiting for the servers to kick them out. It also helps that we're doing Turf War, so there's no downside. See, if we were playing ranked, then people would try, because even though it's the literal end, people don't want to rank down. I don't want to rank down. So, like, they have to try. But, like, for Turf War, who cares? You know? Who freaking cares? Like, that's not like it makes a difference anyway. Game Explain has put up a video saying Wii U and 3DS Online are dead. Here's what they look like now. Let me see if maybe they know what games still work.
Hey everyone, Joey.
Whoa, that was loud. Hey, Joey here.
It is official.
Okay, so you know how I said maybe the login thing is you can't log into Splatoon, but if you're already in, you can still play it? So the online service is not available screen? Yeah, if you're not already playing the game, you can't do it anymore. But if you're already in, it still works. That's what I'm seeing from the Game Explain video, is that so right now, if for some reason you weren't already playing Splatoon, you can't do it anymore. I can't speak for the other games, but at least Splatoon, you can't play it anymore if you haven't already started. If you already started and are still playing from before the 4 p.m. cutoff or 5 p.m. rotation thing, it still works. Hence, again, why it's still working for us. But the problem is, now that new people can't log in, again, that thing I mentioned earlier, it's gonna slowly fall off, and eventually you won't be able to play matches anymore. So apparently, Mario Kart 7, everyone got kicked off when the cutoff happened, apparently. But if you're playing Pokemon, so if you're playing like, you know, X and Y or ORAS or Sun and Moon or Ultra Sun and Moon online, that apparently still works as long as you were already, like, as long as you just keep, like, doing matches over and over and you never leave or whatever, then apparently it still works. I don't know. I'm just going off of what the comments said, so... But yeah, so if we leave the lobby completely, like, not just be in the little menu that says Turf War or whatever, like, if we go all the way back to Inkopolis Plaza, we're screwed. That's it. That is official. So, that's the current state of at least Splatoon. Apparently Mario Kart 7 is just dead. I don't know about Mario Kart 8. I don't know about Smash Wii U or 3DS. The Pokemon games apparently still kind of work, again, if you're already in it, like with Splatoon 1. But you can't join anymore, so you can't start a new online lobby in Pokemon. You can't start a new online lobby. Well, you can't log in to the lobby in Splatoon 1, but if you're already in it, it still works, and will continue to work for now, at least. Oh yeah, the Koro Koro hat. Forgot that was a thing. Man, remember Koro Koro? I mean, they're still around, but I remember back in like 2015, 2016 when like they were like a bigger deal. And even then, that was probably already diminished from what they were in the 2000s or whatever. Oh, dang it! I keep my brain. See, Inkling must shoot. It's not the end of the world, but like, I don't know, I kind of feel bad shooting those guys when like they're just chilling. It's not like it matters. Again, this isn't ranked mode. This is Turf War. It's like it doesn't really matter at this point. Like whether you take the game seriously in this mode, at least. Alone. I need to remember to leave him alone. Yeah, not like it really matters, but man, I just kind of feel weird. Like, let me shoot all those guys just chilling around and messing around. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me watch the rest of the game explained. I kind of just stopped when the first like couple seconds.
Try connecting to a Splatoon game like I did. It says error code 1022882. The online service is no longer available. Sorry for the inconvenience. Support information, but that support's not going to help you out. The Nintendo 3DS message is a little bit different on Andre's dusty old 3DS. Seriously, dude, get a wipe. It says error code 002. Why am I telling you the number? The service has been discontinued. Thank you for using this service. So the 3DS is a little more grateful than the Wii U because they actually thank us for their patronage.
Actually, 13. I don't know if you guys can hear Andre talking on the video, but yeah. So the 3DS came out in 2011, but I think the Nintendo Network itself didn't launch until like late 2011 or early 2012. I don't remember. It's been a long time. It was there the entire time for the Wii U, though. I know that.
But what matters now is that it is officially dead, which is of course very sad. But the folks at Pretendo tweeted, now that Nintendo Network is shut down, we are finally able to announce our latest project, SSSL. This allows Wii users the ability to have limited access to Nintendo without homebrew.
Okay. I don't know if you guys heard any of that. Probably not. But apparently, so I mentioned earlier how apparently Pretendo put out some new announcement today, because of course they did, timing and all that. I didn't read what the announcement actually was. I just saw there was an announcement. Well, apparently one of the announcements was they are going to add a way to let you use Pretendo on vanilla Wii U's that aren't homebrewed. Now, apparently it's limited access. I don't know how they're going to pull that off, but apparently they found a way to make that work, so that's awesome. Of course, they say limited access. I'm not entirely sure what that means yet. But, so, that's cool. But, yeah, so yeah, the whole thing I mentioned of, like, say, you can't join Splatoon anymore, so if you're not already playing the game, you're out of luck, sorry. And apparently a bunch of the other services are down, but again, I didn't really get a good list of what does and doesn't work. They just said a bunch of the other services are down, but I don't know what games they're talking about. That's the problem. I know I keep saying this, but I really don't have much else to say. I really don't. It's just waiting until it kicks us out for the final time. I wonder if we'll get kicked out by a network error more than anything else. Now, Splatoon 3 is a bit infamous for the connection issues, and they are there, and they are still there. I think they've improved a bit, but that is definitely an issue I've experienced. Even Splatoon 2 had them a little bit. But this game, from what I remember, I historically have had very few connection drops in this game. If you get in, you basically stay in until you leave. Whereas in 2, and especially 3, connection drops are more common. So, I think I've mentioned this in streams before, but it's probably been a long time since I've mentioned this. But, so, I got Splatoon 1 on day 1 in, what was it, May 29th, 2015, I think it was the release date. And I still have the receipt from GameStop. It's in my case. And for those of you that know your history, you're going to hear the words Day 1 Splatoon copy and GameStop and a receipt, and you're going to ask the question, wait a second, does that receipt have what I think it has on it? The answer to that question is, yes it does. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, back in the day, Nintendo did a pre-order bonus with GameStop, where if you bought Splatoon 1 at launch, or pre-ordered it or whatever, you got a code for the Inkling Mii costumes for Smash Wii U. Not 3DS and Wii U, just Smash Wii U. And that code is on this old receipt that I'm holding right now. And I never used it because the code was only good for Smash Wii U. It didn't work with Smash 3DS. And since, of course, I wanted all the DLC on both versions, I just bought it for both. Because they had a thing where you could buy the DLC for both. Like, you could buy the DLC for just Wii U, for just 3DS, or for Wii U and 3DS, and you'd get, like, a discount if you bought it for both. And, of course, I bought it for both because I had it on everything on both. And the Mii costumes are like nothing. They're like $1 or whatever they were. Like, the Mii costumes are insanely cheap. They're like $1 or 75 cents. So it's like, who cares? Like, oh no, I don't use the pre-order code. But this code, I want to say many years ago on Twitter, I think in like 2018, I think I like on Twitter was like, hey guys, you want this code for some weird reason? Take at it. So it may already have been used. Someone may have already used it. But, I don't know if it's been redeemed or not. Not that it matters at this point, anyway. I mean, the eShop still works, but I don't know if you can redeem codes anymore. Like, the eShop proper is dead, but you can still download games you already bought, like how the Wii Shop channel still works. You can still buy stuff from the Wii... you can't buy. You can still download stuff from the Wii Shop channel. Ooh, are we reaching that point? Well, okay. Let's take this opportunity to at least switch weapons. We can still switch weapons and not have it kick us out, so we may as well switch weapons. From our trusty 52 gal deco that like I said before, is basically what I mained, so to speak, in Splatoon 1. We're gonna switch from that to something else. But what else would we switch to? Oh yeah, the original Kraken? Oh yeah, you can't sort. Yeah, there's no sorting feature in the original game. That's kind of annoying, so I have to go through and look through, like, all the dang things to find what I want. We'll go with the NZAP 83. Uh-oh. Every time I see a screen like that, I'm worried that it's gonna kick me out. But as long as we don't leave, then it still works, apparently. Anyways, I don't even know if you can redeem this code anymore. But, I don't know, I still have it. Someone may have redeemed it when I put it on Twitter, like, years ago. But I don't know, that was also 2018. I don't know how many people would have cared at that point. I'm definitely gonna hold on to that receipt. I'm never getting rid of that. It is kind of misleading how on the back of the box it says you can use the Pro controller and you can use the classic controller, Pro and stuff, but like, you really can't. You can only use those controllers for like the, you can only use those controllers for the like pseudo-local multiplayer mode that's not really a multiplayer mode. For the actual game, you have to use the gamepad. Whether you use the motion, you can turn off the motion controls. Although I highly recommend you turn them on in any Splatoon game, 1, 2, or 3. The game is designed with motion controls in mind, and it's way better with them. Especially in the first game when the motion controls are so good. I've already talked about that. Oh, wow, I didn't even notice that. So, I don't know if you're actually here, Antonio, but I only just now saw the text you put out. That was probably a response to me being like, what should I talk about? I only just now saw that, because I haven't been looking at my phone, really. I don't know if you're still here. You haven't been typing anything in the chat, so I don't know. I mean, basically, he mentioned, like, Marvel stuff. Like, do I have anything to say in regards to Marvel stuff? Right now, not really. I mean, this is really an entire video that I could do. Probably will do at some point, but, the MCU right now is... It's not even on the back burner. It's, like, on the back burner of back burner of back burners. It's, like... It's... My interest in it is the lowest it's ever been. It's not 0, but it's not much higher than that. It's one of the reasons I stopped doing those discussions. Like, every time a Marvel thing came out, I did a discussion on it. I kind of just stopped doing them. One of them was because I kind of felt like I didn't need to, and also because I was just getting less and less and less interested as time went on in kind of the MCU. And right now, my interest in the MCU is, like, very, very low. There's like 1 or 2 projects that, like, obviously the new Deadpool, I'm gonna see that because it's Deadpool and that's guaranteed to be good because it's basically its own thing. But the actual core MCU right now, I really don't care about that much. I know that's not exactly a new hot take or anything. That's probably the common opinion nowadays, but I don't know. I just stopped kind of caring. I'd say like a year-ish ago. I have seen all the movies. I have not kept up with the shows at all, but the movies I've still seen those because I still go to see those in Antonio. And, you know, it's fun and all to go to the theater and everything. You know, I never regret going. It's just I mainly go out of obligation more than, and you know, just to kind of get out and whatnot more than like anything else. But again, I'm gonna see the Deadpool movie because it's gonna be good, most likely. But everything else, I'm mainly going to end up seeing simply for the sake of a checklist at this point. And my plan is, once we get to Secret Wars in like a year or 2, once we get to Secret Wars, and if Secret Wars, if at that point, I might just drop it completely. But I'm kind of too deep at this point to jump off the ship halfway. Even though I'm kind of already halfway off the ship, because I'm not paying attention to the shows anymore. I haven't seen Secret Invasion. I haven't seen Loki Season 2. I don't know if there's been anything else since then, but I haven't watched any of them. And I will eventually, for the sake of completion, but I have no real interest at this point in any of the shows. The movies are easy. I don't mind seeing them, because the movies are like, you know, a 2-3 hour session. It's on one day. Like, I have no issue seeing the movies still. It's just the shows. I don't feel like watching the shows anymore. And even the movies I'm not that invested in at this point. It's really just for the sake of a checkbox at this point. You know? Like, I mean, I saw the last... Like, I think the last movie that I saw that I actually wanted to see in some form was Guardians 3, which wasn't that long ago. But even that one I wasn't, like, dying to see. And it was a good movie. It was definitely one of the better movies of the newer kind of phases here. But even still, you know, if I hadn't have seen it, it wouldn't have been the end of the world, right? And then there's other movies like, you know, the Marvels. Yeah, honestly, I thought the Marvels, when it was all said and done, was actually, like, fine. Funny enough. Like, for all the hate that, like, the first movie got and still gets, and for what it's worth, even though I don't hate the first movie as much as a lot of other people do, it's still, like, my least favorite MCU movie by far. Like, if I were to do a tier list of, like, ranking the MCU movies, even though I don't hate it, Captain Marvel would be, like, either at the bottom or near the bottom. It's definitely a bottom 3 movie in the MCU, even putting all the other stuff aside. But that's obviously just me, and, you know, that's a whole, you know, video right there, ranking the MCU movies, or shows, or whatever. That could be a thing we maybe do at some point, I don't know. But that's not gonna happen until, like, this current, like, saga is over. It's like 2026. And then at that point, if there's nothing to keep me going, I'll probably just drop off of it completely. Outside of maybe, like, the Spider-Man stuff. I still care about the Spider-Man stuff, but aside from that, I don't really care that much anymore, honestly. Again, that's not exactly some hot new take or anything, but still. It's been this slow, like, I feel like it's been a slow burn, right? Like, it started with Phase 4, but I don't feel like it really started to, like, fall off for me until Phase 5. That's when I really started to enter, like, not really caring about it anymore. Not hate. I don't hate any of the newer MCU stuff, really. But I just don't care about most of it. I'll go and watch one of them, and it's fine, and whatever. I don't feel like I wasted my time, but I also didn't need to watch it, and I also am not really that invested in what's really happening right now. I don't know. But again, that's just me, obviously. I know there's definitely people out there that are still big fans, and that's cool. Nothing wrong with that, obviously. Just I am slowly joining the group, the increasingly big group of people that just kind of don't really care anymore for the most part, outside of like 1 or 2 projects. I'll see Deadpool when the college trilogy starts. I'm gonna see that, and of course I'm gonna see Secret Wars and whatever. But like outside of that, like everything else is just kind of a checkbox to me at this point. I'm seeing it just to get it, you know, just to finish it, just to be like, okay, I've seen it. And that's kind of it. And what a time again, when Secret Wars if Secret Wars is really good and it makes me invested again, maybe I'll stick around. But honestly, at that point, I'll probably just be like, you know what? I've had a good run, and we'll call it. And that's fine. And I can always come back to it later. There's nothing stopping me from, like, 10 years from now, binging everything I've missed. Because that's probably what's going to happen with Secret Wars. Is there's probably, like, all the shows I'll see all the movies, but the shows that I skipped, I'll just binge all of them. And that's fine. It's not a big deal. Okay, so now there's 3 empty slots. What? Did you see the counter reset? Okay, one more person. Part of me almost wonders if the fact that it still works is on purpose. because they know, maybe, this could just be a coincidence, but maybe they know that this is the most important game that's getting shut down today. In my opinion, at least. It's Mario Makers, that's a big one too, but like, I care about Splatoon more, I'm sorry. I'm biased. But like, this is the most important game that's getting shut down today. So maybe because of that, they're letting people play longer than they would for most of the other games. That probably isn't why. It's probably just a coincidence that it's still working. But you never, I don't know. I would hope that they would know that this is like this is the biggest one. Because again, Mario Kart 8, whoopity-doo. We have Deluxe. Smash Wii U, mostly whoopity-doo. Not as whoopity-doo, but mostly whoopity-doo because Ultimate exists and it's better in basically every way for online, even though the online is still not great, obviously, but that's a whole other conversation. But you get what I mean, right? Like, there's no, oh no, I can't play Smash Wii U online. Doesn't really matter. Especially because the entire game is still fully playable offline anyway. It's just the online that doesn't work. But with Splatoon, the game is at its core an online game. Again, there's the single player, and the single player, I like the single player. It's very nostalgic for me, but it's really, in the grand scheme of things, nothing special, and it's not why you play this game. You play this game to play the multiplayer. If the multiplayer goes away, which is only online, in the sequels, there's LAN modes, so even when those servers eventually shut down in 7, 8, 9, 10 years, even outside of the inevitable successor, unofficial thing that will come up, you know, the Pretendo of the Switch. That's going to exist, but even outside of that, there will still be official ways to play multiplayer in 2 and 3, because there's LAN mode built in and local wireless. But the first game, online only, as far as the multiplayer is concerned, so yeah. I'm very tempted to get up right now and go refill the water, for real this time. But I'm worried that the second I step out of the room, the game's gonna start. And then I'm gonna sit there for too long and it's gonna kick me out. And then it's gonna, and when it kicks me out, it's probably gonna, I think it will kick you out all the way to like Inkopolis Plaza, I think. Not just the regular lobby, but I could be wrong. Again, it's been a long time since I've played this game regularly. Okay. I think we've been doing Moray Towers the last couple of matches. You know, there's a very real chance that by the time Ethan gets back from what he's doing, that like we'll still be going. There's a very real possibility. It'll be kind of fun. And he'll be like, "You're still going? The servers still work?" Yes, apparently they do. At least if you're already in it. He won't be able to join in. I don't even know if he has a Wii U anymore. I know a while ago he got a Japanese white Wii U, but I think he sold that. Could be wrong though. Even then, though, that wouldn't work unless he. Well, actually, no, it would work as long as he has, like, you know, homebrew to break the region locking. keep forgetting that I don't have a grenade right now. I have that instead. I forgot about that. Is that ability in the newer games? I don't think it is. I could be wrong. I don't think that ability is in 2 or 3. Maybe it's in 2, but I don't think it's in 3. Oh man. Okay. I am going to take a risk right now. I am going to go refill my water, among other things. And I will be back. And hopefully, it doesn't kick me out for inactivity. I'm going to try and do this as fast as possible. I don't want to get kicked out. Because if I leave, it's over. If I go back to Inkopolis Plaza, it's over. We've seen that. So, I will be... I'd go to the be right back screen, but honestly, I'm just going to leave it like this for right now, just so you guys can see. If it happens while I'm not here for some reason, you can see the moment where it disconnects or something. I don't think it's going to happen. I think I'm going to be pretty quick. But I'm going to be back. I'll be back in 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, we're still up. I'm also gonna, hold on. Alrighty, opening the window should help. Alrighty, so we got, alrighty, so, let's go ahead and change weapons, I guess. We haven't done a roller yet, so sure, why not? I remember the days of the original OG Splatoon global test fire from like early May 2015, like weeks before the game came out. And the roller was, at least at the time, everyone said the roller was broken. It probably wasn't in retrospect, but at the time, everyone was like, the roller is so busted in, like, the test fire. And then I think they nerfed it for the actual game. But I remember that, because in the original test fire, you could only use 4 weapons. Same thing goes for the Splatoon 2 test fire. Now, I never got to play the Splatoon 2 test fire because it happened in like late March, and I couldn't get a Switch by then. I spent like all of March trying to get a Switch, but I just couldn't. So I had to wait until early April. So I missed out on the original test fire, but of course once they did like the Splatfest World Premiere, obviously I got to play that. In fact, I still have the stream for that on YouTube. You can go look at it right now. It's even public. I think it was unlisted for a while, but I made it public like I think a year or 2 ago when I did all of the other Splatoon streams for like the lead up to Splatoon 3. I think everyone's just goofing off in this match. They're not really trying. Yeah. I mean, we've been seeing that for a while now, but obviously the more and more time goes on, the more and more people are... They're just... Wait, I didn't even read what that said. I think that was... I think I know what that said. I didn't pay attention to it until the last second. I think I know what word that they were trying to spell out in ink, though. Yeah, but, yeah, we've reached a point now where, like, people are just waiting to get kicked off the server at this point. They really just do not care anymore, at least in Turf War. I'm sure, again, like I said before, I'm sure if we hopped back over to, ranked battle, people would still be trying because people don't want their rank to go down, no matter how pointless it really is at this point. People do not want to rank down, myself included, so they're still gonna try. But this is Turf War, so like, who cares? We can just mess around for the last 30 minutes, hour, 2 hours, whatever is left. Dragonmeyer86, welcome to the stream. Game explains Mario Kart 8 is dead now. Okay, so Mario Kart 8 does not work. I heard Mario Kart 7 doesn't work. No, I know that you cannot log into Splatoon 1 anymore. If you're already in it, it still works, but you can't log into it anymore. I don't know what the status of Smash Wii U and 3DS is. I don't know if that still works. I heard the Pokemon games on 3DS, if you're like Splatoon 1, if you're already in, you can still play, but you can't join anymore. You can't make a new like lobby or whatever. That's all the information I have, but yeah, thank you for notifying me that Mario Kart 8 is now officially dead. Thanks for that. If you have any more information on the various games, that'd be nice. Smash 3DS are dead, New Leaf are dead, okay. So I assume that means Smash... If Smash 3DS is dead, Smash Wii U is probably also dead. What about Mario Maker? Does Mario Maker still work? I know that's a big one for people, was Mario Maker. There's a few people still on it. For Mario Maker? Okay, then. So it still works, technically? Or... Is it like Splatoon and apparently Pokemon, where like if you're already in it still works, but if you get kicked out or whatever, or if you can't join, or do you know or do you not know? I forget how Mario Maker, like how that works, because I've never really been a big Mario Maker person. So I'm not entirely sure how the online for that game. Yes, exactly. Okay, so it's like Splatoon and Pokemon, where if you're in, it still works, but if you're not in already, it's donezo. Okay. So yeah, thanks for telling me. So that's the status of things. Okay. I don't think there's any other big online game I'm missing. I think, yeah, you know, Mario Kart, Smash, Pokemon, and I forgot about Animal Crossing. I've never really been a big Animal Crossing person, but yeah, that's a notable one. What else is, yeah, Mario Maker. What else is there? I think that's it in terms of like the notable games. Oh yeah, and Pokemon, if I didn't mention that already. I think that's pretty much it. Now here's a question I don't know if anyone has the answer to because no one really cares. Do the Call of Duty games still work? Because if for those of you that don't know, the old like Call of Duty games on the Wii, as far as I know, still work, even though the online for the Wii has been dead for almost a decade. Because Activision had their own thing that was separate from Nintendo Wi-Fi. I don't know if that's the case for like Black Ops 2 and Ghosts. I have Black Ops 2 and Ghosts on Wii U. Obviously, I'm not gonna leave this to go test if they still work or not. But I'm actually genuinely curious if like those games online, like are those tied into the Nintendo network or are those their own thing? I heard at least one has been shut down. I'm not sure which one though. I mean, I see no reason why like say Ghosts would still work, but Black Ops 2 wouldn't, or the other way around. I feel like if the Call of Duties were gonna go away, they would go away at the same time, but I don't know, obviously. But yeah, what else? What else? Is there anything else I can think of that has an online component? Okay, okay, hold on, I got one. Nintendo Badge Arcade. Or is that, no, or no, that's tied in with the eShop, I think. Or is it? Well, I don't remember. That's not really a game, but like, that is something that relies upon online to some extent. I don't know if that already went down when the eShop kind of went away, or if that's a part of the online, or what. I don't remember. Again, I haven't had a 3DS in a long time, so I haven't used it in a long time. I don't remember how exactly it worked. But I know they had, like, the special events for, like, you know, hey, this week you can get, you know, these icons and stuff. So clearly there was some online component to that. Again, that's not really a game, but I'm just trying to think of what other games. I think we have, it was. Now Street Pass and Spot Pass are also dead, so a lot of the functionality is dead. So wait, you're saying that it died with the eShop, but some stuff still worked? But now, okay, well, Street Pass isn't online based, that's local. Spot Pass is online, so now that being dead makes sense. So what you're saying essentially is, if it wasn't dead before, it's dead now, basically, is what it sounds like you're saying. Yeah, basically. Okay, so the Badger Arcade is basically dead. Okay. I'm not surprised, obviously. Like, again, that's a... It's not in a game, but it was tied into online stuff, so yeah. Yeah, I just was like, yeah, didn't that die with the eShop? Yeah, no. Apparently it did, but there was also other stuff. I don't know, so... It's dead, basically. You know, it's dead, Jim. You know, so... So yeah, I genuinely, honest to God, can't... Oh, wait, I know another one. I don't have this game, so I have no experience with it, but I've heard that Xenoblade X has some kind of online raids thing of some kind. I heard that at one point. I don't know how true it is. I don't know how deep the functionality is, but there's some online component of Xenoblade X. Does that still work? Probably not. But, like, does that still? I'm just killing people for no good reason at this point. Everyone really is just chilling and waiting to get kicked off the servers. No one's trying anymore. Everyone's just goofing around and walking. Okay, hold on, this guy's trying, maybe. I'm not sure about it, but I'm assuming it's dead because no one's playing it. Like, no one's playing it as in no one's, like, streaming it? Or are you just assuming no one's playing it because, like, it's Xenoblade X in 2024. So you're just assuming no one went back and played. Because I'm sure that there's at least one Twitch streamer out there that's streaming that game, or at least was streaming that game, specifically to see if the online would, like, when it would. I'm sure there was someone. But again, I don't know. I have really no knowledge on that, but my guess is it's probably dead. That's my guess. Because that's a first-party game, so it's not like Call of Duty where, like, oh, that might be Activision server. No, that's a first-party game. That's Monolith Soft. That's going to be tied into the Nintendo servers somehow, or the Nintendo network, so that functionality is probably dead, but I do not know for sure. So, I guess for anyone that maybe has joined the stream more recently and doesn't really know kind of what's going on, or not, well, you know what's going on, but you can see the title of the stream, but for those of you that don't know kind of like where we are as far as like how the online is going, so officially, according to the Nintendo website and all that stuff, officially the online shut down at 4 p.m. Officially. Unofficially, Splatoon 1's rotation didn't end until 5 p.m. But, as you can see by the fact that it's almost 7, it still works. But, you cannot join Splatoon 1 anymore. You can only keep playing it if you're still playing it. But if you are like, oh, I'm gonna fire up the Wii U right now, don't even bother, it doesn't work anymore. If you go to Inkopolis Plaza and you walk into the lobby, it'll flash the "This game's online no longer works" screen at you. So you have to be in already for it to work, but if you're already in, it still works as of right now. But that's kind of the status of at least Splatoon. And apparently, yeah, the Mario Karts are down, Smash is down, Animal Crossing's down. The Pokemon games, from what I saw on a comment on Game Explain, apparently still work if you're already in, but that might have been, but who knows. But yeah, that's kind of the current status of that. So yeah, I gotta leave. Great stream, and good luck keeping Splatoon alive. Well, thank you very much for stopping by. I really appreciate it, and thank you for all the updated knowledge on kind of the status of what still works or not. I really appreciate it. So yeah, thanks for stopping by, and hope I see you again sometime. But yeah, as far as how long I'm going to keep playing this, though, I mean, I said a few hours ago that, like, oh, we'll just keep playing until it kicks us out. But the problem is, it is almost 7, and it still hasn't kicked us out yet. It still hasn't kicked us out. It's still working, and I'm worried that it's going to keep working for, like, the rest of the day. Because, again, I love this game. I love Splatoon 1. It's my favorite game in the franchise. But I don't want to play this game for another 5 hours until it's midnight or whatever. And then maybe it finally turns off. I don't want to do that, and I'm not going to do that. Probably, but we'll see. Not that I have anything else to do. There's nothing stopping me from just keep going and going and going, but it's just, I would like to not, like, I said this I think an hour ago at this point, but if the game just shut off right now, I'd be fine with that. I've had my fill, you know, if the game just kicked me out right now, error message, whatever, I'd be completely okay with that, honestly. But it's still working, so we're gonna keep playing until it kicks us out. I've been saying that for the last 3 or 4 hours, but it's true. Oh, just barely escaped that. Oh man, I'm getting hungry. That's not a good sign. Okay, I didn't need to do that. I was kind of not paying attention. But again, at this point, we're just playing for the sake of playing at this point. We're not trying. I might, you know, maybe we should hop back over to, ranked mode. But the problem is in ranked mode right now, I'm at, like, 8. Like, I'm rank A, but I'm 8. So if I lose, like, one more match, I go down to B. And I can tell you right now, I'm probably not going to be able to get back up in time. But then again, with how long this is going, maybe I can get back up. I do not want to rank down in the final minutes here, or hour, or whatever. I don't want to rank down here at the end, right? Plus, we played, like, I'm not ready to move back over to that mode just yet. We're going to stick with Turf War for a little while longer, but we'll probably end up moving back over to that mode maybe in a couple matches, I don't know. Just for the sake of switching it up. Unfortunately, the map selection, again, the map selection ended at 5 p.m., which means that we're going to be playing these same 4 maps for the rest of the time this works. It's never going to switch again. At least as far as I know, it won't. But what's funny is, we're about to come up on the next theoretical switch. Because if the game was still running normally, 7 p.m. would be the next switch. But obviously, there's not going to be a switch, because it already ended at 5. That was supposed to be the end of at least new people joining the lobby. So, as far as I know, it's just the same 4 maps for as long as people are willing to stay in and not leave, or not get kicked out by some error. We haven't run into an error message yet. I honestly wonder, I mean, again, like I said before, error messages in Splatoon 1 were pretty rare. That's more of a Splatoon and especially Splatoon 3 problem, but Splatoon 1 was pretty stable, ironically. For all the jokes that we all make about Nintendo's online, and it's not very good. Shocker, no, very, very hot take to say it's not very good. Which is probably a very nice way of saying that for some people, but whatever, that's beside the point. But surprisingly, despite Nintendo's Online being Nintendo's Online, Splatoon 1 has actually been pretty stable. No lag, no disconnects. It's just kind of worked. Smash Wii U's not great. And Mario Kart, way early on in the stream, I think had some lag, but Splatoon 1 has always been rock solid as far as the connection is concerned. At least from what I remember. I'm sure there was a time where there was a disconnect or there was lag, but I can barely remember them. You might change weapons next time. Yeah, it's 7 p.m., so this is the next theoretical map rotation, even though there shouldn't be another one. Because if you go to the Jalonzo bot website or whatever, yeah, there's nothing else. Like, once 5 p.m. hit, that was it. There's nothing beyond that point. But now we're hitting the next theoretical rotation, even though there's nothing else. So maybe this is the moment that it kicks us out. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Here we go. Here we go. This is it. There it is. There it is. It's over. It's over, folks. An error has occurred. That's not the same thing as the online. We're gonna look for that message, but there it is. That's it. 7 p.m. was the killer. That was the killer. Alrighty then. Let's go ahead and just see the message for completeness' sake. Let's see the message. That's weird. I'm not sure why it's asking me that like a... Yeah, yep. It's dead, Jim. For real this time. So, 7 p.m. was the cutoff. Well... there it is. I don't really have anything else to say. There it is. It's over. It's dead, Jim. That's it. It's over. I wish it said the online is discontinued. It doesn't say that, though. It says an error has occurred. But we all know what that means, so... yeah, it's over. Well, that was cool. That was fun. Obviously, we spent most of the stream on Splatoon because that's the game that I wanted to stream the most because this is the one that matters the most to me of the three, but it's cool that we got to play, you know, vanilla Mario Kart 8 and Smash Wii U one last time, and we got to play plenty of matches of the original Splatoon that started it all, so yeah, that's it. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, just out of curiosity, what happens if I click no? Because it's asking me if I want, do I want to participate in online battles? What happens if I click don't? Oh, does it just send me back? Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, no, that's it. So that means my final rank in Splatoon 1 was was rank A 6. That's my final ranking, and I'm level 43. I still have a ton of super seashells from way back when Splatfests were a thing for this game. And this is before, because I think with Splatoon 2 and 3, they made it so that you can get super seashells just by playing the game normally, so even when the Splatfests die, like, you'll still be able to get them. But in this game, I think you had to do the Splatfests. If you weren't there for the Splatfests, if you joined this game way late, then you're screwed. You couldn't use any of them, as far as I remember. But yeah, so that's our final ranking. Level 43, rank A, 6. 49 super seashells and a crap ton of coins. Can I buy any clothes? Or is it really like that over? Yeah, I can't buy clothes anymore. Well, good. Well, what's funny is I thought I had bought all the clothes in this game, but when I first logged on hours ago, there was a piece of clothing in one of the stores I hadn't bought yet, so of course I bought it, and now I'm glad I did. Now, do I have every single piece of clothing that this game has to offer? There's probably not. I think I have most of them. Because again, I've been playing this game for a long time. I mean, okay, I stopped actively playing it when Splatoon 2 came out, obviously. But like, I played this game pretty actively for 2 years. I feel like I probably have. And it stopped getting updates a long time ago. So I probably have most. Not all, but most. I have all the weapons, though. I have all the weapons. And what's cool is I can still... The game isn't completely useless, because, I mean, of course the single player is still going to work, but more importantly, well, not more importantly, but also, we can still do this, we can still do the test thing, so we can still mess with weapons and stuff, so it's not, so there is at least that, so that's cool, if I ever want to do that for some reason, but, yeah, so, yeah, but that's it. Some other people survived rotation, I guess you got unlucky, okay then. So I guess it is still 10. Okay, well, it is what it is. I mean, I got to play this game for like 3-4 hours before it kicked me out. That's pretty solid. I'm perfectly okay with getting kicked out, honestly, at this point. But yeah, so yeah, the rotation is apparently was the killer, at least for some people. I apparently was one of them, but apparently other people are still in, so that's cool. But that's the end of the journey for me. You know what I might do, just for sake of completeness? Load up Mario Kart 8 and Smash Wii U just to see the error screen. Just to see it with my own eyes. And so, you know what? We're gonna do that. There's no real point. But you know what? This is the end of an era. Let's go ahead and see the screen for ourselves. So obviously we saw the error screen for Splatoon. Let's see the error screen for... Actually, you know what? Before we do that, what happens if I load up the game now without the online whatsoever? I want to see that. Then we'll load up Mario Kart 8 and also Mario Maker. We'll load up Mario Maker for the heck. Mario Maker was not a focus of the stream whatsoever, but again, we might as well. I'll go ahead and we'll load up all those games just to see the error screens, and then we'll call it for today. Actually, wait, no, hold on. The old Call of Duties. I mentioned this earlier, but I was wondering, because I have Black Ops 2 and Ghosts on Wii U. Yes, I'm one of the 5 people that have those versions. Do those still work, or are those relying on Activision servers? Because the old Wii Call of Duties, from what I've heard, still work. Even though they totally shouldn't, they still work. But that's only because they run on Activision servers. Okay, so now it doesn't even give us the Callie and Marie thing anymore, obviously, because there's no stage rotation anymore. But, so yeah, all of our stats are still there, so if I ever want to boot the game up just to see the stats for some reason, it's there. But, okay, so... Yeah, it's dead. At least for me, it's dead. Apparently for other people, it's still going, but for me, it is over. Okay, so yeah. Okay, we're done with Splatoon. That is dead. So we're gonna boot up, yeah, a bunch of games here just to see the state of online for each of them. Now, I heard from Dragmeyer earlier that Mario Kart 8 is dead, and that Smash 3DS is dead, so probably Smash Wii U is dead, but I don't actually know that 100%. But we're gonna find out. I don't have a 3DS anymore, so I can't test any of my 3DS games, but we'll have to make do with what we have. And for what it's worth, we have all the big ones, pretty much. It's pretty much not possible to create or join lobby in any game now. Okay, then. Anyone that's still in? Yeah, because, yeah, I heard, so obviously Splatoon kept on working past the cutoff points because you were already in. And I heard that I don't know if it still works, but I heard the Pokemon games at least an hour or two ago. If you were already in, it still worked. If you weren't, nada. That's what I heard. Obviously, I don't have 100% verification on that, but, yeah. There it is. There's the error message I wanted to see. This online service is no longer available. Sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, I mean, I already heard it was dead, but I just wanted to see it with my own eyes, you know? I wanted to see with my own eyes that it really was dead. You know? I guess they only shut off authentication servers and left the game servers on. But then that wouldn't explain why... Okay, at least in the case of Splatoon, again, I can't speak for Pokemon, but at least for Splatoon... Again, apparently even right now, there are still people out there that can play still. But, of course, the rotation is what kicked me out. But if it wasn't for the rotation, I would have been able to keep playing. But also not everyone got kicked out because of the rotation. Only some people did. So I'm not sure what's up with that, but yeah. Alrighty. The Super Smash Brothers of the Wii U. Let's watch the error message for this pop up. Again, I heard that 3DS is dead. This is most likely dead. But again, I'm really just booting this up just to see the error screen. I want to see it with my own eyes, you know? Just to officially confirm that it really is truly dead. After we wait for this long load screen, because I forgot, because I hadn't played Smash 4 in so long, that the load screen for Smash Wii U takes a minute. Another streamer got kicked out of Splatoon. So yeah, so it sounds like the rotation. Now that the next rotation has happened, that really is the beginning of the end. It will probably not be too much longer until everyone's kicked out completely, I'd imagine. Because and even if it kept working, there's going to be another rotation after that, right? At 9 up there. There it is. Okay, there's the notification. We saw it. Okay, we can leave now. Okay, so we got the notification for that. Smash Wii U is dead. Okay, next up. So we've gotten the big 3 games out of the way, at least what I consider the big 3 games. We'll go ahead and boot up Mario Maker, because I heard a while ago that apparently it sort of worked, but not really, or maybe it has the Splatoon thing of if you were already in, you know, that whole thing. Oh, yeah, I forgot that Mario Maker had a red case. And I have like the launch version. I didn't buy it day one, but I have like the launch version that has like the box and it has like the guide and stuff. That's pretty cool, like an art book. I kind of forgot about that. Alrighty. I forgot about that boot up sound. So yeah. He survived rotation and played a game that got kicked out for a communication error. He somehow got back in. So then, like, what? How did he get back in? Oh, the theme song. All right. Again, apparently, if you're still in, it apparently still works. At least an hour or two ago. But you definitely cannot join anymore, that's for sure. Okay, so I think that has covered all of the first-party games that I have that have any kind of online connectivity. I think that's basically all of them. Because, yeah, all I have left, aside from that, is I have... Actually, I think Star Fox Guard might... I think Star Fox Guard might have online of some kind. I'm not sure if I'm going to bother with that, though. We'll go ahead and test the 2 Call of Duties. We'll go ahead and test those. Uh-oh, the stream is dying. The stream is dying. I mean, the main part of it's over, so it's not a huge deal. But like, oh, the stream apparently is OBS is throwing up warning signs. I don't know what's going on with that. So if the stream is lagging or whatever right now, then I don't know why it's happening. Okay, I think it's back to normal now. I think, maybe. I'm not sure. Either way, we're gonna load up Black Ops 2 because someone has to do this, right? It's not a big first-party title, but I want to see if it still works. It has a Nintendo Network logo on the box, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. So, does. The Wii U version of Black Ops 2 was never all that great because it never got any of the DLC. Or the classic, the song. I played the crap out of Black Ops 2 back in the day. On the 360 though, not on the Wii U. The Wii, it's dead. It's dead, Jim. Okay. Wait, it probably doesn't make any difference, but we'll go ahead and try anyway. This probably won't make any difference, but I mean, if the multiplayer's dead, then zombies is definitely going to be dead as well. But I want to see the message for myself, so we're going to see the message. Okay, so Black Ops. I mean, I heard earlier on in the stream that at least one of the games was dead. He didn't know which one. So, yeah, I think communication errors, you can reconnect. Okay, because I didn't get a communication error in Splatoon. I just got kicked out because of the rotation, but it wasn't a communication error. So you can apparently reconnect if it's just like something else, though. Okay, so. Alright, so Black Ops 2. Dead. So now we just have one more game to test. We're gonna test Ghosts. I mean, if Black Ops 2 is dead, this game's gonna be dead too. But again, I want to see it with my own 2 eyeballs. Also, the stream is dying again for some weird reason. I don't know why. Alrighty then. Downloadable content is corrupted. What? What? Now, like Black Ops 2, Ghost didn't get like any DLC, any of the DLC, so it's kind of worthless now. But it did get Free Fall, which was the pre-order map from the other versions down the line. I remember when they brought that, you know, and that was like a big deal for like the very small Call of Duty base on the Wii U. Oh boy, I'm probably wasting time trying to find what that gets complaining about for corruption. Can I just load the game without the DLC? It doesn't matter if the DLC is there or not. The game's not gonna work. I know it's not gonna work. But again, I gotta see it with my own 2 hands. 2 eyes. Is it on? It's probably on one of the flash drives. That's probably why it's complaining. Ghosts. Call of Duty Ghosts, downloadable content, 127 megs, update data, 185 megs. Is there anything on the flash drive? No, the only things on the flash drive are Wii Fit U and Melee, which is obviously not an official thing, Melee. That's obviously not official, it's a homebrew thing. Okay, so... So for some reason, YouTube, it keeps dying. I don't know why. It's kind of funny because the other day, a certain someone that you may or may not know, his YouTube stream just completely crashed and burned, so to the point that he went over to Twitch for the first time in forever. I mean, we're obviously not gonna do that because we're basically at the end of the line here, but it'd be kind of funny if only now YouTube's throwing complaints at me, but I don't know if there's anything I can do to fix it. Okay, so okay, again, this is a total waste of time what we're doing right now, but here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna delete the DLC, re-download it, which you can still do, because even though the eShop is dead, you can still re-download stuff from the eShop. So we can go there, download the DLC, which is just the freefall map. None of the actual DLC got in, unfortunately. And we'll load it up, we'll see the error screen, and that's going to be it. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. You can't see it, obviously. It's on the bottom screen, but there's a thing that says "Don't touch me," and it's like a warning sign. That's because that's like important. Like, I think if you delete that, it like bricks the system or something. I forget. I set up the homebrew on this a long time ago. Obviously, we're never deleting it. Ghosts, DLC, delete, deleted. I could technically boot up the game without it, but for the sake of completeness, we're gonna go re-download the DLC, even though I totally don't have to, and then we'll boot up the game, see the error screen, and that will officially, finally, for real, be it. Because I don't have, well, I could put up Star Fox and Guard, I guess. I think that has some online connectivity, but I'm not gonna bother. I never got that. Okay, back in 2018, GameStop basically gave away Star Fox Zero with the Star Fox Guard, like the original launch bundle, for like $5. Genuinely $5 in 2018. It was insane. Of course I got it. I barely played it. I know it didn't get the greatest reviews, but like I have it. So yeah, I guess in a way, us exploring the end of online, we may as well go and pay our respects to the eShop, even though there's nothing on there. The 1,000-year door. It's a 1,000-year door icon. That's funny. That's from again, that's a homebrew thing where I put like a 1,000-year door ISO on here a long time. Yeah, the eShop. It's dead. It's dead. It's dead. At least we got music still, unlike a certain other eShop. There's literally music in the file, and it's good. I don't know why they don't use it. Maybe on the Switch too they'll use it. Okay. Oh yeah, I kind of found that weird. Why doesn't Smash Wii U use that icon? That icon's really cool. Not that the regular icon is bad, just like it's kind of weird that like the icon, because like New Super Mario Bros. This is the Luigi U DLC, right? That's Mario Kart 8. Like the Mario Kart 8 logo is different, but the Super Mario Bros. U one is accurate, the Hyrule Warriors one is accurate, the Minecraft one's accurate, and the Breath of the Wild DLC is accurate. Wait a second. Where is Ghosts? Or is Ghosts not an eShop thing? Maybe it's not an eShop thing. Maybe it's not tied to the eShop. Because it was a free map, so maybe it's just a part of like an update I have to install. But that also might mean it doesn't work. I can't do it anymore. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, obviously that's gonna work. I didn't mean to do that. Can I still download that map, even if the online doesn't work? Probably not. Aha! See, it does ask me for the eShop. But, like, I already had it. And it, like, corrupted, so I have to reinstall it. Please work. Please work. Please don't be like... Oh, man. Oh, yeah, there's the Mario. That's the Super Mario, that Mario Sunshine thing. That's also from a thing I did. Yeah, that obviously that's also not official. I don't know why it's not in the list. Nothing is available for purchase at this time. But I already have it. It'll load. Oh yeah, remember this? You are a Wii U OG if you remember that app. I think that app stopped working a long time ago. I don't remember why we have this. Brain Age, again, I mean, take a wild guess why Brain Age is there. If you know your stuff, you know why Brain Age is there. I think all these media apps don't work anymore. The YouTube app worked until I think like a year or two ago. But the Amazon app doesn't work, the Hulu app doesn't work, the Netflix app doesn't work. I don't know about the Crunchyroll app, but I think most of those old apps don't work anymore. So yeah, there's the original Global Test Fire, the OG, which you can still re-download. Lost Reavers, I don't know what the... Oh, that's the game that was teased in like the was it the January 2015 Direct from Bandai Namco? That was like Project something? It was like one of the few third-party like AAA-ish efforts on the Wii U. There was like literally like 5 of them. There was not that many. Because it was the Wii U. Yeah, I have this on here apparently. Maybe it went free to play. I never bought anything, so maybe it went free to play at some point. I'm pretty sure it died a long time ago, like the servers and everything, but... I don't know why it's not in the DLC list. That's really strange. Everything else is going to show up though, right? Yeah, New Super Luigi U. One of the first Nintendo DLCs. Yeah, all the Mario Kart 8 stuff. Everything for Smash Wii U. I bought all of it. Both Wii U and 3DS. It's all here. Tons of pages. But let me tell... I can assure you, I own everything. Hyrule Warriors. It always bugged me how, like, when they ported over the stuff from Legends to the Wii U version, we didn't get, like, everything. It was, like, really weird the way they did it. Do I have all the DLC? Or do I just have the first one? Because I think they had 2. There was, like, the original DLC, and then I think they did the DLC for, they added in the Legends stuff. Like, Toon Link or whatever. I don't think I have that. I could be wrong, though. Because I don't see a Wind Waker pack in here anywhere. I don't know. Minecraft. I never bought anything from Minecraft. That's probably just like the Mario pack or whatever that you get by default. And then this is the, yeah, the Wii U DLC. Or not the... Wait, what? Wait. Where's the Wii U DLC? There it is, the expansion pass. I'm like, where is it? I bought it for this platform. Let me see if maybe it now, if there's anything extra if I use the other option. Okay, I don't know. Well, as far as I can tell, there's no way for me to re-download that ghost thing, even though I totally had it, so it should be in here, but for some reason it's not. I have no clue why. Wait, I have an idea. Let me try going through my transaction history. It's probably in there. Or account activity, that works too. Animal Crossing New Leaf update. I don't remember ever downloading that. Oh boy. Oh right, because this includes both 3DS and Wii U stuff, so this is gonna be really inflated. A lot of this is gonna be 3DS. Okay, this is all DLC for Smash 4. Oh yeah, Puzzle Dragon Z. I remember that. That was from a direct. Yeah, there's the global test fire. I mean, obviously that's free. It's a demo. When would I have downloaded that? Tipping Stars, more Smash stuff. Ocarina of Time. Smash. Oh, the Smash Controller app, which I totally didn't need, but I got it anyway, because why not? It's like $1. I don't think this is gonna help us really at all, but I'm just trying to find something here. Oh yeah, Ironfall Invasion. That was like the Gears of War kind of game for new 3DS. I think it was only on the new 3DS. That was also a game that was featured in a direct once. I actually played it. It was kind of interesting. Yeah, a bunch of themes for the 3DS. Hint, hint. The Sonic Boom demo, because of course I downloaded it, because it was such a meme back then. Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire demo. The original Smash 3DS demo that was so highly coveted because it was Club Nintendo exclusive for a while, and that's a whole thing I can get into at some point. Yeah, the free Mercedes-Benz DLC when that first came out. What about the regular DLC? Where's that on here? Because I obviously bought the regular DLC at some point. Oh yeah, that ORAS demo. I remember being like really excited for getting that demo because they just sent me like a code and it was like, hey, I didn't get the Smash 3DS demo, but I got this one. And it was really cool. I remember telling people like, hey, look at that, I got the demo. I mean, it's just a demo, but like it was neat. Oh, here we go. Pack 1+2 bundle. That is the actual Mario Kart 8 DLC. Wind Waker HD. Now, I've told this story before, and I will keep telling it, because it's just one of those things that's like, it shows you how much has changed in some respects. That was back when, for those of you that may remember, if you bought Mario Kart 8 when it first came out, and you registered on Club Nintendo, Nintendo would give you a free game of between 4 games. I believe it was Pikmin 3, Wii Party U, I want to say New Super Mario Bros. U, or Wii Sports Club, one of the two, and Wind Waker HD. And I picked Wind Waker HD. Yes, they actually used to give away games back then. Now, that was an exception. That was a rare time, but they gave away games. Well, that was a thing they did at one point. Yeah, New Super Luigi U, 2013. Man, how far back does this go? So yeah, the first thing on here is from 2013. Yeah, Wii Street U. Okay, so it looks like... Wait, hold on. You've received a friend request. What? Is that an old friend request from a long time ago, or is that a new one? I mean, it doesn't matter now, but like... What is this? Expires in 28 days. Last played together. Oh, this is... Oh, wait, I think I recognize this name. Okay. This is from when we were playing Smash Wii U. Well, it doesn't really matter at this point, but you know what? Why the hell not? It doesn't make a difference now, but hey, I guess that's now my final request of some kind, so that's neat. But yeah, it looks like we can't even install the DLC, even though I own it. I don't know. I'll find a way to homebrew it onto the console at some point, just for the sake of completeness, even though it so doesn't matter anymore. But I've been dragging this out but we all know that it's dead. We all know it's dead. I don't have to load up the game to see that it's dead. It's totally dead. If Black Ops 2 is dead and all the other games are dead, that game is definitely dead. It's just funny to see that it has, like, the mod stuff. What's funny is I don't even have... Do I have those on there anymore? Like, I don't have the 1,000-year door on there anymore. I don't have that sunshine thing on there anymore. And yet, somehow it remembers it. It's probably some cache thing you can delete on, like, the SD card or something. That is weird, because I already bought it. Well, I mean, it wasn't even a purchase. But, like, I already downloaded it once. It should let me download it again. Like, everything else... lets me download everything else. Not that for some reason. Oh, wow. It kicks you all the way back to the Wii. Oh, wow. So, yeah, we can't mess with that. So, I don't know if it's dead. My assumption is it is. So, we'll just count that as dead. I'll try and figure out a way to get that DLC back on there at some point just for the heck of it, even though it super doesn't matter anymore, but... that's it. That's all the online games I have or care to test. So, let me just see. Did I put anything else in any other place? Oh yeah, folders. Remember when folders were a thing? And real folders, not the groups thing. That's not folders. Real folders. Now, to be fair, the Wii U didn't have that at launch, but it got it. And you can even have it be different colors, right? Like I have, you know, games, video apps. None of the video apps work anymore. NES, SNES, N64, GBA, GameCube. That obviously isn't really GameCube Virtual Console. It's just like ISOs or whatever, but... yeah, so, okay. That's it. We've been streaming for 6 hours. I think that's long enough, so. Thank you to everyone that showed up. Thank you to Fish. Thank you to Dragmeyer. Thank you to Ethan for showing up earlier. Thank you to Paul Wall. He joined in early on. And thank you to anyone else that watched this stream at some point or is watching it down the line, because this is a notable event. So there's probably going to be people, not many, but there will probably be some people out there that are watching this many, many years down the line. And if you are from 2030 or 2040 or whatever year, and you're watching this for some reason, then thank you for watching this old stream. But yeah, so I guess I'll go ahead and just for the sake of it, I'm gonna put Smash Wii U back in, just for the sake of keeping it in there, I guess. Now there's no point putting Splatoon in out unless I want to play the campaign again, so... again, once Pretendo is officially a thing, I'll mess with that. Maybe we'll do a stream about it, but yeah, so... that's it. Again, thank you everyone for watching, and for watching today, or tomorrow, or 10 years from now. Just thank you for watching in general. And, yeah, that's gonna be it. As far as the next stream is concerned, I have no plans on another stream at the moment. So, you know, we'll see what happens with that. And, that's basically it. Apologies for the network issues that are happening. Apparently there's still some network issues. That's kind of annoying. I don't know why. We went through, like, most of the stream without having any network issues, but for some reason now it's, like, screwing up. I don't know why, but it is what it is. So yeah. Farewell to basically the last vestige of thing that was keeping the Wii U a thing. You know, the online... I mean, Miiverse shut down way back in 2017. The eShop shut down not too long ago. And now the Wii U and 3DS Online is gone too, so... the Wii U and 3DS at this point are basically offline machines. You can still go to the eShop and re-download stuff you already bought. For the most part. Apparently that ghost thing wasn't a part of it, but everything else is on there, and the other stuff is what matters. Not that I'm gonna delete anything at this point, obviously, but... yeah, so that's it. So again, thank you for watching, and it's been a long time since the beginning of the stream, so you may not remember, but I said that I have a new end screen. I might modify it. It's not finished 100%, I think, but I have a new, and I've been changing up the screen. I'm not using that same background I've been using for the last 3 or 4 years. I'm using a new background. I'm gonna have new music for the other sections, like the beginning screen and the Be Right Back screen. I'm gonna put new music for that. I just didn't have it in time for the stream today. But I do have what I want to use, at least for right now. I'm not gonna use it forever. I'm gonna eventually switch it out at some point. But what I want to use as my new kind of like end. My new thanks for watching song. And if you were here at near the beginning, you'll remember I said that this is a song that I don't even have to tell you what it is. You're gonna hear it and you're gonna immediately know what it is. It's not from a game. It's not from any of the games we've been playing. It has nothing to do with the Wii U or 3DS or any of that stuff. But it's a song or a track. We say song, but it's really a track, a musical. It's not a song. There's no lyrics, but whatever. It's a piece you're gonna know. You're gonna recognize it immediately. And if you don't, then I don't know. But you're probably gonna recognize it. And I think it's a pretty solid ending song to use. And it's probably gonna be the one I use going forward, at least for the time being. We're finally retiring that Persona 5 anime song. I say it's all about the Persona 5 anime, and yeah, it wasn't great. I did watch it. After playing the game a couple of times, of course, but I did watch it, and yeah, it's pretty whatever. But it has some good music, and that ending song is one of them. But it's been run into the ground at this point. It's time for something new, and I think this new track will fit in pretty well. And I hope you guys enjoy it. So again, thank you all for watching, and this is Logan59XP. I'll see you next time, and enjoy the new end screen. So that's it. See ya.